Okay, wait. For posterity, tell everyone how you lied to me about which thief to get, and then tell me which thief I'm supposed to get, and tell me do I have the wrong Deus Ex? I have that for Xbox 360, I think.
Yes.
That's a good one.
No,
that's a good one.
Are you fucking kidding, though?
No, that one's good. That one's good.
Wait, what's the subtitle?
Human Revolution.
Know.
That one's good.
Human something.
Yeah, that is a good one.
Mankind Divided is good, too.
People don't.
But
like
which is the
one
one I'm supposed to play? He was just making another recommendation.
I'm
supposed to have that one on Xbox, on the original Xbox?
Is if you had played, I was trying to see if you'd even like those first two Thief games, because if you weren't into that era of gaming, it's kind of hard to go back, because it's old PC stuff.
I was not into the darkness. I have a problem with, I get a headache if I look at, black too often.
That is the wrong series for you, man. Thief?
Well, but actually looking at it on the PC version, it's this stupid thing where people color correct for certain stuff. It's the same with How to Get Away with Murder. If you watch it on Netflix, is it's all shadows, but if you watch it on TV, it's not. So looking at the PC version that's on Steam, it's not too dark, and that's why I kind of Dishonored, because it was fake darkness. Yeah, it was faked, but I don't know. Now I'm feeling I literally bought a bunch of stuff because I was I want to play Doom on an old PC, but I'm not going to be like the crazy people I watch on the internet and buy a 19 or partition anything to give space to DOS or whatever. I wouldn't partition my watch to play something on DOS. So I bought some stuff and was able to play Doom on something, and now it's turning into this whole thing where everything I want to play that's old, I need an old PC essentially. So I'm not incredibly happy.
If you get him off GOG used to be famous for that, or Good Old Games or whatever they go by now. I think it's GOG now.
It's officially GOG, but I still call it Good Old Games.
They made their name by taking those old games and doing updates to them so that they would run in modern operating systems.
Yes.
I literally played one of the gold box D&D games off of GOG for a Square Roots special episode, which that is an ancient RPG.
Yeah, I think I have that one. Which one?
Pool of Radiance.
No, I don't have the other one.
Yeah, they even have a Steam style app thing now.
But I have a Macintosh computer, you assholes. I don't have any PC,
Mike,
John Hodgman.
That is not my problem. You made that decision, not me.
Yeah, put that pinky in the air as you say it.
Yeah.
I own a Macintosh.
All right, let's get this going. This week in NWP, get this guy a fucking puppers.
Come in and put your weary feet up. Come in and gently close the door. Our time will leave you intrigued.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Nerds Without Pants, episode 189. We cover everything while bearing it all. I am Julian, and I'm joined as always by Justin.
Hi, welcome to Nerds Without Pants. This is a podcast where we talk about what tree we wish we were. I think I would like to be a big oak tree. But joining us today, we have two very special guests. We have Angelo Grant.
Red maple, all day long. Those trees are awesome.
Very quick answer. I wish you would have not interrupted me and let me ask the question, but we'll move on.
You were going to ask it anyway.
Also, red maple. I don't mind interrupting you. It's a great choice. It was going to be my choice anyway as well.
All right.
Japanese red maple I'll go with.
You know, I take back my original suggestion. I would like to be a palm tree. And that way I could make coconuts for people on deserted islands.
Palm trees make palms, Justin. Coconut trees make coconuts.
Well, okay, coconut tree, sure, fine, whatever. Julian, what kind of tree would you like to be?
A weeping willow Womp womp.
Oh, Julian.
That's
But yes, this is a very Nerds Without Pants first, because no one demanded it. We have the first podcast appearance of Angelo and Mike Fallek.
I demanded it. I demanded it. Why are you saying no one demanded it? I asked. I wanted to meet him. I said it. I demanded it.
I have complained every single time. Even when I was like actively on the show, I was like, how do I keep missing Mike? How does this happen?
Every
This
time.
is true, Mike. And
Yes.
after Angelo left the show, he texted me. He was like, man, I really hate the fact that I never got a chance to podcast with Mike, like, now that I'm off the show.
We finally did it. He's real. I definitely perpetuated that rumor about being a robot. That was me. I don't know if everyone realizes that. I said that. And that's how it became a thing.
I thought it was the TNB guys that started that.
No,
Was you
I
that
said
started
it to them.
Okay.
And so that's how we started it together. So I'm sorry, Angela. I didn't know you wanted a podcast with me.
Aw.
I feel bad now.
There we go.
But he's not a robot.
Or maybe I am. Maybe I'm a Cylon.
Yeah, that's true. He is a Cylon.
Well, actually, Angelo's rocking the goatee now, and I like last time that I did like the Angelo startup robot sound effect. It was actually just the Iron Man suit up sequence from the first Iron Man movie. So it's kind of, he's doing the Tony Stark thing, so it kind of works.
I thought you were going to go with Evil Universe from Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Or that.
Yeah, where the only distinction is that they have goatees. A real thing that I didn't see, and then they did it in South Park, and then I saw that after. I was like, oh, I thought South Park made that up. It's a real plot point that like they go to the evil universe, and the only difference is that they all have goatees and beards.
Yeah.
That's funny.
That's crazy that that's a real thing and not a joke from a cartoon.
It's both. All right. That's it for preamble. I don't think we have any Oh, no, I do have an announcement. We're getting in towards the end of the year, and as longtime listeners know, like the Nerds Without Pants recording schedule is going to change, and then eventually we're going to go on a decent size hiatus so that we can catch up on some games and just kind of recharge and come back in the next year ready to podcast 3 hours every week or every other week. So we're going to do a regular episode tonight. And then Justin and I are going to record another episode the following Friday that will go out on like right before Thanksgiving. So it'll actually come out. The next episode will come out a little bit early, but it's not going to be a listener interactive one. It's just going to be a Consumption Junction type episode, and I'll talk about the PS5 then. And then after that, we'll have our last interactive show of the year, and then we're going to start ramping down. We're going to have our music special, and we'll have our State of the Generation episode. That'll be the actual last episode of the year. So just letting you guys know, like, things are going to be a little bit weird as far as releases and also the types of episodes you're going to be getting, but they should all be fun. Having said all that, let's go ahead and take off our pants, relax, and jump on into the stage select. Now I will pass the baton over to Justin because this is his stage select. He picked such a good stage select. He's such a good boy.
I don't like you throwing me under the bus like this, but fine. So yeah, I wanted to know what people's favorite dogs in video games were. I believe I said best dogs, but all the dogs are the best, which somebody pointed out, which we'll get to later. But yeah, I just wanted to know what the people's favorite dogs in video games were. Kept it simple.
Yes,
and I I wanted something easy. We've had a bunch of complex shit going on here, so we needed to calm the fuck down.
I suppose you're right.
Yeah. Last episode was the most notes I think I've ever written for a podcast. This might be the least amount of notes I've ever written for a podcast. So who wants to go first? I do not want to go first.
Me neither.
I deny the right to go first. So one of you go.
Angela, you haven't been here in a while. Why don't you go?
You go.
I'll start with number 3. Y'all played MGS5?
What is that?
Oh, right. It doesn't exist. But. Y'all heard of D-Dog?
I've heard of
It's
D-Dog.
a dog that wears an eye patch.
He does.
Okay.
That is awesome.
I have not played that game. But I saw D-Dog, and I'm like, I don't know if I can't not include this animal. It is freaking awesome. Like, it just rocks around with Snake, and it's got like a matching eye patch. and they're like best friends and crap. And I'm like, this is it. This is it. I don't have a whole lot to say about it because, like I said, I haven't played the game, but I've seen enough footage and things to know that a dog with an eye patch that's just like badass next to Snake with an eye patch that is also badass is pretty badass, and I like it.
Do we know nothing about him?
Not really.
No one knows anything about the dog?
Not really. I don't have to. It's a dog. It's a good boy.
Yeah.
I believe that he can do stuff like he'll distract guards, and he can also like grab like ammo and stuff for you, and he'll bring it back to you.
Yeah. I just don't have a whole lot to say about it.
No, he's just a good boy.
Yeah. This is how this stage select's going to go. It's just us going, this dog, I like this dog, he's a good boy, and then we move on.
Can I tell you something that they do, though, that I'm trying to look stuff up about it, because you guys always know more than me about video games, so I figured I can take the second to Google something that nobody knows. They do this thing with dogs in video games I don't like at all, which is I have to get it. I don't like a dog I have to get. I like a dog that is given to me, or if I want a dog, I get it instantly. Like, I don't want to have to work hard for a fake dog. Like, that's just me
I've got a
personally.
dog on my list that you are given and don't have to
I
earn.
have two.
Okay.
Yeah.
My next two are both that.
Thank you.
But you play Pokemon, Mike. You have
I'm going to get to Pokemon if you want me to give my number 3.
go for it.
Not any dog from Pokemon. Okay, that's my number 3. I
great.
love Pokemon. I like the dogs in Pokemon. Even the one that
Great.
kind of looks like a BDSM character. It's called Houndoom, and it's a big Satan dog with
That is
BDSM outfit on.
That is a good dog. I like
It's
that dog.
these are all cool dogs. There's one called Manectric, which is not very good at all. Here's even you could look at the Eevees, the Vaporeon, all of those. In theory, kind of dog-like, unclear about dogs. I spent a great deal of time breeding, catching, making perfect stats for an all-dog lineup. It is the hardest I've ever worked on the shittiest line of Pokemon I have ever made in my life. And they're really badass looking. And it's this annoying thing about Pokemon where they refuse to make all of the Pokemon a viable champion. They refuse to do it. So you're left with tons of playable characters in an RPG that are shit, that you cannot use, that you have to throw out. And over the years, they've made up for it with like these supers and megas and gigantuas and, level 5 laser wizard or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But they never do it for the dogs. It's this weird dog hate in this game, which I can't tell if it's like Pokemon's just ability to be like, we're different. And this is their edgelord version of like, we like pets, but we don't give a shit about dogs. Like your best friend's a crab.
Well, in Sword and Shield, you can make any of the dogs big. You can Gigantamax them and they grow very big and they fill up the entire stadium. And then, so all the dogs are big.
But are they better than other Pokemon that are Gigantamax?
They're like the same. They're all like the same. They all can do that. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's bullshit. And there's some of the coolest ones in the game. There are the legendary dogs, which are good. But guess what? If you play in any sort of online play to breed, no one's going to let you use the legendary dogs. So I'm going to say,
See, I think that's where your mistake is that you're getting into like that dangerous rabbit hole of like online Pokemon leagues and stuff like that.
I want to make this clear because I always get brought up as the Pokemon guy. That's the only good thing about Pokemon. The rest of the game is shitty. Okay? It's not good at all. I complain whenever they try and make the story better. It's a worser day for serious Pokemon players because you're like, this is longer until I get to the good stuff. Like, stop. And no one plays Pokemon that likes it seriously. That is like, oh, I love the story about how you went to a waterfall and there was a slight incident and then they all gave up. Like, no one cares about the bad story.
Yeah, that's very true.
See, and that's what would actually get me interested in a Pokemon game is if it had like an actual like enthralling story.
Yeah.
But
I think you have to give it to Pokemon in its origins, which is to say, like, I didn't know I liked RPGs because of some of the things that are so different about Pokemon. Like, I would like to ask the brain trust here. Are there other online RPGs where you can use your players to fight each other? Like, I think Pokemon's one of the very unique ones to do that.
I mean, any MMO, like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But a turn-based RPG like Final Fantasy style combat? like
No,
Pokemon is?
Other than there's a lot of Pokemon clones.
Yeah,
There's
what is that one that's real good?
Temtem?
Temtem, that's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah, Temtem's new. I don't know if they have online stuff yet, but I know that's one that you can do that. I know there's like, you can play like, there's like tactical RPGs like that, like with like the grids and like the cover shooting and whatnot. There's stuff like that you can do. You can play online against people. But, and those are turn-based. Technically, I guess that counts. But like, no, there's really not anything like you're describing, no.
And that's crazy. That's a crazy, like, and it's the reason why I didn't even recognize like the idea of doing that online. Like, that is really unique to Pokemon. And I understand there's challenges in making everyone even, but give us one fucking dog is my entire point. One dog would be nice online.
Okay.
That's my whole point.
So what is your actual?
Yeah,
I'm being an edgelord. A negative counts as a positive when written on a list. So negative, that's not real math, kids. Stay in school. Not any of the dogs from Pokemon, and kind of Entei from Pokemon. Which is a giant, like, it's one of the Pokemon that uses like classical, like Chinese and Indian imagery for its design. And so there's like these very distinct spirally clouds that you see in like Dragon Ball as well, and like other mythology stuff. And like, it looks like a Chinese, kind of god dog, dragon dog kind of thing. It's pretty cool.
Nice.
And it saves a little girl in one of the movies. The movies are weird.
Even just the box art for the movies looks weird. I did really love that Detective Pikachu though. That was
good.
Man,
quite
what a
good.
great movie. What an amazing movie.
Best video game movie. I'm saying it.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. That was my favorite movie of the year. Detective Pikachu.
Nice. Yeah.
I don't know what else would beat it.
I want a sequel.
I think that was the only
in the
movie
works
I watched all year. So yeah, movie of the year. Absolutely.
Justin, I just got to say, I am digging your energy tonight.
Yeah, I'm very laid back. I've been.
Yeah, it's very dark in your room. Like I can only see basically like from your mustache up. Like everything else just like devolves into blackness, and it's interesting.
That's how I'm living.
Between me and Justin, it's really like edgy. I'm trying out my new emo haircut.
Yeah, I'm becoming one with the darkness slowly. It's the whole thing.
And I'm wearing a Neon Genesis Evangelion shirt, so we've got like the moodiness on lock tonight.
Angela, what are you doing to be dark and brooding?
He's got the goatee.
Shirt's black. I got a goatee.
The evil goatee. Yes.
That's right.
This is
This is the
dark
dark
Nerds Without
dimension,
Pants.
Angelo.
Yeah.
Julian, do you have one?
Yes.
Do you have
Of course,
doggy?
yes. So my number 3 is, so I will say that like my picks are probably pretty obvious, and I wouldn't be surprised if we get a lot of repeats on them. But my number 3 comes from Final Fantasy VI, and it is the dog named Interceptor, who belongs to the Ninja Shadow. And Shadow's an interesting character because for most of the game, he's only in your party if you pay him, and he leaves any time that he wants. And it's like, I think a random number of battles when he'll just peace out on you. So if you want to go level, you might actually not have him for important story beats because he will have already left. But Interceptor is really cool because during battle, sometimes Shadow just automatically sends Interceptor out, and he'll like maul the enemies and do damage. And I think later on he can actually like insta-kill some enemies. And it's also really cute because he's this tiny little pixel dog going across the screen going ruff, 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 which I like. But then also Interceptor is a quasi character in the storyline where he actually helps you find Shadow in the world of Ruin.
Oh, yeah.
And also, I think, doesn't he save Realm, or he lets you know that you need to save Realm?
He's like very nice to Realm. I don't remember. Yeah. It's something.
Well, that's to do with the whole Shadow stuff.
Yeah.
But I think there's a part where he comes to you to like save one of your party members.
I think you're right. I just love his name. It's just a fucking badass name. Mm-hmm. What's your name? Dog names. What's your name's dog? What's your dog's name? And it's like fucking Interceptor. Like, because Shadow's a goddamn edgelord. That's fucking.
I've definitely used Interceptor when I had to like name like dog-like characters in RPGs or other games in the past.
It's the way to go.
I mean, as much as I would love to have like my doorbell ring and have D-Dog run up on somebody and just be like, "Hey, I'm here," that is a dumb name for a dog.
Yeah.
I want to have like a tiny dog and be like, name it Interceptor. Like a little Pekingese.
Yeah.
And be like, oh, this is Interceptor.
When I was a kid, I wanted like a really big bulldog, and I wanted to name her Buffy. Because it would be like, this real butch looking dog. It's like, it's Buffy. Mm-hmm.
I think more people should start naming small dogs after Decepticons. I think that would be fucking great. It's just like a tiny, like a dachshund or something. This is my dog, Starscream.
Starscream's a rad name for a dog.
It is. It's really good, right?
Do another one.
Let's see. What are some other ones? Oh, man.
Long Haul.
Soundwave.
This is my dog, Long Haul.
I don't like Long Haul as much. Do another one.
I named my dog Soundwave because it barks a lot.
But
Oh, man,
Wait, Justin said one? What was it?
You could name your dog Devastator.
Oh, yes!
Yeah,
These are really good.
yeah. These are
Frenzy, Rumble, or Ravage, any of those are really good.
good. Oh yeah.
Rumble or
those are also
Ravage.
very good.
Julian, did you watch the CGI Transformers on Netflix?
No, I don't have Netflix anymore. I've heard it's pretty good. It seems to be a lot like the War for Cybertron games that came out like 5 or 6 years ago.
It's a return to form. It's pretty good. It's like, it's not like heady. It's just like action, robots, coolness. Like it's about the war. It's like it's on Cybertron. Yeah, it's good. It's worth a watch.
Yeah.
I want a parrot named Laserbeak.
Oh my God, these are amazing.
Yeah, that's a Transformer. He was one of the cassette tapes.
What is what's his name? The big bad. He transforms into a different one. Yeah, what does Megatron transform? He like dies and is resurrected.
gone.
Okay, all right. Let's go into Transformers history for no fucking reason. Megatron is what has my favorite transformation in the original of all time because he transforms into a gun that somebody else has to use, which is hilarious to me.
Which also breaks the lore of Transformers because the gun has no like electronic parts that would have been scanned by the arc probe that went out into the world to scan the alt forms for all of the deactivated Transformers. So like he should not be a gun. He's anything else but a gun. But the gun looks like the old Nintendo light guns for whatever reason. Like, and no.
It's the original.
Seen the actual toy?
The toy is like a gun.
I don't remember the toy.
You could rob a bank with the original Megatron.
Really? That's great. That's great.
I've got a Japanese reissue of it because they wouldn't release it over here.
Yeah.
But doesn't he Jesus-like or Lazarus-like turn into another form?
I was getting there. Getting there. So in Transformers the movie, Mike, what happens is he is killed. Hold on. Hold on, Julian. You're right. He's right.
He's not killed.
He's defeated. He's pretty fucked up. Okay.
Yes.
He's not coming back from this shit. Okay. Gets very fucked up. And then Starscream, goes, I'm the leader now, and he kicks him off the fucking Astro Train. Also a good name for a dog. Kicks him off of Astro Train. So then they go floating through space, right? Unicron finds them. Unicron's a giant, that's a good name for a dog too, Unicron. It's a giant planet that that is a transformer that eats other planets. And he has the power to turn these Decepticons that got thrown out because they're all fucked up and battered, and he turns them into the I don't remember what they're called.
It's Galvatron, Cyclonus, and the Sweeps.
Cyclonus and all those guys.
Cyclonus.
Scourge and the Sweeps.
Yeah, Galvatron, also a great name for a dog.
And that's what he becomes. He's Galvatron, right?
Yeah. And he has Leonard Nimoy's voice, I believe, right?
In the movie, but then,
in
the cartoon, he's crazy, and they just got Frank Welker to play him again. He just has a different voice.
Yeah.
Is that a new character though? Or is that from back in the day, Galvatron?
Galvatron.
That's from the 1986.
It's from the 1986 movie.
Yeah.
And he turns into like a cannon, which makes more sense because he can like actually run and position himself now. So it's.
There's something symbolic of the idea of a tyrant needing help, though. I kind of like that. Like someone else has to act. You don't actually have all the power. I think that's definitely not what they were going for because it was just fucking toys. But
in the comics, there's some really good applications of that. And one of the best Marvel comics from the Transformers series is a really early one where Megatron, he fell in a battle and he turned into gun form to like protect himself. But his something got disconnected. And so he has no free will. And he ends up in the hands of this 2-bit low level wannabe gangster. And he finds out that he's got this super space gun that also turns into a fucking robot, and it'll do anything that he wants. And he just like starts robbing banks and everything, and just like gets, becomes the high life and everything. But then eventually Megatron, gets his like cognition back, and he like destroys the guy's like palatial estate and stuff. And he says, I'm going to leave you alive. Be glad that that's what I'm giving you. And he just walks away. And it's like, oh, it's such a good issue.
Why isn't that the movie? That's so good.
Hey, no, the movie's fucking amazing.
No, I meant the newer movies.
Okay, we don't talk about those. Those never happen.
But it's so doable, that story, because it's like, it's live action-y. It's like it could be like a regular thief and all these different things. Let's pitch it, guys. Let's do it. Us four right now.
Michael Bay won't let us. So
not enough explosions.
Yeah, not
tons of
Bumblebee
bank robberies.
Was the
That's
best
what he does
of
best.
the live action movies, and it failed, and that makes me very sad because it was actually going in the right direction.
Yeah.
But Justin, what dog do you have? Do you?
Well, I made sure I went last because I picked a bunch of shit that I was hoping nobody picked. So and then I'm just gonna pick around everybody. So I'm just gonna pick my number 3 here. I have Shadow from Dead to Rights. Does anybody remember Shadow from Dead to Rights?
I do.
Dead to Rights was a game. But
it is a game.
It's a game. It's not the greatest game, but I always remember Shadow. He just kind of like teleports in out of nowhere and just like takes down people. They kind of like have his own segments, I believe, too, if I remember.
Yes,
correctly.
you get to control him.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I played those. I know in like the I think it's like Dead to Rights 2 or whichever one was for the 360.
Yeah, there was a Dead to Rights 2. That is always the thing that shocks me the most about Dead to Rights.
Yeah, that game was like not that good, but it got a fucking sequel. Like it tried very hard.
Without using 2 as 2 either, which is stupid. It's Dead to Rights Retribution.
Yes, that's I think there's Dead to Rights 2 and there might be 3 games. Is there 3 games?
There's Dead to Rights 2 and then Dead to Rights Reckoning, Dead to Rights Retribution.
Holy
4
shit.
Games. Yeah. I after he said it, I was like, there might be more.
I'm actually angry now. Like, there's so many games that I love that like never got a sequel, and it gets 3.
Yeah.
Yes. And in fact, the last one is the only one where you can actually play and fight as Shadow, according to Wikipedia.
Yes. The rest of them, like, he's there, but like he just kind of teleports in and does takedowns every now and then.
But he's like a part of the title description, which is weird, as like a side character bonus thing. Like everything I'm reading heavily talks about the dog.
Oh, it was that was the big gimmick of the game.
Exactly. That was like a big deal, like having the dog take people down. He was cool. He was a good boy. And that's all you can say about that. Angelo, what is your next pick for best dogs or favorite dogs?
My next pick is Repeat, because screw you guys.
Hey, no, I said nothing bad about that dog, Angelo. I'll have you know.
I'm sure he's a fine character. He's a waste of a slot.
Listen. The dog smokes a pipe. The dog twirls a knife in its mouth. The dog will sass other characters in your party without saying a word. It will just like give them looks and make noises or just not acknowledge them at all.
That sounds great.
Oh, does it not even talk?
No, it makes dog noises.
Waste of a slot.
You're wrong. Because, at one point, the dog meets another dog, and this dog starts like, there's word bubbles that appear above them. They don't talk. They look at each other and communicate in dog or whatever. And the dog is like telling him he's, no good and this, that, and the other thing. And the dog's like, well, you need to prove yourself. He's like, all right, great, you name it. And he goes, fine. I will bet you that I can visit more places in the world and mark my territory than you can. And Repeat goes, you're on. And then it unlocks a mechanic in the game where you set up tents at various places on the map, and your dog pees, and it marks the map. And you're literally having like a territory war with this other dog that you can't see over who can pee over more of the earth. You get in a pissing contest with another dog.
This sounds like
game is amazing.
This sounds like Game of the Generation type stuff to me. I'm just saying this is.
I do like the idea of the marking territory minigame.
This is from Heart of Darkness, right, Angela?
What's that?
What's the game? It's from Heart of Darkness, right?
No. This is
a similar dog in Heart of Darkness.
Vesperia.
Okay, yeah.
Tales
fuck
of
Tales.
Vesperia.
We'll talk about that later. I hate Tails. I was what character I specifically got rid of, not because I don't like the dog. I don't like the game. It's too long.
You don't have to like the game. It's like a real anime, like kind of. It has like random encounters, like a JRPG does, but they're action instead of turn based. Kind of. It's weird. They're good.
It's too long, man. That's it. It's just too long.
They are
too long. Yeah, that's my only problem. I love the game. Great gameplay, great animation, great everything. Too long. Not gonna happen.
Understand.
I can understand that.
Yeah.
It's actually the remastered edition is on my Xbox hard drive because I've heard such great things, and I'm actually in a big like JRPG mood now after Persona. So like that's gonna get played soon-ish, I think.
Okay. It's long. And like you don't unlock the pissing contest until a while into the game.
I played like
well, yeah, but I mean, just everything else I've heard. Like,
okay.
I know I need to play it.
It's a good game. It's a good game. Like everything about it, it's like Pokemon. It's got cool stuff. It's like free roaming kind of JRPG stuff. It's pretty funny, but it's like it's not funny enough to watch all those cutscenes, like or those little encounters.
I will watch any cutscene. Like I don't care.
I will too.
Yeah.
You're talking to some cutscene fans here, bud.
They're funny.
The characters have such good personality too that they just, I don't know, they do a really good job with developing the actual characters and making them interact with each other. Right? Like, I don't want to skip any of that. And not all the jokes land, sure. They don't all land in real life either, and it still kind of works even if they don't land. It's good. It's in a weird way, it's good. So
I just want to say, I have no problem with the game. It's the length.
Yeah. Fair enough.
And I bought it being like, if I'm going to hate it, I'm going to only play this game for the next 30 days. And if I hate it, I'm going to return it. And I made it to like day 28. And I was like, I have not beaten this game. That is a problem in hardcore keeping the game. And so I like returned it because it was too, and I like thought I had found like this the first 10 minutes of playing that game as compared to the next like 20 hours were very different. I thought I had found my new game in the first 10 minutes. I was like, this is me. I love this combat. I love everything about it. And then it was just like, because it just kept going. But that is a good dog. That's a good. I think me and Angela are going to have the same number one.
You think so?
Interesting.
Yes. I think so. I've just realized it. Also, I've just realized they probably don't put a lot of dogs in Pokemon because of the whole dog fighting implication. Also,
it's a good thought.
They do it to spite you. They told me. They called me the Pokemon master. He called me. He was like, "Fuck Mike Fallek. Just fuck him. No more dogs in Pokemon."
I knew that guy didn't like me.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I got one win
didn't
today.
want to tell you like this, but that's what happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
I found out Angelo did like me. Found out the Pokemon masters don't like me. Okay.
Yeah, they don't like you.
Okay.
It's
well,
what can you do?
What can you do? What can you do? What can you do?
Yeah, pick your battles.
But I have to catch them all and battle them all. I want to be the very best. I can't pick my battles. That's my point.
Mike, what is your number 2 dog?
My number 2 is a sort of like fluffer pick because I don't actually think it's a good dog. What?
A fluffer pick?
Not okay. Yeah. Okay. No, not, it's like a filler. It's like a peanut butter fluffer. Okay. It's the whatchamacallit. It's the ground mill wheat in the cookie to make it like bigger. Okay. It's a weird choice. It's the dogs from Halo 4 that you kill, the robot dogs that the enemies have.
Okay. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fuck those dogs.
Yeah.
I am a big fan of the lore I've made in my head about these dogs.
Well, that's good because the game didn't really provide you with lore like within the game for those dogs.
Let's go beyond that. In the entire realm of exploring the galaxy, we've seen no fauna ever. We only ever see humanoids and plants. And for the first time, you see a non-humanoid creature. And it's a game where this person is talking endlessly about assimilating species. And there is no mention of what happens to all the groundhogs and birds and shit that they have assimilated into their weird species. Glaringly, the whole time, for the first time, you're shooting robot dogs in the head. And no one makes mention of it ever. And you never have a competing dog. It's just, here are some dogs. There you go. They're the only animal in the world of Halo. That might be why we have all these problems. I, in my head, have built this thing. They're supposed to be species that are man, if not identical to man. And I like the idea that if you were to assimilate humans in the world of evolution, that the dogs would then assimilate via evolution, that they would still keep having their dogs as companions and hunting partners. And that then they would, to me, that was supposed to be some clue about them being humans that they assimilated, that it was like, oh, why else would a species randomly have dogs? Like, they're not like these aliens, which are like squid and like, I don't even know what else, like sort of like a rhino-like in some instances. This is a human. That's why there's dogs around. I liked that lore. It was found lore, which I like better in Halo than the explicit lore in the games. I actually like their explicit lore when they write it. In the games, though, I like the found lore. And that was like cool to me. And I liked it. And I did think they were annoying enemies, but it was cool.
Yes. That's my whole point. They're just very annoying to fight.
I believe that. All right. Well, Julian, what is your number 2 dog?
So my number 2, I changed it like right before we started recording because I was going to pick the dog from Fable 2, which is a pretty obvious choice. Mm-hmm. And Mike, he's a dog that is just thrust upon you. Like you don't even have a choice. Like he's just going to join you for the entire game. But then I remembered that the dog in Fable 2, you cannot pet. And this is a grave sin. So I'm going to pick the dog from Fable 3 because he's just as good a boy, but you can pet him. And I don't know how Peter Molyneux was able to like talk about how much he's going to make you love this dog and everything, but you can never pet him. Like that's job 1. That's job 1. Let me pet the pupper.
He was too busy trying to make the trees grow in real time to put the technology to pet the dog in.
That's true.
Yeah. Man,
I miss Peter Molyneux. I love that man. I need him back like on an E3 stage talking about a game.
You know what's funny? Because I used to give you a lot of crap for liking him, but now that I haven't heard from him in years, I kind of miss the bullshit.
Yeah. Because someone needs to dream bigger than games can do, and then people come along later on and do the things when games are big enough to do them.
Was the last thing that Connect thing?
No, he did that Goddess Kickstarted game that apparently didn't do very well.
And then he made that studio something cans. It was some number of cans, which I imagine.
Yeah, that was the one that did Goddess.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
How many
21 cans, I think.
How many cans of beer you have to drink before you believe them?
Can you all start doing episodes where you take figures like this from gaming and like give little updates? Because like I don't follow any of this shit. Like I don't know who this guy is.
No, because we don't do news really.
But it's not news; it's history.
Well, I mean, the thing with Peter Molyneux is there has been no history.
Right.
Like that's the problem. I have not heard a Peter Molyneux interview in probably like 6 years, and it hurts my heart.
Yeah, I keep thinking he got in a lot of trouble for something.
I think he got in trouble for Goddess. I don't know if it was because they didn't deliver on the Kickstarter promises or I don't know.
I want to say it was like one of those Kickstarter deals where they promised a bunch of shit, got a bunch of money, and then didn't make the game, and then didn't give people their money back. I could be wrong.
Yeah. But I mean, that's the risk of Kickstarter. Like you're supposed to know that going in.
Yeah, Kickstarter's dodgy.
That is not the risk. I'll let people know. You can get in trouble with the FCC for not making an attempt to spend the money. You have to spend the money. If you fail, you fail.
Yeah,
if you don't spend the money, you will get jail time.
I'm saying the risk, like when you donate to a Kickstarter, is that you may not get the thing that you were hoping to get. You're investing in like the potential of whatever it is that you're backing. Like that's why I think I did like $70 on Eiyuden Chronicles from the makers of Suikoden because I want to believe, and they've been really good about their updates and stuff too. So like I feel that one's in good hands.
I hope that I almost said I hope that dog comes out, but I hope that game comes out. It looks really good.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess it's my turn again. Everybody's very happy. There's a big crowd explosion. This is the energy I have today.
It is.
I love it. It's like chill but aggressive.
I'm rolling with it.
I've got to say, Justin, my friend Blissy listened to the Games My Mom Found Mass Effect episode, and she was texting me, and she was like, Oh, Justin sounds so sleepy. I just want to tuck him in.
I was very tired during that. That is 11 o'clock is too early in the morning for Justin Hamm.
Especially after we were up until 1 the night before recording this show.
Oh, I was up later than that. Trust me. I
know.
Can't usually sleep after this. So, but my number 2 here. I've picked an interesting one. I've picked Barbas from the Elder Scrolls series. Now, Barbas is an interesting one because I guess technically speaking, he's a shape-shifting Daedra, but he always takes the form of a dog. And he's the companion of Clavicus Vile, who's one of the Daedra princes. And he's like in a bunch of the games, I guess. My favorite thing about him is in Skyrim, he has like this weird Danny DeVito accent, and it's amazing. So like so what happens in Skyrim is like you get to a certain level, you go to Falkreath, and they're like, "Hey man, you see a dog on the road?" And you're like, "Nah, dude." And you go up, and they're like, "You should go talk to this guy who lost a dog." And you're like, "Okay, I'll go talk to the guy who lost the dog." So you go talk to the guy who lost the dog. It's the blacksmith guy, and he's like, "Hey man, you should go find my dog. He's out on the road somewhere." And you're like, "Okay, I'll go find your dog." So you go out on the road, and then you find this dog, and he walks up to you, and he's like, "Hey man, what are you doing?" I can't do a Danny DeVito accent, but you get it. And then you go on a little adventure, and he's like, "Hey man, follow me to this weird place where all these guys are desecrating this shrine and shit. It's not okay." And you're like, "All right, Barbas, still do it." And so you do it. And, I like Barbas. He's cool.
He sounds pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. He's pretty cool.
I have a Skyrim cool dog question.
Okay.
The only dog I have encountered in Skyrim is
it Miko?
Is that the one where the person's dead?
Yes.
It's the saddest fucking dog.
Yes, Miko is really sad. Miko is on the way from Solitude to Morthar.
Let me think about it. Yeah, it's where I just walk around and kill. Yes, that's it. And I just walk around, and I don't know the names of any. Yeah, that's it. You got it.
Yep. It's between there and you basically. I know the exact road. I could walk right to where he's at. And he's at the road. I can. I know that map like almost by heart. So. He's on the road and like he'll start barking at you, and then if you follow him, he leads you to this little cabin, right?
Yeah.
And
well, if you shoot him accidentally with an arrow, first you feel super guilty.
Yeah.
And then
you go back to the thing, and like he's like all sad and whatnot, and you read the journal. He's like, the guy's like, "I'm not gonna make it. I hope somebody finds my dog Miko." And I don't even think they say dog, but like you kind of put everything together. And you're like, "Oh man." And then you talk to the dog and you're like, "Hey, you want to come with me, dog?" And he's like, "Okay." And
that's not what happened to me. The sad dog just laid there on the floor and I got no dog. The dog.
You gotta talk to the dog.
How do you talk to a dog?
You activate it and talk to it like it's a person, and it'll go, "Hey, do you want to follow me?" And he will follow you.
Oh.
You always have to activate your dogs, Mike.
Yes. But here's the thing about
Stay and activate your dogs, everyone.
Here's the thing about Miko, okay? He is not immortal. So if he follows you around, he will run and get into dumb shit and probably die.
Okay, so I save the dog.
Yeah, so take him, like, I always have mods on where I can make people, like, not be able to die, so I usually do that with him, and then I take him back to my house, and be like, "You stay here forever, and don't leave, because I don't want you to die."
I've personally killed my own, like, traveling companions, like, so I don't want to risk it with a dog.
Yeah, I nuked one of them. That was pretty fun. It wasn't the dog. I was in a dungeon, and it's the guy you get in a rift in. I always forget his name. He walked out in front of everything, and he just ran in. And he was like, "I'm gonna kill everybody," and then I shot like this big magic, like giant nuke effect thing into the room and killed everything, including him. And I didn't think he could die until that moment. And then I walked over to his body and was like, "Oh, well, I'm not reloading the save because it's all the way back a couple hours. So you're just dead now, bud. Sorry."
I didn't understand that runes do damage to you and your party if activated and you're near them. So I am big into my playthrough now is like, I get those soul gems, and I just have a staff and runes, and that's all I do is like staff rune, and just like do that the whole day. And so you can't really, you have to like have a partner that is like ranged so they stay out of the way, or like super aggressive and they run in. So this person didn't know that like they're going to walk over a rune. They just blew up, and I didn't even know they were dead because I didn't think it was possible to do friendly fire. So I just left them there.
That's why follower mods are really important to make sure they don't die.
I don't have a PC. I don't know how many times I need to say this.
I'm sympathizing with you. I know, Mike. I get it. I'm just saying this is why they're very popular.
Okay.
That's why you have crappy thief games.
Dude, you got to get a PC.
I know.
Remember, guys?
He's back. He's back. Do you hear that?
Oh, it was Adele. That's what
yeah.
it was. Yeah, you're right.
Well, I thought you were making a joke the other way around for the PC Mac thing. I thought it was like.
Well, I confused my marketing campaigns with the Dell thing, and then the PC and Mac where it was Justin Long, and then the nerdy guy,
John Hodgman. I already made the John Hodgman reference in this episode. It's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Remember the gateways running in the field like they were cows? Remember how cows used to be the way? So someone equivocated their product to a cow. That was like a big thing.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah, it was weird.
For gateway computers.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's
They had like
right.
the cow boxes and all that crap.
Yeah, that was their deal. Yep. Oh,
They tried.
computers in the 90s.
Yep.
Well, Angelo, what is your number one dog and not a cow computer?
It's definitely not a cow, but it is a suit you can wear that is a dog. It is kind of a hoverboard jet thing that you can stand on that is a dog. It is a springboard that is a dog. It is a submarine.
I figured this was going to be your pick.
Yeah.
It's Rush.
I did not choose Rush.
How could that not be
Rush.
how could that not be my number one pick? Come on.
It's a good pick.
Rush from Mega Man.
Good pick.
For all the reasons.
I specifically did not pick him because I knew that we were going to have you on the show, and I was like, he's going to do the Capcom pick. I will let Angelo do the Capcom pick.
You know what's funny? I was debating my number 3 between D-Dog and another one, but the other one really belongs to Nick. And I don't know, I don't think Nick really does a whole lot of contribution to the show, right?
No.
But,
No.
like, he knows which one I'm talking about. I'll let him put comments in if he wants to. I actually was just like,
Nice.
Also D-Dog it wears an eye patch.
It does wear an
awesome.
eye patch. That is
Yes.
pretty cool. That is pretty cool.
But yeah, Rush is awesome. You literally can't play Mega Man without Rush.
It's very
in
true.
a lot of cases. Like he's required to get through certain parts, but that's not the whole thing. But like he's not just like
It's such a good design.
yeah,
It is one of the best designs, like, period.
and it's a real partnership too, right? Like the dog makes parts of the levels easier. He makes certain things more accessible to you. You know, I don't think in Mega Man 3 I go through sections at all where I don't use him. Like not sections, but boards at all where I don't use him.
And that's the thing that I liked about him, because there's obvious places where you can't progress without him, but then there's those other places where if you're smart about the way you use him, you can actually like circumvent a lot of bullshit.
Do some cool
like,
stuff.
Mega Man. Well, never mind. He's not in Mega Man 2, but like the thing in Mega Man 2 is they had the items.
Yeah, that was
and
similar.
you know
to
the hell blocks in Heatman stage.
Yeah.
I've never jumped on those. I just use the little air skiff and just like fly over.
Yeah.
I like that Rush can't die. It's another thing too. Like I think a lot of times companion animals, like I like that Rush is like an item and runs out of energy. Like I don't like when it's just like, oh, whatever, Yoshi just fell in a cliff. You gotta go to the end for some reason though, not like look after your friend. You know, like I like that Rush is like, they could have easily made him a character with health and they didn't.
Right.
Yeah.
I like that.
He's not the dog from Yoshi's Island, because screw that thing. I don't know if you guys are
Poochie?
familiar with
What's
that.
the matter? What's the matter with Poochie? He's
Poochie,
fine.
okay, so hold on.
I don't like Poochie. I'm just kidding.
No, all right. There's levels where you have to do insane stuff with the dog, and I'm just not there for it. That's all.
Yeah, that game is weird. It's funny. I liked that game when I played it for Games on Found, and I've forgotten so much about it already.
It's such
fun.
Interesting. Well, I don't want to get into that game because we're talking about dogs, but like it's such an interesting design because I think it's real easy to just play through it, but it's hard to do everything you're supposed to do in the game.
Oh yeah, I had no desire to go through and do all the shit.
See, but me and Angelo
It
like
was
tedious
fun.
shit. So like now I want to play it because I started playing it, Angelo, and I was like, this is like Kirby, where it's like I'm just gonna like push forward, and I don't want to do that, and so I turned it off. But now if you're telling me there's lots of tedious crap to do, that's my
you have to
jam.
get, like all the things in the levels, like all the little collectibles and stuff like that, and then unlock the secret levels, which are stupid hard.
I'm into
stuff
it
like
now.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not my thing. I got to the end.
like
it
it.
played a really pretty song, which I like. That song is really good.
Yeah.
And that was the end of Yoshi's Island for me. But moving right along here, Mike Fallek, what is your number one dog?
So my number one is kind of a dog. It is a dog.
Okay.
It's definitely a dog, but it has my favorite feature of dogs, which I think is weird that nobody uses. It has the ability to smell and track someone, which you think would be like a feature in lots of games where you lose people. My favorite dog is Link.
Oh yes. Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
right. Okay. Because he in Twilight Princess.
Yeah. He becomes
Yeah,
a dog.
okay.
You know what I thought you were talking about for a second was Secret of Evermore. Actually,
There's a character
Yep.
named Link that's a dog.
no. There's a dog that you can use to like sniff around and find alchemy ingredients. It's a Super Nintendo game.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's I forgot all about that dog.
That's a
until you
part of,
said-
like,
said,
Secret of
tracking
Mana
and
stuff?
sniffing around for things.
It was the one game that was created by Squaresoft's Western division that they opened in Hawaii. And the team decided to make a game like Secret of Mana, but it's very Western designed. And because of that, it didn't sell as well. It didn't review as well. And then Squaresoft closed the studio because they were not pleased.
But I'm surprised Hawaii isn't like a video game hub. Whatever. I won't get into like it's right near Japan and like America. It seems like a great place to put like a,
Capcom has done stuff there. Square has done stuff there. That's actually where they did a lot of the Final Fantasy Spirits Within movie.
Oh, cool. I think it's weird that one of the main plot devices in games is you lose track of someone or something. And there exists an animal that I can go adopt down the street. Like they're literally giving them away in the real world. And like dogs are very rarely used for tracking and finding people. And like in games they're always like, well, how would we ever find someone? They're just lost. And it's like, what about a dog? Like there's lots of dogs you could have that would do this. And it's weird that it's not a trope at this point. It's weird that it's like, we can count the games in which you can do it. I find that bizarre.
It's probably, and there's definitely a pick that I know one of our listeners had that like goes in like where you have to train the dog in the game. Like you have to like make it's complicated. We'll get there.
If it's whatchamacallit, what's the Harvest Moon? Is it that one?
No.
Okay, because I
No,
did
it is
not
not
pick
that
that one either. That's my number 4, not the dog in Harvest Moon.
No. But like, I think we're now to the point where we can program dog AI a little bit better. But like, I'm guessing
That's where I was getting at. Like, it was probably difficult to do.
Yeah, exactly. And even like in the game that we'll talk about when we get there, you can tell it's really rough, but they did a pretty decent job at it from just watching it anyway. But like, there are certain parts of it just watching it, I was like, I would lose my shit here. I would lose my shit at this dog. And I remember, we'll get there.
But I'm just talking about like you literally the same function as raising your sword up in Shadow of the Colossus. Like that's all I'm talking about is like point the way, dog. Like tell me where to go. Tell me where to go next instead of like reading some shitty sign or opening my map. Like, or why can't I open my dog instead of opening my map? Press B to dog.
Open your dog. Yes, you get out a scalpel, you look in the dog.
That's only if
and I
you
thought they
need to
spelled that
sleep
on the
inside of
outside.
it.
Damn it,
during
you
a
beat me!
snowstorm.
Yep.
I tried. I got really close to getting to it first. I shouldn't have not interrupted you.
Mike, do or do not.
I could talk for 9 minutes about how do or do not is the most misquoted part of Star Wars. And I will. And I think I have on this show already.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not going to now. I know now everyone was waiting for me. I'm not so predictable.
I
I was
wasn't
showing
waiting
some
for you,
restraint.
Weird sort of synergy. Do you know who did the soundtrack for Secret of Evermore?
No.
Who?
Jeremy Soule. Same guy who did Skyrim.
Oh, did he start out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
So there's some connections that.
Yeah.
Who am
I
that?
did not know that. I learned a new
Who's
thing
Jeremy
today.
Soule?
He's the Elder Scrolls composer.
Ah,
Yeah.
that's pretty cool.
Yeah. That is very cool. We both learned something new today, Mike.
I just found out like a couple months ago that like, cause I hadn't actually heard the name Jesper Kid until like the last few years because of like Hitman, but apparently he was been working since I think the 16-bit era. And I was like, yeah, I was surprised. I think it was an episode of Kane and Rince. They were talking about a game and I was like, holy crap. I didn't know that he'd been around that long.
Yeah.
He's not a name to me.
Yeah.
Jesper Kid was like, he my earliest, not really remembrance, but my when I think of his early stuff, it's mostly like the Genesis stuff, like that really metallic, gritty, and very looped style that he did on the Genesis.
Yeah, it's tough with video game composers because like especially like older ones because like they were so secretive like a lot of the times on who did anything in those games. So
like I just found out that the composer of the like Street Fighter 2's soundtrack is a woman, which is like that's really cool.
That is
and she's
awesome.
been around for like a really long time, and she's made some amazing soundtracks since then. It's like
there was a
info I would have liked to have known.
lady who did a bunch of the Mega Man soundtrack music too.
Yeah,
That's pretty crazy.
Indeed.
I don't listen to music and games, so this is all new to me.
You're a monster.
I know, guys. I
and-
know. Well, I don't know. I play a lot of tedious games, so it's like
I was gonna say there is a point where I turn off music and listen to podcasts or something. That, like once you get to a certain point, we're like, yeah, I know what's coming up.
like
here.
700 deaths on Cuphead, Justin. Like I don't need to.
Oh yeah,
Like, I'm
I
good.
totally get it.
I love the Cuphead music though; it's so good.
So do I. It doesn't matter. It's the same reason that Justin hates simply having a wonderful Christmas time. Okay,
Yeah.
Oh, I
like
hate that.
over
well, that
and
is
over
objectively
again.
the worst thing ever created.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah, that is bad. I will bring up an example of something like this. I love the Hades soundtrack. Absolutely love it. But like after hearing and knowing it by heart at certain points, I'm like, I can turn this down. Like it's fine. Like I know what's coming. I've done the fucking 60 something runs or whatever now. I think I'm good.
Yeah.
That game.
It's a shame too, because like that focus on music and like other sound effects is really what it takes to like analyze a movie. And a lot of times when I listen to movie podcasts or whatever, they're just doing it like they're like reviewing a radio play. Like no one like, and so a focus on music or a focus on sound like makes it more like reviewing the art. And so I know I'm not engaging in whatever, but I also have a hard time believing every designer doesn't just get someone in at the last minute. You know, that they're not there at the beginning. It's not like Danny Elfman coming in and being like, oh, let's look at like old Arabic hymns and try and get that. Like I know that's not what's happening for 90% of the games you play.
I think it depends.
I think in the past that's what it was, but I think now it actually is that.
You look at something like Nier and you're like, yeah, they really thought this soundtrack out. Like, it's just like awesome.
We can get to it in Consumption Junction, but I've been really into music on games where it's like vibey and it's not really like involved. Like, all the Steamworld games are really good at that. And so it's not quite music. And so it makes it like cool to listen to the whole time.
Interesting. Well, Julian, there's no good way to transition out of this, but what's your number one dog?
Okay, my number one dog, like, a listener picked this, but I don't care because it's too good, and this is the one where I had to actually stop the podcast last time to write it down. Nice. It is the dog from the dog ending of Silent Hill 2.
It's a very good pick.
So if people don't know, like, I think for sure the first 3 Silent Hills, but I think maybe all the Silent Hills have at least one bizarre ending. So in Silent Hill 1, like, the main character gets abducted by aliens. And
Hold on. This is spoilers. This is exactly what happens on the show. No one's played a game for 10 years, and then it's like, Julian and Justin are going to talk about Mass Effect as soon as Michael bought all 3. Hold on. I'm taking my headphones out.
Mike, there's no way that you're going to find the alien ending of Silent Hill 1.
You don't know. You don't know. Now I'm not. Take it out. Make a hand signal when you're ready.
But no, so the Silent Hill 2 one is, James Sunderland comes into a control room and it's the Shiba Inu at the controls and he says, "It was you the whole time." And then he just like kind of like falls to his knees and then, but that's not the best part. The best part is the ending credits. with the dog doing the dog bark sound or song, and then anytime that Eddie shows up, he just starts growling, because I think that Eddie actually shoots a dog, or he says that he shot a dog at some point in the game, because Eddie's just a giant piece of shit anyway.
Yeah.
But that it's wonderful, and of course I'm putting the audio in here because you need to hear this.
Yes. Yeah, that Shiba Inu, he was very troublesome. I always like how that ending's just not translated. Like, they didn't do the dub for it or whatever. It's just like all of a sudden Japanese or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, I love that little tidbit of it is awesome. Yeah, that Shiba Inu, he caused so many troubles for them with his levers.
Yes.
Damn those levers.
Literally just starting to get into horror games. Literally just starting to play Mass Effect, and then it's like everyone's like, let's just spoil all these games for Michael, and all of his podcasts are like 45 minutes shorter. So I missed out on this segment too. Literally the only thing that like me and my girlfriend do together when we play video games is like Mario Kart and play horror games together. And we're trying to find a new one because Dead Space is a dud. And when we were playing Dead Space, it was not story enough for us. It's got to be like
play Dead Space 2.
Okay, I have both. Yeah, we started with one.
Dead Space 2 I consider to be a near perfect sequel.
Okay.
Yeah, my advice would be like, look, if you're curious, like, because it does tie into the first one, but like just kind of look it up and you'll be all right. Like,
because we loved watching the Silent Hill that you hated, Julian.
Downpour?
Downpour. Yeah.
Downpour. No. It was Homecoming.
Homecoming. I watched. Yeah. That was rad. I liked that a lot. I thought it was.
Downpour was bad.
But now I think we got like the best ending as well. I think that's like part of it. Somebody played through in the way that was most interesting. So.
Right.
Okay. All right. I could see it. All right. Well, my number one dog is kind of an obvious one. I have a lot of runners up here. I put a bunch of shit down, but I like. These aren't my picks. Like, I had Poppy from Samurai Showdown just in case. That's a cool one because he's like part of Galford's move sets and he like jumps in and shit like that. He's cool. I had Cerberus from Hades. But I think my number one dog here is gotta be Duck Hunt Dog.
I was hoping somebody would mention that.
Yeah, I love Duck Hunt Dog.
Yep. I do too. Why. He gets a bad rap.
He gets a bad rap, Julian. Let me tell you something. I'm tired of it. Because listen, I don't think hunting's that cool. I think if you want to hunt, that's fine. But I like how Duck Hunt Dog is not putting up with your shit. He's like, hey, why are you killing all these fucking ducks? This is bullshit. And when you miss, he's like, you suck. You suck. And you do. Because you suck. You suck. You're just shooting ducks. And you probably had the gun right at the screen like I did when I was like 6. Because I cheated at Duck Hunt. It was fine. But yeah, I love Duck Hunt Dog, man. He's got a lot of personality.
He does.
Shoot him. He gets very upset when you shoot him. I can't remember how you shoot him, though. How do you shoot Duck Hunt Dog?
I don't remember shooting Duck Hunt Dog.
I swear there's a way I've done it.
Every one of us tried
those. You can shoot him a little.
Yeah. I feel like there is, but I bet there's not. Like, it's just one of those things in my brain. Like, I feel like it happened, but it probably never did.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, he was great, man. And then
his design is so good too, because it's that Nintendo had a very like Nintendo house style for like those early arcade games, like, you know, Donkey Kong and like Mario Brothers and Hogan's Alley and Duck Hunt. Like, I don't even know how to describe it, but it has a look like it is like a Nintendo style from like those first few years.
Yeah. Yeah, but I just love when you like actually do get the ducks and he comes up from the ground and he just looks very surprised. Just, look at this fucking duck, man. You fucking killed this duck. And he's like so shocked by it. And it's very adorable. He's a good dog. I like him.
He takes me out of it.
People hate him because he laughs at you.
I don't hate him because he laughs at me. He takes me out of it. He takes me out of killing the ducks. I don't feel it. I don't like the design. He takes me out of the, like, that era of game is very, like, involved in what you're doing. And, like, actually pacing wise, it's sort of a thing that doesn't happen as much. This, like, animated thing.
It's a game
You
about
know?
shooting ducks.
Your computer freezing.
Uh-oh.
I think we lost him.
Oh, no.
We might have.
Oh, we might have. Yeah, he's faded out on the Zencaster. It's still going.
Mhm.
Hopefully.
That's good.
Will he rejoin?
Just put a valve in that
Put a better valve in.
opens and closes when it's supposed to. Yeah.
I want my cybernetic stomach valve. To
yeah.
my cyber
Get
sphincter.
Justin his cybernetic eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like cyber eyes.
And do I have to
hide 'em.
pee though? That's the question.
I'd be really happy if cyber sphincter became an actual word.
Oh man, let's see if we can get the URL. I'm looking it up. Hold on.
Cybersphincter.com. No, you know what that's going to be on the internet.
Yeah, but is it though? Because sometimes there's low hanging fruit. Like I have staranus.com. Hold on. Cyber sphincter. No one thought to buy that until me.
Nice.
Looks like there aren't any good matches. Come up.
You might be onto something.
Guys, I might get. Oh, wait. I might have spelled
DNS, here we
sphincter
go.
wrong.
Can you make it cybersphincter.party?
I can make it cyber sphincter. I can make your cyber sphincter any dot. Hold on.
Yeah, I know. .party.
I'm going to get it.
That's the way
I
to
think
go.
I get like one free one of these a year. Like one of the non.org.coms.
This is like a giant bomb bit. What's going on?
Yeah, no, exactly. That's what.
Right. God willing, by the time this episode goes up, cybersphincter.com will redirect to like this podcast. Cybersphincter something. We should be the only result for cybersphincter.
God willing. God willing.
That's what I pray to God for.
Where were we, Justin?
Doesn't even matter at this point.
Mike was complaining about Duck Hunt.
It's not of the era. It's like I can't think of other games where something comes up and it's an animation. Like it's a little bit. I know this sounds weird, but it's a little bit ahead of its time. Like not by much.
What it really is, though, I think it's a callback to those electromechanical things where the stuff would pop up from behind a background
Yeah.
and go back down.
Hogan's Alley is that too.
Which is actually what before Nintendo made the Duck Hunt video game based off their Duck Hunt, like, didn't they do things with like bowling alleys where they put like shooting ranges at the lanes and had people, and that was called Duck Hunt? I think it was something like that.
Wow.
Ooh,
I
had not heard that.
I'm going to look it up on
I wouldn't be surprised.
I want to fact
cybersphincter.com.
check that, but that sounds about right.
It's gonna.
They have a vast history.
Yeah, I mean, and I get the reference, and I feel that. I feel like the shooting, the shooting gallery stuff thing. It's just I don't like the character design. I think it's because he's huge. It's far more detailed than other things of the era. Like, it's sort of like how I'm not a huge fan of these types of games, but like with Dr. Mario, you have that big Mario on the side, and like that kind of unnerves me. Not because it's not cool, but it's like, why am I seeing this like? It's not high res, but it's like I'm seeing this kind of higher resolution version of Mario because he's always much smaller, and it like does something to my brain where I'm like, it doesn't fit, and it doesn't work to me.
You're a weird guy, Mike Fallek.
Yeah.
You're a weird guy.
This is
That's all I can think of.
established.
I'm like, it's a game where you shoot ducks. I don't know why it needs to be. It doesn't need award-winning character design. You shoot the ducks.
But that's actually my
the ducks
point.
fly out. No, the ducks fly out, and you shoot them with the gun.
like
and then they
that
fall
part.
from the sky, and then the dog goes, "Look at the duck," and you're like, "Hey, I got the duck." That's the game. That's the whole game. Sometimes the ducks go fast, Mike. They go fast, and you gotta shoot them with the guns.
And sometimes you shoot at the clay frisbee things. So that sounds fun.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
First of all, let me illuminate you to when I got cut off and my computer laughed at me. What you can do is the gun still works when the dog comes up. You can't shoot it, like it doesn't get hurt, but like the gun isn't deactivated yet. So you can in theory shoot at the dog. It'll go like bang, 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 bang.
Yeah.
I remember
the game.
Yeah.
I love the game. I love every incarnation of it. It's more that I think that's extra effort than is needed. Same with Dr. Mario. I get that that's an added thing that looks cool. I don't think it's necessary to enjoy that game. It's like I actually want less. I actually would be fine with just the ducks and all the things. The dog, takes me out of it.
Mm.
And it's a weird, weird request.
Well, let me blow your mind. When people do go duck hunting, they actually do take dogs with them to go find the ducks and bring them back. That is how that
Yeah, I know all of that too. And plumbers are supposed to have a wrench.
It's real life. Duck hunt is real life. It's as real as it gets. I love duck hunt dog.
Can I tell you guys my craziest thing I actually believe about dogs?
Absolutely not. No.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
I believe that dogs have a communicated culture of art that they transmit via urine. I believe that their territorial urine sprays that they do have more information in them that we can discern, and they have lots of culture and jokes and things in them. Because otherwise, like, the dog knows where its territory is, right? There's no reason to, like, go sniff that urine every time, but they do. Urine is the clickbait of dogs, and I can't prove it, and I can't actually know if it's real, but it's something I genuinely believe in my heart. That's the craziest thing
if dogs had hands, they could pull us out of this conversation. That's a no cat reference. Someone will get it. Someone will get that.
Not me.
So, I was right. There was they called it the light gun shooting simulation or light gun shooting system that Nintendo set up in abandoned bowling alleys in 1973, and that was what Duck Hunt was based off of.
Nice.
The concept came from Hiroshi Yamauchi, who became the president of Nintendo, and guess who developed it?
Yokoi?
Genki Yokoi, yep.
Oh, interesting.
Because he was the mechanics guy. Like, he was the one that liked to fiddle with the engineering stuff.
Yeah. Originally what they did was they used projector screens at the end of the bowling alley lanes, and they shot at them with rifles from the other side.
Oh.
So
awesome.
We all learned things today. I like
We
this.
did.
This is good. This is good.
Yes.
Duck Hunt Dog brought out the best in all of us.
There we go.
The worst in Mike Fallek. But let's move on to listener comments.
We actually got one over at Facebook. It's actually from a new, not new listener, but new person hitting up the show. This is from Benjamin Sayers, and I'm going to read his little preamble here because it's nice. He says, "Hey, Julian, it's Ben from the Square Roots group. Hope you're surviving in the post-election ridiculousness. And Justin, I really love you and your sister on Clickbait Update. Shit's awesome. Love the long rants. To get it out of the way, I'm currently following along on the Square Roots and playing through Fable 2. The dog is awesome, and he helps you find treasure, and you can throw him a ball and give him pets. Well, you can't give him pets. You can just tell him he's a good boy. And I love the animation when he rolls over like he wants a belly rub. And he says, the last plus is that my wife likes watching the dog in the game, so that makes me happy. Thank you, Benjamin, for the nice comment, and also for... Because I think he actually like created a Twitter profile just to follow us and interact with us on there as well.
That's cool.
Wow.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Good job.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
I too like the Fable 2 dog. He's a good boy.
Yep. All right. Are we over on Pixelbit now?
We are over on Pixelbit now.
Pixelbit now.
That's the future of Pixelbit. It's
I was just gonna say it. First up, we have San Andreas. He's a person who talks about video games sometimes. This is what he says about dogs. He says, number one, Amaterasu from Okami. It says, when it comes to dogs, can't really beat a sun goddess and her midget companion.
That's a good one.
That is a good one. I still have not played that game, but I love looking at it.
Mm-hmm. Probably not great saying that word, though, about small people.
I was thinking that. He wrote it.
I don't think a lot of people mean it to be offensive. They just haven't learned that it has gone out of... That it doesn't have the connotation, an innocent connotation anymore. We'll go with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So put that the more you know theme in here.
Yeah.
It's a legitimate educating moment.
Yeah.
Well, and I also still I follow a lot of amateur pro wrestlers, so I'll still see midget wrestling in the as a match because
Oh, they
That's
still use it
what
in
they call
hockey.
Yeah.
It's a league in hockey. And I tweeted at one point asking, I was like, does anybody know this is like the language they use? And like, someone from an organization about this was like, yeah, no, it's not okay. Like, it's not
I think
great.
a lot of people just still use it innocently because it hasn't been. Not a lot of people talk about it, honestly.
Yeah.
Do you know what the
It's like the
name
G
of
word.
those small Tootsie Rolls is?
I just called them Tootsie Rolls.
Yeah.
That's what they're called.
Okay.
Nice.
That's
works.
a major candy company prints that on every bag of Tootsie Rolls, the littlest size, not the dog shit sized ones, just the little the
Yeah,
Well, that's
no,
not actually talking
cat
about
shit.
people, but at the same time, maybe just
yeah. It wouldn't work for any other slur though.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
That's just what we
exactly.
call
Yeah.
Snickers. It doesn't really matter.
Fun size.
Fun size. Fun size would work,
That
but it doesn't offend
That's
anyone.
what every candy does. Yeah, that's what every other candy does. But yeah, the learning teachable moment there. Number 2, he says repeat from Tales of Vesperia. I hope I pronounced that correctly. He's such a good boy, except to Estelle. He can even cook, except the only thing he can cook is dog food.
I should say, if it's come up again, it is a really great character.
It is.
It
And
is
I
a cool
love-
character.
I love the passive aggressive nature, the relationship between him and Estelle. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's quite good. That's
Yeah.
quite good. It sounds like a great dog. And number 3, which is the one I've been waiting for since I went on my mini rant, we have Huey from Haunting Ground. One of the game's key mechanics is building trust with Huey, as he is necessary to protect your damsel in distress character from being gruesomely murdered or mutilated. In fact, the worst ending comes if you mistreat Huey too much.
I mean, you've already mistreated him by naming him Huey.
This is one of the more interesting ones. So, fun fact, I actually got the idea for this stage select because I watched a playthrough of Haunting Ground and was like, oh man, that's such a cool dog. Huey is basically like, so Haunting Ground's weird. It's like they bought the Clock Tower franchise and then they made Clock Tower 3 and nobody bought it. So they were like, well, fuck. We still have this other idea for a game that we want to do in the Clock Tower, but Clock Tower seems to sell like shit, so let's make a new game. Let's call it Haunting Ground, and let's put it out right at the same time as Resident Evil 4, because that's a great idea. So, needless to say, it didn't sell well. But Huey is really interesting, because you have to, like, he basically, they give him to you at one point in the game, and they're like, now you have to train the dog. The dog is its own entity, and you have to, like, scold it if it does bad things. You have to call it, and it will frustratingly not listen to you sometimes, and you have to, like, sit there and build trust between it. When it does a good thing, you have to pet it and tell it's a good boy and all that stuff, and it's interesting. Fun fact about Huey, he is the dog from RE4 that shows up and, does all the stuff if you save the dog or whatever from the bear trap. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is that dog.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I love when Capcom does stuff like that. It makes me so
Yeah.
happy.
Those
fun.
games came out around the same time, and like it's like, yeah, they are. He doesn't say he's Huey or anything, but it's like, look, it's the dog from Haunting Ground. Like, if you'd have to play both of them to know that, but
Yeah.
But yeah, unfortunately,
And 3
Haunting
people
Ground-
did.
Yeah, exactly. Haunting Ground's it's a super expensive game.
It is.
They sent that game out to die.
Yeah.
And it's really sad, but because it's really neat. It's a really, really neat game. But yeah, Huey's cool. I think that was a cool pick. That was him picking this was the only reason I didn't put him on my list.
For sure. Angela, do you want to take the next one from Pixelbit?
Sure. Whoa. I don't know this one. Oh, it's a Pokemon. Okay, that's why I can't pronounce it. Okay, Superstep said Growlithe? Is that how you'd say that? Oh,
Growlithe.
Growlithe, thank you. Of course I screwed that up. I don't play Pokemon, I'm sorry. Growlithe always looked cool.
okay.
It's been so long since I played Pokemon, I had to look the name up. I didn't even know how to say it, so you're better than I am at it.
That's the only one of the dog Pokemon that I know, and I really like his design. He's really
Yeah.
cute.
He's a fire dog. He's pretty cool.
Kind of like a tiger, though.
Fire dogs are pretty
Yeah,
great.
he's like a dog
stripes.
with like tiger stripes. It's cool.
Yeah.
Okay. I kinda
Mostly
wanna
a
see this thing.
tiger that they call a dog is my big beef with Growlithe. Mostly a tiger.
He has a dog face, sir.
Does he have a
Yeah,
snoot?
he's a dog-faced gremlin.
Does he have a snoot that you can boop?
He's not Rick Steiner.
Doesn't really have a snout.
No? Okay.
Not really.
Neither do pugs, Mike. Neither do pugs.
You can still boop the pug snoot. It's a tiny one.
Just saying. It's my only beef with the dog.
It's a dog.
All right. I've never played Silent Hill 2, and I don't want to ruin it for everyone, but I watch a top 10 dogs and games on YouTube, and now I love the Shiba Inu. Holy shit, that's great. Yes, it is. You are correct.
It is. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You did spoil it.
Finally, Okami, I'm not feeling the need to explain this one. You do not. That is correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good pick.
Kami's on my
Good
list.
Six. If you like Zelda games, you'll like it. It's really neat. It's a really pretty.
It is really long, though. I've heard it's like
Yeah.
ridiculously long. That's why I've never like tried to pick it up. I own it. That scares me.
I own several copies of it because I bought it from a collection of somebody who would like just buy the same games for everything. They also have like 9 copies of Echo the Dolphin. I own everything of Echo the Dolphin.
It's Justin's arch enemy.
I know. It's mine too.
That's weird. Why would you do that? It's so weird.
Like, I understand owning 10 copies of Final Fantasy IV because that's what a sane person does.
Yeah.
That,
Or
like,
Diablo.
no one
right?
with an illness would do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, or Diablo 3. Yeah. Mike, did you want to get this next one from Daft Man?
Yes.
I feel that you were the most equipped to talk about this one.
Daftman says at November 9th, 2020, 3:14 p.m. Go back to work, Daftman. I'm not really a dog person. Yay for cats. Correct. But I'm certainly not opposed to them. No, anti-dog. The last memorable one I remember, I was clued off from the memorable part, in a game was in Pokemon Shield, actually. There's an early electric type called Yamper. Oh, it's so cute. It looks like a chubby corgi. Yes. So I caught one and named him Porky Corgi. Correct. He was he was the only Pokemon I gave a nickname to, and he stayed in my party the whole game. Eventually, when he evolved into a lean god of electric destruction late in the game, he was still my Porky Corgi. Oh, it's
See,
really
Mike, that's what you have to do. You find a Pokemon that you like and you just keep it in your party. You don't have to like create the best team.
So here's what's annoying. Is other games have already solved the problem of cute RPG animals. And that's one of the really annoying ones is cute animals in Pokemon. In other games, here's how it works. You have levels and paragons, right? The levels are your actual just leveling up. You gain more abilities to the stats you have. And a paragon gives you different base powers and different abilities, but you have to level up to get there, and you go back to level 1 or 0. In Pokemon, they don't have that. So the evolving is for bullshit, pretty much, just to fucking do it. So there's no, like, even in the TV show, there's this episode where they're like, do I evolve Pikachu or not? Which makes sense from like an RPG standpoint to have this thing of like, oh, should you evolve your character to be a new thing? Like, I think, whatchamacallit does it really well. Fire Emblem, where it's like, you don't necessarily need to upgrade to do this. Like, it might set you to 0 and have new abilities. Like, you actually, if you don't pay attention to that, are going to do shitty. In Pokemon, yeah, you just evolve them. Whatever. It's a better Pokemon. Who cares? Just do it. It's whatever. There's no like effort in that department, and cute stuff and dogs. So it's not surprising that the cute dog is getting screwed the most. And you also have to like usually go, I don't know. I didn't play Sword Shield, Shield Fire, Fire Shield, Shield Forever is like, but there was in the old Pokemon games, you had to go to someone to rename your Pokemon, which is ridiculous. Like a very difficult to find person. Can you just rename them now?
Oh, well, okay. Hold on. Like when you catch them, you can't name them in the old ones?
You can. But if you don't,
you
got to go to somebody that is a pet renamer.
I can't remember. I'll be honest. I played Sword and Shield, and I did like this Pokemon because I had it for a while. Because it's a corgi. What? Of course I did.
See what it looks like evolved.
But I can't remember if you have to go to somebody to name anything. It's been a while since I played that game. I'm guessing that's what you had to do. I named all my Pokemon human names, which made it very confusing after a while. When it's just like, which Pokemon was this? I don't know. I named him Elizabeth. Fuck. Well, I got Elizabeth Thomas. Okay, here we go. Jeffrey's
Does
the
it
best.
suck evolved? It sucks. Oh, it's the most dog evolved. Oh,
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
That's sad. I don't know if I ever evolved it or not.
Yeah.
I don't remember. But he was cool.
Corgis, I call corgis hover dogs because the first time I saw one, it was running. It wasn't running. It was so if they run, they kind of bound. But if they have like a trot where they just sort of
walk
the grass
quickly.
was long enough where it literally looked like it was hovering on the grass, and I almost died. So now they're just hover dogs to me.
They're wonderful.
They're great.
I wish that I was responsible enough to own a dog, but I'm a cat guy. That's my speed.
We have a cat and now 4 guinea pigs, and I actually don't want to get a dog because the house that we moved into has all hardwood floors, and a dog would be bad for both the floors, and that would be bad for the dog too. It's bad on their hips.
Yeah.
They slip too much. So
Makes sense.
that's why we don't have a dog.
You say guinea pig, not cavy. You guys have chosen to be a guinea pig family instead of saying cavy.
Cavy.
That's
Never
what
heard
they're
cavy.
called. Yeah, look it up. Pet documentarian to the rescue.
Interesting. I did not know that. Okay. No, we have 4 guinea pigs now. I don't know how it happened. We call them therapy pigs because we need therapy, so we go get a guinea pig and hold it. It's fun.
Aww. Squishy.
All right. Moving on at Pixelbit, we have Xrian who says, number 3, D-Dog from Metal Gear Solid 5. Nice. He says, the dog has an eye patch. That immediately makes him awesome. He's a great companion and is amazing on the field. And I would agree with you, but you picked a game that doesn't exist, so I don't know where that character comes from. I know we already talked about a D-Dog, but that was in a different game because... I should retire this bit, shouldn't I?
No.
It's just getting old.
I like it. I think everybody else needs to commit to it. Like, I committed super hard and was like agreeing with you that the game doesn't exist. Like, I think let's give it a few weeks where we're all like, yeah, no, I guess he made up a game? Is it like a fan thing? It's like a fan.
There are 4 Metal Gear Solids!
1, 2, 3, 4.
I don't know. The idea of just Fultoning everything is still pretty great. I know it doesn't exist.
It is. The gameplay is great. It's just nothing else about it is a Metal Gear game.
I know.
Number 2, Xrian says, Amaterasu from Okami. The dog is the goddess of the sun. She has multiple kick-ass weapons and looks badass with all those markings. Definitely the strongest dog in my list. And she's a painter, right? Or is she not the one that's doing the ink stuff? Is that supposed to be you?
I think that's you.
I don't remember.
I think that's you.
Oh man, I don't remember. I played like 2 hours of that game, and that was all I ever played of it. Yeah, you could be right. I think that is just like you stop time, right, and then you paint on the thing.
Right.
Yeah, that's like that's the big mechanic.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Because now I have a vague, I don't know if it's just the cover art, but I have a vague recollection of Okami with a paintbrush in its mouth. With Amaterasu with a paintbrush in its mouth, right?
Yeah.
That's why I was wondering if it's the dog that's supposed to be doing the...
I really think it's supposed to be you because it uses the Wiimote and all that, but I don't know. I haven't played it yet.
I mean...
Well, it's a PS2 game originally.
Yeah, like the image is always you with the paintbrush in your mouth. It is Amaterasu doing it, for sure.
I was going to say, to be fair, the dog is magic, so, it can do that. It can stop time. It's a god.
Yeah.
I mean, why wouldn't it be able to...
I say for sure, looking at 3 Google images. I could be totally wrong.
Yeah. I believe you.
Well, speaking of magical dogs, Xrian's number 1 is Sif from Dark Souls. So technically a wolf, but that counts, right? Sif is the size of a whale and holds a legendary blade in its mouth as a weapon. This boss is a pain in the ass, but I'll forgive it for being so badass. That does sound really cool.
That's the one Nick would have picked. It has a really cool, tragic backstory, too.
Everything in Dark Souls has a really cool, tragic backstory. Your healing potions has a really cool, tragic backstory.
Yeah. This one, for some reason, it's rougher because it's a dog, and the dog's just doing what it knows is right, but you still have to kill it. It's really rough.
Yeah.
Because it's just being a real good boy.
Is it rough?
It is, kind of. Once you understand. Oh, you suck.
Wolves are not only technically dogs, there are laws saying how many times you have to breed wolf out of a dog with a dog in order to keep it in your home. You can still breed wolves with dogs and cats with wild cats. It's terrifying.
Yeah, I think there's some breeds you can't legally do certain things with because they're still considered too closely related to wolves.
Yep.
What are the big white ones? Huskies. In some places, they're considered too close to being to wolves.
Yeah.
What about those Mongolian dogs that they're like the size of like a small horse?
Yeah.
Those guys are awesome.
I don't know those ones. Now I got to look them up. Anyway, the point is,
Sam was here.
yeah, the point is you can own wildcats and wolves and stuff. It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
It is weird. And yeah, I don't want to, that's a road I don't want to go down.
Mm-hmm.
Justin.
You sure you don't want to be Tiger King? Come on.
No, see, that's what I was trying to avoid, Justin.
After that, we have our buddy Casey Curran on thepixabit.com, and he has this to say about dogs. He says, number 3, Isabel from Animal Crossing.
Great choice.
Says, every time she updates you on your island is so charming. My niece heavily approves.
My favorite thing in the world was the Isabel Doom crossover. I loved that.
That stuff was
I
awesome.
loved that.
Oh, dude. Yeah. Remember when like the coolest thing in the world was Animal Crossing and Doom crossovers and then the world ended?
Yeah.
Yeah. That did happen. Way to bring it down a notch.
That's
Number
what I'm here
2, Sif the Great Grey Wolf from Dark Souls. He's guarding his master's grave until the day he dies with a sword in his mouth. If that's not a good boy, I don't know what is.
You dorks will know this. What's the name of the Japanese dog that did this kinda? That like took the train every day?
That was a Shiba Inu.
And what was it?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't remember the name. I know the story.
Yeah. Oh, disappointing.
Sorry.
It's not in a video game, so
It's very true. Number 1, he has Rockruff from Pokemon Sun and Moon. He says, my favorite dog, Pokemon. This has sentimental value because it's a rock type and was introduced soon after my dog, Rocky, passed away.
that's probably a good time for you to find that Pokemon, though.
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
Yeah. Angelo, do you want to take this next one from Bookie? It's actually our last one on Pixelbit.
Oh, it's Bookie. Okay.
It is Bookie.
Boy, Bookie can write. This is long. Okay. I have to say, video games are pretty boring if the thing we judge dogs in games is if you can pet a dog or not. What base level garbage? Does canned actor play canned animation? Yay! So I'm going to tell you about a good dog, a very good dog. And it won't be a Final Fantasy game because Rob O'Tone doesn't like Final Fantasy or something? I don't know. I was too busy playing interesting games. Pay much attention to his segment. But I think that's canon.
Burn!
Ouch.
Suck it, Rob!
That is a burn.
I gotta stop for a second.
Get some ointment on that burn, Rob. Suck it!
Oh, look at that first pick. Secret of Evermore. Nice. Is a mana-like action RPG for the Super Nintendo where you can play as a boy and his dog transported from Podunk, USA to a futuristic spaceship. It's not long until our hero and his trusty terrier find themselves crash landing on a world crafted out of an Archaeology 101 textbook. Dusting yourself off, you find yourself in the buzzing jungles of Prehistoria, basically Jurassic Park in a swamp attached to a volcano. And you are immediately attacked by a jungle beast. But that's no ordinary jungle beast. It's just your trusty terrier who seems to be a little phasey from the transporter accident. He turns into a wolf. And just to prove it's your dog, you throw him a stick. But he immediately returns with a giant femur. Jesus Christ, see, close enough? Well, at least now you have your very first weapon to bludgeon dinosaurs with.
I want to give
Secret of Evermore, man.
I want to give
It's
credence
good.
to Bookie's writing. It was Jesus Christ, close enough.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to get his humor in.
I misread it because typically you're supposed to put like never mind. I'm looking for like a little dash for the cutoff thing. Whatever.
Yeah.
You did fine, Bookie.
Yeah,
Don't listen to me.
Yes.
Is it part of the Secret of Mana series? I was unclear when you guys answered
No,
before.
it's not.
No, it's
No.
but they called it Secret of Evermore, I think, to try to like capitalize on at least that part of it.
Gameplay is very Secret of Mana inspired.
Yes, that too.
Okay, but it has nothing to do with like the story.
No, they're related from sort of a gameplay, and that's about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's not just the first area, but there's more. Every area has your dog transmogrify into a brand new beast. Antiqua, which is like all the ancient civilizations rolled into one. Egypt / Mesopotamia / Rome meets the ocean with pirates. Trade your dog's bulkiness in exchange for speed and a godlike image. Literally, your dog is revered as a sacred dog, which all dogs are, to be fair. Complete with a town statue and fawning peons. Gothica, medieval fantasyland, has your dog transform into a terrifying, pink poodle. But at least you can crawl through vents in your Andana disguise in a way that would make Solid Snake jealous. It also has the biggest area where you and your pup split up, which makes it feel pretty unique. Finally, Omnitopia, the futuristic space station from the beginning of the game, has your dog transform into a bullet-barking, 50s-esque toaster robot, just like something from one of our heroes' favorite movies. And most of the dogs do feel different in motion, from the hulking wolf beast from the beginning to the futuristic but energy-wasting zooming of the cyberpup. Good dog. Wait, hold on. Oh, Secret of Evermore had a Final Fantasy IV tie-in? Shit!
I didn't know that, actually.
I didn't know that either.
Yo, Secret of Evermore sounds fucking dope.
It is.
It does.
I'm telling you guys.
I feel bad about sleeping on that for all these years.
Yeah, I played it. I knew somebody that actually had a cartridge back when I was in high school, and I ended up playing it that way. I played that before I played Secret of Mana.
This sounds all. What's it for?
I always play
Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
Ooh, and I'll spend $600 getting it. Because I'm sure.
Well, we're going to go ahead and head over to twitter.com, which is a website where you can ignore everything that is on it and just read stuff from people who interact with you.
Yeah,
and that's the only way that you should do Twitter. First up, we have Xavier Krieger, who is on Twitter at @CadisBane. And he says, first, I have a few quick honorable mentions. Growlithe and Arcanine have been among my favorite Pokemon since I played the original when I was a kid, and thankfully the recent games have enabled me to pet those good puppers. Parappa is also a great dog and deserves to be called out for his great bars. But my favorite dog in gaming is that darn Shiba Inu causing so much trouble in Silent Hill 2. He's just trying to get your attention so you take him for a nice walk.
I forgot that they added, like, the play with the Pokemon aspect in Sword and Shield. I forgot all about that. You can set up camp, and you can, like, throw the ball, and you can pet them and stuff. It's kind of fun.
That's neat.
Nice.
I used to frequent
really
a
cute.
video game store when I lived in New York. When I was in New Jersey. And the main topic I would talk to them about was this idea that Nintendogs will be a very valuable game to own for the Nintendo DS. Because it has the classic earmarks of valuable shit from retro collecting. Nobody wants it. They printed lots of them and they threw them out for garbage. You can buy them for like no dollars. And the last game to be made for a DS, like the actual original DS, was a Nintendogs. And so they had all these theories about why it would be the most valuable game. It still is not, but that doesn't stop the theory from continuing. I was in the Digimon era. I don't know. This is going to tell our age difference. Did you guys have Tamagotchis or Digimon?
Oh, yeah.
I had a Tamagotchi.
My sister had one of those. That's the one with it's a keychain Tamagotchi?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my sister had one of those. My brother would keep stealing it from her and killing the pet, which is kind of terrible.
That's sad. That's sad.
He thought it was hilarious.
I didn't have Tamagotchi. I had Digipets. Those were the other ones that people liked because they had a bunch of different kinds. And I also had Digimon. And I remember there was one kid on the bus who also had Digimon, and we would fucking go.
Digimon is rad. It's so awesome. Still fun to this day.
I just remember the little, like, Tiger Electronics-esque shit where you had to actually, like, know somebody else with one and connect them via
this, like, weird,
powers.
like port. This, like, odd, like, old school cell phone charger thing that would, like, clerp into the other one.
Now we call that docking.
Yeah, it was like a puzzle piece type thing. It was weird, and that's how you battled against each other. And I think I can't remember if I ever won or not. I don't remember if I was that good at training them. I was probably shit at it.
It was dope. Yeah, and the only function of the game was to press up or down. It was pretty great in the battles.
Right. Yeah, I think you're right. All right. Well, up next on Twitter, we have our buddy John Marinkovich. And he is at John Marinkovich on Twitter.com, which is a website that you can go to and talk about what tree you wish you were. But he's not doing that here. He's talking about dogs, and he says, I I think for this week, I was kind of stuck between two of the bestest boys out there for very different reasons. I'm torn between Dog Meat from Fallout 4 and Amaterasu from Marvel vs. Capcom 3. It's not from Marvel vs. Capcom 3. I'm pretty sure those are similar video games, right? I'm pretty sure Amaterasu was not a good character in Marvel vs. Capcom 3, but I learned a couple of his moves, her moves, it's a girl, and used him to kick Blaine's ass all over his college dorm room a couple times. At least until Blaine got much better than I did, and then I never won again. Dogmeat has to be in here too, because he is by far the best companion in Fallout 4. Like, it's not even close. McGrady has that rifle perk if you max out his affinity, and that's really useful if you're trying for a sniper build, but even if you are, once you get that perk, you are swapping straight back to Dogmeat. Want to know why? He doesn't fucking talk. That's very true.
Waste of a
All
slot.
that good boy does is be happy, bite raiders in the arm or leg, making them easier to shoot in the face, and hold your shit between settlements. Well, I will argue with him not being a waste of a slot in Fallout 4, because after you max out all the affinity for these people, like he's saying, like, all they do is say the exact same couple canned lines over and over again, and it gets very old very fast.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah. After a certain point, you're like, Curie, I love you, but I've heard you say the same shit I don't know how many times now. I would dog barking, like, you can kind of ignore it a little bit or whatever, but yeah, so I get what he's saying.
Yeah, I get that.
Was anybody else shocked that this was not? I thought this was going to be like the big pick. I thought everyone was going to do dog meat. I thought this was going to.
I was surprised that dog meat didn't come up until now. Honestly, I'm right there with you.
Yeah, I agree. Especially, we apparently have pretty good amount of Fallout players that listen to the show, so. Yeah, I was kind of surprised by that too, but then again, Fallout 4 not the best liked one, but even though he's in a lot of the other ones.
Yeah, he's in all of them, I think. I think he's in every Fallout.
I think, except for New Vegas. I don't think he's in New Vegas. No, he's not in New Vegas. You get a robot dog in New Vegas, I believe. Yeah.
But I feel like it's one of those dogs that, like, in video games, like, I know people that don't play video games and they know Fallout is like, that's the one with the dog. You know,
right? Yeah, and also the name, like I knew Dogmeat's name even though I had never played a Fallout game, but somehow that was like something that I just like absorbed over the years. Like, it's the dog from Fallout is Dogmeat. Like, I don't know. I'll get to the next one real in a second, but I did want to say that Daftman messaged us on Twitter, and he shared this project that his younger brother did, like back in 2012. It was actually like this like one-man Mario Brothers kids show type thing, and he like wrote his own scripts, and he did all the voices, and he did some pretty bomb editing, man. Like, it's some really good stuff. I'll try to remember to put a link, like, either in the show notes or probably in a comment on the Pixelbit thread. But I wanted to actually, instead of just like writing a comment to Daftman, I wanted to actually tell him, like, that stuff is really cool, and it actually gave me very strong, like, not Super Mario Super Show vibes, but the Mario 3 and Mario World versions of those cartoons. And I thought that was, I was impressed. That was some. Also,
apparently, I'm reading through this now because, like, I usually kind of save the comments until the show, and when this came in, I just assumed it was an episode comment, so I really apologize for not reading it until now. I kind of like to let the comments surprise me now. That's how I flow. That's my game, I guess. But now I'm reading this, and he has a game
suggestion for you.
Yeah, my older brother spent more than a decade making a turn-based pirate strategy game for which I wrote the music.
Nice.
So, Daftman out here doing some fucking work, man. I'll have to look that up on Steam and see it. Yeah, that's cool.
All right, but the actual next comment for Stage Select comes to us from Blaine Faya, and he's on Twitter at Blaine Faya. And I just got to say that my friend Blissy told me that she saw one of his comments on our Twitter feed, and she says that that's how she hears it when she sees the name, and it makes her giggle every time.
Great. I'm happy I've started this.
Yes. Blaine probably is not. He hasn't actually said anything yet.
Probably not. He's probably really pissed off about it. He's just seething every time he hears it.
He says, the dog in Fable? Gotta be real honest, I'm not much of an animal person, you monster.
What? How?
I grew up on farms and dogs.
Hey, wait, I gotta defend. I am a big animal person. I have to defend them. not everyone has to like animals. They don't need to live in our homes. We are the weird ones. It's okay that you don't like them. We're the odd ones. I'm sitting at a desk with a reptile next to me. I'm clearly the weirdo. You're the normal person that doesn't let pests in your home and feed them. Okay? Let the non-animal people live. Leave Brittany alone for once. God, if everyone could just leave Brittany alone.
In hindsight, we should have left Brittany alone.
They still don't leave her alone. There's like a whole thing in COVID where people are like, oh, you're on COVID crack or something. No one leaves her alone ever. We never learn our lesson. Leave Brittany alone. And that's what we in Blaine Faye are saying.
He moves on and says, I grew up on farms and dogs were basically used to keep critters out of barns. So when you give me a dog in video games, I really don't get excited about it. But the dog in the Fable games was pretty neat. The dog in the Fable games was pretty neat. I like him a lot.
I mean, my own theory here as to why he doesn't like animals is because John Marinkovich kicked his ass in Marvel vs. Capcom 3.
Yeah.
With a dog. So.
Or is John so attuned, like we all are with our friends, at how much you can piss off your friends? And he knew, if I beat him with a dog, something he doesn't like, it will be even better to annoy him with. Like, clearly Amaterasu is not a good character. You know, like, you know that from looking at it. Did he choose it because it would annoy him to beat him with it? Or was it from his shame?
You could be on. Yeah. You could be onto something. It's impossible to know.
We'll never know.
We'll never know how deep this rabbit hole goes.
Yeah.
Indeed.
We're through the looking glass here, people.
All right. Too deep. All right. Here we go. Up next, we have PK Becker. Philip. He is at PK Becker. I don't know what I'm doing. Why did I read it that way? We're moving on. He has this to say about dogs on Twitter.com, which is a website where you can share cooking recipes with the rest of the world. He says this. He says, the only dog that comes to mind is not a good boy. It's Panzerhund. Feel free to disregard this comment. I refuse to. I am tired and don't pay enough attention to dogs in games since I have never had a dog.
At least you're honest.
What's Panzer from?
Wolfenstein games. Yeah. But actually, in Wolfenstein, the new Colossus, he's a good boy at one point because you actually get to control one of the Panzerhunds, and that's pretty neat. That's actually a pretty neat level. All right, next up on Twitter, we have Jeffka, who is on Twitter at Jestoff, and he says, sorry, there is no best dog. They are all good and deserve love. D-Dog, Dogmeat, Rex, Amaterasu, Sif, Rapide, Arcanine, the Mabari Hound, Sandy from Dragon Quest XI, that one Corgi who controls Silent Hill and has the funny song. All of them are the best. That's a comprehensive comment, Jeffka.
Yeah, I apologize for my wording on the stage select, Jeff. I'm my bad. You know, I should have said favorite, you know, but then I would have had to force you to choose. I understand it's very hard. You know, I have a comprehensive love of dogs.
While we're being snippy, I'm aware canine is in the animal's name. I'm aware Arcanine I get it, but it's not. It's pretty much a fucking tiger, okay?
It's a hybrid.
Agree to disagree.
It's not. It's just generic animal. It's not like it's not a dog. Doesn't matter. Moving on.
And last but not least, on Twitter.com, we have our buddy Esteban Islas, and he is at Expired on Twitter.com, which is a website where you can show people pans that you made out of metal. And he says this. He says, last minute choices. I forgot to jump in on this earlier. Hope I make it. You did. Good job. We're all very proud of you. He says, rapid fire picks for best dogs. Dog from Duck Hunt. For turning a new leaf and working with the duck to fight challengers in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Parappa, because a rapping dog.
Yep.
That's when I kind of was like shocked that more people didn't pick. And I'm cheating a bit here, but Palamute from Monster Hunter Rise. There will be some great dogs in that game. Is that like coming out?
Yes, that's the new one that's coming out, and so because they've always had the Palicos, which are your pal Calicos, but now you've got dog versions which are your pal Malamutes or Palamutes.
I haven't been paying attention to video game news, and I missed this announcement, so that's on me. Interesting. Yeah. That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, good choices.
All right. Well, that is it for Stage Select. Thanks to everybody who submitted. I'm not going to introduce the next Stage Select right now because it's going to be a while before we actually need those submissions. So the next episode that we record next week, we'll let you know what the stage select and cage match picks are. So for now, let's go ahead and jump on into Consumption Junction.
Now Michael has to pee. Give me 2 seconds.
So Mike Fallek, the last time that you were on the show, you had to leave prematurely. So it's been actually a long, long time since we have heard from you on a Consumption Junction. So I'm going to let you start off. Consumption Junction, Mike.
Okay. I know the responsibility here, and I know the hesitancy of everyone thinking, okay, this is a serious thing that I'm actually asking, and it's going to sound like I'm being cocky or it's just a bit. There is a chance I'm very good at video games.
Oh, no, that's 100% true.
Okay.
Because I beat Cuphead on the normal difficulty, so I've unlocked expert now. Mm-hmm. I beat the boss, I got the passive mode, I got the black and white mode. There's a chance I'm good at video games. And I can't decide, and I've been floating on this for a while, of like, should I pursue some sort of speed run record? Should I try and go after something like that? And playing Cuphead was like the verge. Do you think beating Cuphead is a sign that I'm actually good at video games?
Well, you're asking two different questions, though. If you're talking about getting into speed running, the only way to answer that is, are you okay with playing the same game exclusively over and over and over again for like a year?
So this is the thing is like, yes, because effectively all I did was play Cuphead over and over and over and over and over again, in beating it.
Right.
And I have a past with training in martial arts. And so I can get into that headspace of just doing the same thing over and over again. The question is, I do not pursue martial arts or sports in trying to do something big or on that level, because that's not gonna be me. Like, I'm decent at that. I have to work very hard. I'm never gonna be some prize fighter ever. Never gonna be professional ever. But is it plausible for me to like do something in Cuphead and work at that? Am I at that level in just being someone who can beat it and get all these modes?
Let me tell you something. You have come on this show the last few times and you have casually talked about beating Ghosts and Goblins or this old NES game or that old NES game that I can't get past level 3 on. You're actually really good at video games and it's kind of frustrating.
Yeah, I don't find it as frustrating because I accepted years and years ago that I'm terrible.
Yeah.
Well, I know, but we've been playing them for like our entire lives, and he just started.
I really did just start.
Come on.
I'm fine with that. Like that does not bother me. I don't know why it doesn't bother me, but like it does not bother me. But yeah, on the speedrunning front. Okay, I would have to see you play the game and be like, you got potential, kid, and I don't know enough I'm not good enough to tell you that. Also, it's very much like Angelo said, you are going to have to play that game non-stop. And he said a year, that's undercutting it by a lot. These guys, like, speedrunners, like, play those games like...
That's all they do.
Yeah.
All they do for years and years and years. Like, they have found a game.
It was really funny to hear a Resident Evil speedrunner after Resident Evil 2 Remake came out, because, like, it sounded like he did not even, like, take the time to enjoy the game. He was just like, oh, yeah, so you can do this, 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 and this. And it was, like, his first run through the game, and he was already, like, looking for ways to, like, maximize his run. Mm-hmm. And it was like, do you actually like this? Or is it just a thing that you do now?
So that was sort of what I thought, because I told Justin about this. When I beat Cuphead, 2 things happened. One, I didn't understand what the good or the bad ending is, which, by the way, people, so can I spoil Cuphead a little?
It's Cuphead. Mm-hmm.
So at the end, when you get all the contracts, the devil will be like, hey, do you want to join me in hell and be like a minion and be like a general in hell? And you can be like, yes. And the game ends with Cuphead and Mughead as generals in hell, and you beat the game. That's the quote unquote bad ending. So I knew there was a good and bad ending, but I didn't know that that was the good ending or bad ending. I just thought that was a funny thing. I thought maybe there's a good ending if you did it in a certain amount of time. So as soon as I beat the game, I've been playing this game nonstop, nothing else. There was zero satisfaction. I had to go back and try and beat it on expert to get a quote unquote good ending. I had to I think I had skipped part of the cutscene at the end. So I wanted to see that instead of watching it on YouTube. Like, my level that I've gone up since beating Mega Man 3, since then, when I beat that, I was like, oh, this is amazing. I was running around my apartment to a few years later being like, I have to play immediately again the last boss on Cuphead, over and over and over again. That's a weird flip. And so that thing of playing it again, it feels like maybe I am at that point where I could be like, I don't care about anything else other than speedrunning Cuphead. But I can't tell if I'm so that's a small. I needed Angela. You haven't weighed in as whether or not I should pursue this.
You know what you should do. Let me before we flip it over to him. You know what you should do if you want to find out. Watch other people actually speedrun Cuphead and see and start looking at what they're doing. Because I guarantee you there's a community out there doing it.
And you can probably find YouTube videos of people practicing their speed runs. That's probably more what you want to watch instead of an actual speed run. You want to see what actually goes into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's probably a streamer that does it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure. On the Kane and Rinse podcast when they covered Ghosts and Goblins, one of the guys on there was actually he does I forget his YouTube channel, but he apparently he picks a game and then he tries to speed run it or get close to speed running as he can. Oh no, I'm sorry, that's not what he tries to do. He tries to do 1 credit clears. So he plays the game until he can do that. And so he was talking super nitty gritty, nuts and bolts about the stuff in Ghosts and Goblins and the RNG of it and everything. And it was very fascinating to listen to, but not my bag.
The thing is I never watch anything when I play it. To me, the joy of games is figuring it out. It's I don't, and talking about 1 credit clear is essentially you can't beat a game like Contra if you can't do a 1 credit clear. You have to play the whole game all the way up through and getting all that stuff. So it's for me, I don't know whether my joy is actually beating it. I think my joy is figuring it out. That's what I'm concerned about.
Oh yeah, and I don't mean watch an entire speed run. I just mean watch how the process and see if that interests you at all. And honestly, if you documented it, I think that would be really interesting.
Speedrunning isn't necessarily about figuring it out either. So if that's what you're looking for, that's probably not what you want to do. Speedrunning is a lot of kind of everybody as a group who plays that game getting together and trying to optimize it. And, I discovered this. Oh, I discovered that. Is this path faster than this? And they'll have different people try it out, and they'll actually come together to try to figure out the optimal path. It's really about execution. So doing that over and over and over again until you can just, to the pixel, get exactly what you want out of one particular level, and then doing the next one. If I were going to get into it, and I'm not, I would pick a game that I'm really familiar with and that's really short. I think I would pick Dr. Wily's Revenge for the Game Boy, Mega Man Dr. Wily's Revenge. It's a short Mega Man game. It is one I know really well. I know when I was a kid I played it obsessively. I can one life it. It's one of those deals, right? I would take something like that and use that if I wanted to test speed running to see if I was into it. I just know that isn't for me because I'm more into exploring, discovery, figuring things out. Not it just doesn't sound like something I would really enjoy personally.
Yeah. And that's where I'm at with it. All right. I've got everyone's perspective. We'll see. Yeah. But documenting it could be good, Julian. That actually got me interested.
Yeah. Well, here's my suggestion. You can pick a game that nobody gives a shit about.
Yes.
You should speed run the NES version of Total Recall.
Yes.
You should be the best speedrunner at the NES Total
You
Recall.
joke.
Or Time Lord.
But I have the Astro Boy game for the DS, and I feel like I love Astro Boy and no one gives a shit about that game. Maybe I'll speedrun that. Who cares? Okay. These are all ideas.
Yeah.
All right. Ideas. Anyway, I played Cuphead. Y'all played Cuphead? Cuphead's pretty good, man.
Yeah, I tapped out on it. I think on the third area,
Third world, yeah.
I got to the beehive one.
Oh, that's that. That's the final world, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's as far as I got, and it wasn't that it was too hard. It was at some point I just kind of fell off of it, and also I do think that like that particular game, it feels like it doesn't follow its own rules all the time, because it definitely felt to me like there were times when hit detection wouldn't necessarily be consistent, and that got a little frustrating for me. Like, there are definitely times where I felt that like my deaths were not my fault, and usually in games that are super hard like that, it like if they're really, really well tuned, like every death is 100% your fault, and like, you know, you just messed up. But there was definitely a good enough number of times in that one where I felt like, oh, I just got screwed. That was, I did that fine, but it didn't count.
There's two things about it that are interesting to me coming off of retro games. One is the rules that like we would play off of being old school gamers, like the hit detection box. That doesn't exist anymore. It is very precisely like you have to hit the body of this character. Like, for example, in one of the early levels, it might even be the first level, there's these flower creatures that come down. And like using old school Mega Man or Contra type logic, you think like, oh, I just need to get like kind of near them, but you don't. You actually have to hit like exactly on the stalk. You can't hit the flower, like the petals either. To that end as well, unlike Mega Man, where there is bullshit scenarios where you like walk into a level and it's like a giant cog is going to come at you. If you don't know to jump or if you don't know to do this, you get hit by that cog. Fuck you. Yeah. You just need to memorize it. Cuphead's not that way. Cuphead's randomized. And so it follows the rules of Contra, where it's like, we're going to throw enemies at you. And in general, some of the big stuff is going to be in the same place, but a lot of the moves and shots and stuff is random. There are scenarios where the way to beat it is, you know what to do. You have to reload until it gives you the right bounce. And that's like, that's why you die so much playing that game. Cause it's like, I literally can't beat it. Like you can't beat that. Like I thought that made it more frustrating, but I think it's worth sticking with. I think it's very sad. Like, playing with the weapons is important.
Definitely. Yeah, because there's definitely certain weapons that it's like, oh, I absolutely need this particular one for what I'm doing on this boss. And it might be different depending on who you are and how you play. Yeah, it's a really great game. Like, I would like to see them do something where it's like more level based and not, I mean, they have some levels in there, but you know, really the bulk, and originally the game was only boss fights, and then they added, you know, some of those run and jump levels, but I would love to see them do like a full-fledged platformer in that style.
If I'll give you a tip now that we're being good at this, turn the music off in Cuphead. The sound effects are like big cues. And so if you turn the music off, you get way better at the game. The music is really cool and like old school jazz, but it's super distracting. Yeah. And a lot of the characters have very obvious tells if they're like, and then they're about to shoot. And then the other weapon to use is, there's one weapon that's like a boomerang, and if you face backwards, it goes behind you, and that's like a key weapon in the game. Like in my opinion, it's the most important weapon. Is this like, because then you can face away from the enemy and like kind of run away while at the same time filling the level with bullets the whole time. Like, and especially in that level with the beehive, like that's a super like vertical level, and you can kind of like just keep filling it with bullets while you're not shooting, and it's pretty effective. And that's a stronger weapon than your pea shooter if you're up close to someone than that Mega Blaster. I liked it a lot. I don't watch a lot of cartoons from that era. I hate Betty Boop. I'm not a Popeye fan. I like Max Fleischer in theory, who's the guy that did a lot of those things, because he did rotoscope, really. I was surprised at how much I responded to the imagery. I was like floored by it.
Yeah.
It almost taps into like this kind of universal osmosis, at least like in America. Like you just kind of, even if you didn't grow up watching those cartoons, you just somehow kind of know it. Like it's hard to explain.
Yeah. After that, I've been playing all the Steamworld games. I don't know if you guys are into them.
Angelo, you played.
I played
a couple, right?
I played Steamworld Dig, the first one. I liked it. It was good. It was fun. It was short, but I had a good time with it. So
I've played in the time since I was going to tell you about this on the first episode I was on, when SteamWorld Dig, SteamWorld Dig 2. There's like a tactical one where it's like what's it like, Angela? That game that everybody plays.
Isn't it like
like
a
Worms.
it's like 2D though. It's like a platformer view, but it's a tactical game, right?
Yeah, it's like Worms, or what's the other one that people play?
My brain is going
Scorched
Earth.
Earth?
That's yeah.
Yeah. And so you you're in a 2D platformer view and you go and you shoot.
Yep.
And then I played SteamWorld, like it's like a RPG. It's on Steam, and like which is really interesting because it's like poker, which I was not used to.
Oh, it's the card one. I've heard of that one.
Yeah.
I haven't played that one.
It's pretty cool because it combines like a poker element with an RPG game. So you have to like essentially draw your moves every time. You're not guaranteed.
It's not really poker. It's like trading card game.
No, it's like poker.
Is it
It's deck building, I think.
No, but it's not. In the game, there's deck building that's involved, but the main function of the game is playing kind of a game of gin rummy or poker, where you're trying to get rid of your cards and play them in succession to get like the most out of it. So there's different, like, it's not deck building like other games like that. You have to you're disposing cards every round in order to get new cards, in order to make combos either like 4 of a kind or 2 of a kind with someone else's thing. It's more like a game of gin rummy than like what I would call a deck building game like Magic or something.
Right. Okay. Gotcha.
They're really good. Like, it's this underrated studio that I just feel like every time I talk about, I feel like nobody knows them, and I always feel like I'm behind on games. And this is like the one instance where I feel like I was kind of a part of a fanship that like doesn't really exist.
I always hear really great things about the SteamWorld games, but I have literally never seen one. Like, I don't even know what they look like.
I was going to say, they definitely have a fan base. There is definitely people that really like those games. I just never like sat down and played them. I've taken a look at them a few times, but like in screenshots probably just don't do them justice, I'm guessing. Like, I'd have to like actually sit down and watch somebody play it to get it, because every time I look at a screenshot, I'm like, I don't know if that's for me. Like, that's always how I judge it, just by looking at it, which is bad. But I tend to do that with those games. But and there's always the thing of like, I'm just not in the mood for that type of game right now. But yeah, there are people that like those games. You're not alone.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why they've made so many of them in a relatively short amount of time. Honestly,
yeah, they would have quit. Trust me, if they didn't have a fan base, they'd have been like, "Well, we're broke now. No more."
They have a game coming out for, I think that's already out, maybe for Xbox, the big one, whatever the big new Xbox is, the chunky
Series
Xbox
X?
chunk. Yes, Xbox Series Big. That like has nothing to do with SteamWorld, but it's the same studio. So
interesting.
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm just kind of foisting this upon you guys to play it and tell me if it's good when I play it like 10 years later.
You just like need our approval.
Yeah, Justin, I'm constantly self-conscious. I need a validation all the time.
I understand. I just was making sure. All right,
I played Persona 4. That's dog shit. I'll talk about more about that later. I'm trying to think what else I even am playing now. I think that's me tapped out for video games. I watched a lot of different anime, but I don't want to get to everybody else's stuff. What else the fuck did I play? Man. See, the problem is now is like we talked about Angela misleading me on Thief. The problem is now I'm moving. So like all my stuff is like kind of away. So usually when we do this, my games are like in front of me. Right now, I'm just like, I don't have them here because I don't remember as much like on those same fronts.
You just randomly beat Ninja Gaiden 1 through 3 and Super Ghouls and Ghosts.
I have not Super. I don't like the one for SNES. No. Man, what the hell else did we...
Bionic Commando. All the games that I can't finish.
I am thinking of beating Bionic Commando, so if that's one that will annoy you, then I'm definitely gonna do that next. I'm working. I've been working on a game. That's like a big thing that I didn't talk about the last time. Like I've been trying to dabble with going into games, and so I'm remiss to not mention that I'm the art director on my friend Alex Fleming's game called Ultimate Dungeon Cleaner, the plot of which is after all of the battles in like D&D, there's a gremlin that's a janitor who cleans up the dungeon.
Yep.
And that's what your game is you go through and you clean the dungeon. So it's been pretty cool.
Was that Viscera? What did they call that game?
Yeah, Viscera. Oh God,
something detail, isn't it?
Yeah, Viscera.
That's
Cleanup
it.
Detail or something like that. Yeah, you go up after like, isn't it like a first-person shooter?
One of them is oh gosh, what was that one in the Duke Nukem engine where you were playing the ninja? Why can't my brain go there? Shadow Warrior. One of them was Shadow Warrior.
Keep thinking one was like Half-Life or something like that, wasn't it?
Could be.
I keep thinking that's what it was. Like it was like, oh man, it's
like that, but for D&D, which is a great idea.
Yeah,
I like that.
Cool.
And Alex is super into like a certain era of games as well. And so it's like a top down thing because me and him both like the original Gauntlet and like all those types of weird.
Nice.
Yeah, which, okay, here's something. I buy a lot of these collections so that I can play games. And literally, I've been on the internet for months trying to find a copy of Smash TV, speaking of top-down games. And I'm like, okay, can I get it here? And literally somebody's talking to me about a collection they own. I'm like, I own that collection. And make sure to check what games come in like your weird PlayStation collections of shit. Cause I've owned Smash TV for 3 years now and I could have been playing it. And that's the last game that I haven't played, which I have not yet not played, which is Smash TV. Also Snood on my phone.
Is it on a controller with twin sticks? Because that's crucial for that.
Yeah,
game.
it's on PS2.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
There's other versions, like there's the Super Nintendo version, and I like that was a great
doable,
back in the day.
But yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think that was part of my
a great way to
enjoyment
play
of Cuphead was like I played on this guy on a computer. So like
Nice.
that I think that was a big part of it. But yeah, I like top-down games. I've wanted to play Smash TV. Did y'all play Snood though? More importantly, is the only other game.
That was another college game
Yeah.
that I played a lot of. Was Snood.
Yeah.
Yep.
Playing a lot of Snood on my phone. The only anime I want to mention, I watched Dorohedoro. You can at me and we can talk about that. I've been watching JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Oh boy.
nice.
Oh boy.
So I like it a lot.
Yeah.
I think it's a return to form. Like, it's not deep. It's not like, it's self-aware in a weird way, but it's like, it's just meant to be outlandish action and like anime logic. I like that. I think it definitely proves that like the sexy objectification of people in anime should be done more for both the sexes. It's not as though I'm getting any homoerotic satisfaction out of the show. It's more that I've realized I was not getting any satisfaction out of the hot girls in the show either. And it's just something that I've gotten used to in anime. And I just think it should be done more because it celebrates this weird element of the human form in like sexifying everything. And it kind of proved to me like, yeah, there should just be more of this. And that's been my philosophy when I draw stuff is like, make the guys super sexy too. It kind of proves it's the not the exception that proves the rule. It proves that people need to start doing it more. Cause like, I think there's this bad attitude in anime about gay characters that they're always super sexually aggressive and like off-putting and but then like background sex stuff of like a girl in a bikini or a girl, whatever, is just kind of accepted. And it's like, there's no reason not to do it. That's like,
that whole thing is Japan as a culture, more or less. Like and this is like every Atlas game. God, there's always something in a Persona game. They actually, in Persona 5 Royal, they actually cleaned up one part of that game from the original, from what I know. But there's, their perception of gay people in Japanese almost anything is always very bad. I mean, they're also not the best with racial stuff.
I was going to say,
they're pretty bad.
Like they're like a good 50 years behind America in terms of most like not cultural stuff, but as far as like the way that like they perceive like
acceptance.
Yeah, like different races and different genders and different sexual identities and different like Yeah, just they seem to be about a good 50 years behind us, and that's saying something.
But it's weird because sometimes they crush it. Like, that was one of the things I liked about Nier was how they handle Kaine's character was freaking perfect. But then they don't,
but,
you know?
Because I think there's a thing there where, like, they'll try, like, certain creators will try to push that envelope. It's this weird thing where, like, they kind of have to hedge their bets. So, like, you know, you might have, like, a trans woman in, like, a anime or something like that, but she will say, "Oh, I'm actually really a man," right? Like, I just like, you know, I just like dress like this or whatever. And so, like, they can't go the full way. And I saw this really interesting post about Death Stranding talking about how, like, you know, being bisexual is like a very like frowned upon thing in Japan, but there's so much like obvious like homoeroticism in Death Stranding, especially with like the way that Norman Reedus is depicted and stuff like that, and also just the way that like Kojima talks about Norman Reedus and talks about Mads Mikkelsen, like just as his friends, that we get the impression that yeah, he's probably really into them in more than a friendship way, but he can't actually say that or can't come out and do it, but it comes out here and there in his work, you know, like, and I thought that was a very interesting take, and it made me think about some things in Death Stranding a different way, and I was like, there might be something to that. I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah.
I think that one of the things that I always try to remember with manga and anime too is like when we say like Japan is or Japan is not, like, honestly, I have a self-consciousness. Like, I don't know if you guys have noticed. If you do a thing about a year of video games or a video game I don't know, I don't comment because I really have to know like everything if I comment on something. And so like the only thing I know about Japan that like was really solid to me in terms of understanding it as a culture is like their output is insane. You got to remember they put out manga episodes like every, you know, we get a 32-page comic every month. They went black and white. They put it out, you know, as much as they can every week. They have magazines where they put shorts out. Like, it's crazy. They were way hip into online stuff, so they didn't have to do those things. Their output is nuts. And so, like, I think if you judge Japanese culture as like a whole based on like when they do it good or don't do it good, it's like if you can only name a few instances of it being good, then there's a lot more of everybody else. Like, it's like every week they're actively fucking up.
Yeah.
It's just funny because when they do it good, they do it so good. Well, you know what though? And that makes me wonder if it's accidental. Like, did they accidentally do it so good? You know what I mean?
It could be.
Huh.
There's
somewhere it's like the dubbing, you know? There's somewhere I was like, I know that gay character probably isn't as shrill in Japan, but some hack voice actor had to do, you know.
Usually when they depict a gay character in Japan, like, they're as, like, flamboyant as they can get.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if that was just, like, them trying to interpret what the original Japanese, like, actor did. Unless it could be just a very bad dub as well. Like, that's definitely possible.
Well, either way, it's like, who does it actually bad? Because there's still the dude here who could be like, you know, you don't make them say whatever. You can change the dialogue to be funnier and localize it. Like, someone could say, hey, guys, like, we actually don't want to do this weird gay character. Could we change the voiceover to be a little bit less out there? You know, like, they could do that.
They are getting to the point where they are starting to, like, localize like that a little bit more. Like, where they're kind of like, hey, this sort of thing doesn't fly in other countries or, you know, America or wherever. Maybe we change this around, you know, in the localization. Like, localization teams are getting a little bit better about stuff like that. So, at least, you know, I hope.
That being said, the thing that that's the background design element of it. The thing that I thought was really interesting was how self-aware and like forward-thinking that stuff was for not just the genre of art, and how fucking old school and stupid the plot is of that show. Like, it is just magic shit
Jojo's
happening. It's nonsense and it's pure just anime. Like, magic shit happens. And why? Because, I don't know, loud and fighting. And yeah, there you go.
and random music references.
Do you get them? I was going to ask
time.
that. I don't get all of them. I'm sure I had to look up Lisa
Really?
Lisa. I was like,
Robert.
well, I got
E.O.
that one. No,
Speedwagon don't do
no, I
nothing
got
for
Robert
you.
E.O. Speedwagon. But I'm sure there's a lot more that I'm
Red Hot
missing, is my point.
Yeah, they go, if I remember correctly, and I haven't watched all of JoJo. I've watched like maybe a season and a little bit beyond that. I can't remember exactly. But each one tackles a different time period of music. Like, so like they'll get to like where they have like Notorious B.I.G. is a stand or whatever, shit like that. Like, I'm not even kidding.
No,
like, I think that's real. And like, I know like Red Hot Chili Peppers is one at some point. Shit like that. They go by like different years or whatever, and it's constantly switching up, which is really neat. I really, because it goes with the whole like time element of that show, so
It took me a lot of years to get the music references in Chrono Trigger. Like, it was a long time. Like, I was probably in my like
Flea
early
and-
20s
yeah.
by the time I got it. Yeah.
Flea and,
Ozzy, Flea, and Slash.
Yep.
Oh, okay. That's the other game I played, Julian. Firewatch.
Okay.
I
feel like you would not like that at all.
I fucking loved Firewatch.
Okay.
Okay, I just can't peg you at all. It's
No,
I give
there's
up.
no way. There's no way to. That's my whole point, Julian. Dedicate and commit and make yourself seem like you're pigeonholed and then flip it around because it's not that big of a deal. Like, that game, I had like an hour. This was one of those times where my girlfriend's very tolerant, and like I spoke for about an hour not shutting up about how cool that game was.
Yeah.
The idea that I'm going to spoil Firewatch. Just go turn off the show and play Firewatch. Okay. The idea that in the beginning sequence, you make all these choices, and it's this great, I've lost people to dementia and Alzheimer's and all these things. It's like, you make these choices in the beginning and none of them mattered. Like, that is like, wow, what a powerful game commentary. And like, that hit me like really hard. Like emotionally, like we all cried when this game was over. 2 points hit me really powerfully. One, the idea of having this relationship with someone at a distance who you're not sure if they're real was like, just like the most amazing commentary on modern times that you can think of, and just emotions in general. Like the person in the radio is more real to him than his wife. Not just because of the dementia or whatever, but because he didn't really connect with her before that in this way that he feels guilty about. And then like the part that like I was like very moved by as an artist is like the game ends, and this is real spoilers. The game, have you guys finished it or yeah, right?
I did.
oh, it's fine.
Yeah,
I
Justin
haven't,
doesn't
but
care.
that's not. I would rather hear about it than. Yeah,
So the
go ahead.
game ends, you find out, the game is amazing misdirection. The whole time we were playing, we played it all in one day, me and my girlfriend and her sister, and we were just like speculating because the game makes you think there's all these conspiracies going on. And pretty late in the game, you find out that there was this guy here who worked here before you, and like the pictures like are even meant to imply like, is it you? Are you this escaped person? And like you're actually like hiding from whatever, and there's all this great misdirection. You find out late in the game that he has a son. And in doing that, you know he has a son early on and all these things, and you know he's into like the adventure stuff. And like if you actually open up one of the drawers, you find a 20-sided dice that you can roll. It's like a little bit of an Easter egg in that it's always there in that shack. If you look through one of the drawers, there's a D&D dice in there. And you find out he's into these adventure things, and the dad is kind of really into outdoorsiness and athleticness. And I'm going to try not to cry, but it's like the game ends with you find the kid dead in a cave. And you also shortly before that find his little hideout that he made with D&D stuff. And the part that hit me in doing art was this is a game made by a game designer. And how real is it that somebody is saying like, I want to teach the dad character wants to teach his son how to be an adventurer. and like encourage the idea of outdoorsiness and all these different things. But the kid says like, no, I want to stay inside and do dorky stuff, which the parallel is so obvious of like, outdoorsy people are using adventuring rope. Outdoorsy people are, you know, climbing and using gloves and seeing if they can climb over something and doing a climb check and all those different things. That's their real life when they do outdoorsy stuff. But it's made by a game designer who says, I want to encourage people about being outdoors and dream about the outdoors. But if I were to do it in the real world, it's dangerous. And that's the reason I don't want to go outside, is because that's not me. That doesn't excite me. What I see when you say to go outside and do that stuff is the real reality that you're living in a fantasy world. I'm not. I'm not living in a fantasy world. You're living in a fantasy world where you don't think you could easily trip over a rock and crack your head and die. I'm living in the real world where staying inside is safe. And like the symbolism of, I was only interested in outdoorsiness because of this outdoorsy game and the fact that I was drawn to the elements that were outdoorsy, even though it was a game, was like this cycle of just like, wow, like this is not something that just this guy thought of. This was something that like this guy pushed against. Like, I don't want to go outdoors. I want to stay inside. And yet, it's the best time I've had outdoors in a while. Like, I'm not going hiking. You know, I think it's the only game I've seen in the past 15 years that makes trees actually look like interesting. And like, I like looking at it. It's like actually gorgeous, but it's inside. It was an incredibly powerful game on that front. Yeah. I was a big fan.
Me too. Yeah.
Nice.
Did you get hit in the same way? Julian is like, I don't want to be the person outside. I want to be like, am I the only one? Is that the obvious themes of like it being a video game?
I think, no, you read way more into it than I did. I think my thing was that like, oh, the guy's kid died. That sucks, but it's a kid. So I'm not, you know, it's like if it had been his dog, you know, like
it's funny. Because I'm the exact opposite. If it's kids, I lose my mind.
Yeah, because you're a father. Like
that has something to do with it, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I think that like the idea too that like that's a classic way that a dungeon master gets you is probably what hit it for me. Is like a classic way that a dungeon master punishes the too adventurous traveler is like, and they'll tell you to do stuff like this. It's like, make them trip climbing something and show them that there's fucking real world consequences to their actions. Like that's a thing written in the dungeon master's guide. Like give them an early check to show them that they're going to get hurt if they just rush into stuff. And it's like, no, but real life is like, yeah, you get hurt. And I didn't have anything with my parents where like they wanted me to be like outdoorsy, but I did, you know, I did want to be inside. Like that was, me and Julian were talking about this before. Like, I would tell friends, like, yeah, what are you doing Friday night? Like, I'm going to go home and watch TV. And they'd be like, no, let's go do something fun. It's like, I just described the most fun thing on the planet is going home and watching TV. So what do you want to do?
There's a reason why I've never broken any bones.
Me neither. Yeah. Oh, that's not true. I've broken bones, but not major ones, fingers from doing stupid stuff.
Yeah, those are my broken bones right there. Fingers. Yeah.
The dementia stuff was good. I will cry if we start talking about that. But it was powerful. It was powerful shit, and it wasn't heavy handed.
So I played the beginning again before we were talking about like the characters that we were most like, because I picked the main character from Firewatch, and that hit me more now because I realized the age that his wife was when it started to show, and because I've actually been actively getting worried about getting early onset dementia, just because like I'm super like in the category to get it just the way I live my life, especially during COVID. So it's like, oh, that is the thing that I do not want to happen to me. Like, I don't mind getting old as long as I still have my faculties. If I lose my faculties, like, I don't want to be here anymore. And that's like terrifying to me. So that hit me way harder now, just a couple years later.
I could go on about this game forever. So you guys tell me when I'm getting annoying. But like, there's also this thing of like, so I'll tell a personal story. I gave the eulogy at my grandmother's funeral about dementia. And my message was like, there's stuff like I'm a really petty person. And like sometimes forgetting things like makes you happier. And so like maybe like we can all try and forget shit. It didn't make me any less petty, but it was something beautiful I said. And like the ending of the game to be like, let's just pretend this was all like a bad dream is sort of the message in the romance is like, no, it's not real world. We're living in a fantasy. There's this element of what's real and what's not real. And his real wife isn't there anymore. And the fictional romance that never happened. There was never any meeting of them. They never slept together. They never met up. That's the thing that she wants him to forget, even though that's probably the most real romance of his life. It's like, just that idea of remembering and not remembering was, especially in a game, like it made it so, I don't know, experiential in a way that like, it wasn't just a story happening. It was very much like a story you could only tell in a game to be like, just forget about it. Like, cause in a movie, if you're like, and they never met again, it's like, oh, that's sad. But in the game, it was like, no, you have no more agency. The story's done. You can't go find her. You could never go find her. There was never enough time in the day. Like, you didn't think to go find her even, which was a powerful thing for me. Like, I never tried. They show you from the beginning where she is, and they give you like free days, which I didn't get the turtle the first time around either, which is annoying. But you could walk towards her cabin. I never even tried, even though I wanted to have romantic interest in her. I think it's the best game to date. I think it's the best game. I can't think of a better game.
Nice. Yeah, I'm really glad that you got a lot out of it. That's really cool.
Thank you.
I'm sad that company got absorbed into the Valve collective and just got kind of dispersed. Because they were working on something that looked really cool, and then they got bought by Valve, and then they got put on Half-Life Alyx, and then they were dissolved, like just absorbed into the collective.
Yeah, what was it that they were working on? Valley of the Gods or something like that?
I thought
it's about ancient Egypt. They're not doing that anymore?
Yeah. Nope.
Oh, fuck me. Nope. Why?
Thank Valve for that one. Yeah, because Valve bought them out and they put them on.
As far as I understand, they're all still employed, but they're not a team and they're not working on something together.
That's so stupid because it's like only a few guys. Like that game was really so indie. That's literally, we finished that game and I was like, oh, let's see what else they've made. And the answer was nothing. They have a game coming out that like will be on the cutting edge. Me and my girlfriend and her sister, and like they are both really into like ancient history and ancient Egypt, and that's shitty. Why is Valve the worst?
I don't know if they're the worst. There's a couple out there that are probably a lot worse.
They're lazy.
But
Valve that's the term. Yes.
Yeah. They're coasting on their Steam patch.
Well, that's it. Yeah. They're like, oh, well, we made this development thing and then we made this platform, and it's like, well, we really care about games, but we don't really. Yeah. You could make anyone make like, they think like, oh, we've really got to make a good like Half-Life 3 or whatever. Like,
I don't think they think that.
No, I don't think they think that. And I think it's like, do you know how many goddamn like Mega Man, whatever for the Game Boy or whatever? Just let someone make it. Like, if you're going to be lazy, just let someone else do it.
They have started doing that a little bit. They let somebody remake Half-Life.
Oh, thank you.
Somebody do that. I know. Masters. But they did let them do it. Like, no, I know that is stupid, but still, they did let them do it, and they did make money off of it and all that stuff. So, that is a little bit better because they were like, well, we're not going to do it, so I guess we'll let somebody else.
And that's my big complaint about Konami is like, if they don't want to make video games anymore, then at least let other people make games off of their IPs, because I want more games in those series.
They made Half-Life Alyx, which was, we're going to make the big VR game, and then you never heard anything about it. I mean, it came out and people were like, yeah, this is really cool, and then it's a VR game.
Well, and also, like, it came out, like, at, like, the worst time. It was, like, right as everything was locking down.
Don't get me wrong.
Like,
Yeah, don't get me wrong.
People were fighting over toilet paper and shit.
Yeah. but still, it's a VR
Yeah.
game. Like, it's you can only hit a certain number of people because VR is fucking expensive.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, I don't know.
Angelo,
What have you been?
what have
playing?
you been up
You
to,
got a
sir?
lot.
Indeed.
I would love to tell you about all the board games I've been playing, except I've been playing zero because pandemics are not great for like meeting up with strangers and playing board games.
Sounds
Yeah.
right.
Yep.
Yeah.
So there's nothing to talk about there.
Angela, I played a board game.
What'd you play?
You were Jack the Ripper. I forget the name.
Oh, is that
You're fighting Jack the Ripper.
Yeah, hold on. It's in the punch bowl. It's just not coming out. Letters from Whitechapel?
Yes.
Yes.
Awesome game.
I've heard that. It's one of those where the one player is like sneaking around the board and the other people don't really know where he is.
We were having
Like that kind of
secret
thing?
meetings in the other room, and like I had set up a dragnet and I had ensnared them, and it ended with the best moment ever where like they have a certain amount of moves to get to somewhere, and I was like, I'm so confident that you cannot get to your hideout that we see the defense rests. And I literally was like, you can have the rest of the turns. If you win, go ahead and win right now. But I guarantee that we won. It's like, it's a pretty good game. I think it's a good twist on the Dungeon Master model.
Yeah, that is. You might like. Oh goodness, it's one where there's somebody who plays as Dracula, and the other. Yeah, this is. I'm thinking this would be a thing for you. The other people play like Van Helsing and other characters that are trying to hunt Dracula. So you have one character who is a very powerful vampire, but maybe needs to like not get caught, right? And he can catch people and he can kill them, right? If he can catch them correctly. But he's really trying to escape. And he can leave traps behind for them. Like if they go to explore certain areas, like they'll spring a trap and... What is that game called? I can't think of the name right now. It's real good though. I think it's on its 3rd edition too.
I'm going to Google it while you're talking. I'm going to find it. I'm
Cool.
a big Dracula fan.
I have been playing a game that I haven't heard you guys talk about at all, called that came out recently, free to play from China. Yeah,
Yes.
it's called Genshin Impact.
Genshin Impact. Yep.
Oh, I didn't know that was a Chinese game. I thought that was a
It
Japanese
is Chinese.
No, Chinese. Yeah.
Ah.
I am impressed with this game. It is astoundingly good. So I don't know where to begin here. Just how the game plays is you basically...
It's like Breath of the Wild, right?
So the exploration part is very Breath of the Wild. The combat is not. But you have a glider. You can jump off things and float around. It's a very big open world with lots of things to, poke your nose into. But someone's going to get mad at me for saying this. I think the world is better designed than Breath of the Wild. I think it's more interesting. I think there's more stuff to find. Every time I turn around, I'm tripping over treasure chests. They're in like little nook out of the way places. And you get stuff constantly while you're just running around, exploring the environment. There's always like little environmental puzzles to solve. There's these little spirits that you have to lead back to their little spirit houses. And when you do that, they'll give you a treasure chest. You'll find these shrines in the middle of the thing that you trigger them. And it's like, it'll make a monster challenge where it's like defeat these monsters in 30 seconds, right? Which you can do using the elemental system. I haven't gotten into that yet, but there's other things where it's like, here's a gliding course, go get on your glider and go through these rings and get to the treasure chest within a certain amount of time or the chest disappears. All sorts of different little things like that to find all over the world, nonstop, everywhere, tripping on them. The combat is you have a team of characters that you get. That's the gotcha element of it. That's where the money comes from, right?
I was
You're
just going to
pulling
ask
these.
you about the gotcha. If you've spent any money on that, or
I haven't because I want to see. Well, there's a couple reasons, but really, I just want to see how playable the game is without doing it. And so far, the answer is very.
That's good.
Extremely.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to try it, go try it. I'll get this part out of the way real quick. I have concerns about supporting things from China, right? Because the government sucks over there. Let's just be honest, right? First of all, that's one of the reasons why I hesitate to put any money into it too, right? Because I know even if these people aren't that money is still going to get taxed and go to the CCP somehow. I don't have it.
Right.
I want to make this very clear right off the bat. I do not have an issue with China, the landmass, China, the people.
You have no
issue
problem
is
with their
the
grass
CC
or mountains.
freaking P, right? You know what I mean?
Well, all my
issue-
tax money's going to America, so I don't know. I don't know where what the better
Yeah.
vote is.
Well, my issues.
Yeah, I've got a problem with the government that's like oppressing Uyghurs and like eradicating the Mongolian language and
Yeah.
shit like that. Like,
the CCP is what I have the problem with, right? I actually think China as a history and as a sort of culture is pretty cool, right? Like that stuff is very interesting to me. Which is one of the reasons why I was so curious about this is I wanted to see, all right, show me your twist on this stuff. And it is in there. Like it showed up, first of all, with just some of the combat animations. You have if you have a character that uses a sword, it's kind of vanilla. The stylings are very anime, but you can see the Chinese influences. One of the characters I pulled is a literal, like one of those Chinese vampires, which is really cool.
Okay.
The two times where it really stuck out with the combat animations were when I got person who uses a spear and an archer. Those two. The spear person, I don't know, something about it seems way more like what I've seen in like Chinese movies than what I've seen in Japanese anime. And especially the archer. Because what it's doing makes absolutely no sense. Like the combo is, there's a pull a shot and then it's like behind the back and then it's over and then they're jumping and it's like, that's not how anybody shoots a bow and arrow unless they want to do something real stupid, right? But it's like that cool Chinese kung fu type of stuff that you would see in those movies where it is ridiculous and it is way over the top, but they sell it because you're all along for the ride. Think like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon or Hero or movies like that.
Right.
I got to add while we're on it, just before we move on past that, like as an artist, as my profession, you shouldn't judge artists based on their country. Like it is supposed to art is meant to transcend borders. And so like if it's a video game and you're worried about buying a video game, it really should be about like artists are meant to find universal themes. And so like if in the video game somebody is doing something untoward that you don't like, I think that art should be free. I'd be remiss as an artist not to point out that your choices about who you pay as artists should be free of borders and countries and stuff. That's a theme that's like okay to put out there.
I think, and I think that's a valid opinion. I think the people who are of the other opinion are like, I'm really hesitating about, doing that. I would say that your opinion's valid too, right? I would say if somebody's not comfortable with it, I'm not going to push them to.
Yeah. I thought I'd be remiss to not be like, art is free of borders. It is. Sure. It's the reason we got accused of being communists. And so we are creating universal themes meant to be watched by people all over the world. And the artists are usually the ones sort of wanting to unite people in the best way they can. And like, that's just, I have nothing against anything that you said otherwise about atrocities, but more that like someone should have said arts without borders. We just talked about how we've all watched animes with gay bashing in it. Sure. Like, we're not necessarily preventing bad people from getting money.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't buy anything that doesn't support China right now. I can't do it. Most of the board games behind me probably printed in China. Right. I guarantee they're printed in China.
Right.
I'm not a fan of that. I'm just not. But I do it when what else am I going to do? Not support the people that are making the thing I love.
You can't be. It's impossible to be consistent on it, and you have to like draw your own line where you can draw it if you choose to draw it.
So that being, and I may put some money into it at some point. I'm just saying, like I wanted to say that I don't like the CCP, and that I'm drawing that line between them and the people that made this. Yeah. You know what I'm trying to say? Yeah. That's really it. But
So the crazy archers.
One thing you mentioned, one thing you mentioned that's really interesting about the whole thing is I almost wonder if they tried to soften the cultural part of it in the opening. And what I mean by that is nothing about the opening area that I was in gave me what I really was looking for, which is what's your spin? I want your spin. I want to see your fantasy. I want to see your thing. And it was a very European type of situation with literal knights and things like that. Very, that Chinese / anime inspired look and feel to everything.
Like traditional fantasy, yeah.
But,
Right.
with some other things thrown in there that, okay, yeah, I can see the Chinese influence here. Like I mentioned, the vampire. Some of the characters had some of that stuff going on. And the music was very Western inspired. I can't wait to talk about the music for this game more, but this particular part, it was like they were really clever with the motifs they borrowed. There's one part where you like go to a winery that's way outside of the city and it's on a countryside, and the composer borrowed from a traditional English song to make the melody. Like which one was it? My brain is on Scarborough Fair and that Greensleeves.
I should have fucking written it. It's always Greensleeves. It's always Greensleves.
It is.
Yeah.
I was about to say Greensleeves. Oh.
But but I mean, that's the thing is it's like, this is cool. I'm glad that you did this. And I think you're trying to make sure like, hey, Westerners, this is cool. I want your stuff. Where's your stuff? Right.
Right.
Do you know? So I follow a lot of Chinese pop, like the Nine, which is a Chinese band. There's this thing called Mando Pop, and it's like only recently that like a lot of Chinese people have stopped using the Chinese influence like in their pop music. So like it's actually probably a little bit more like progressive to be like, we're not going to use Chinese music. It's like a big thing.
Okay, so we're going to come right back to that conversation. I want to kind of, I didn't really mention the gameplay a whole lot. I kind of got distracted into like the actual experiments. We mentioned the exploration part. You put together a team of 4 characters and they become your weapons. So if you're playing Doom, you know how you have like your if I'm playing on a keyboard, a mouse and keyboard, you have your fingers like over the number keys because that's where your weapons live. That's what you're doing with your characters in this game. So every single one of these characters that you pull, you are growing and training by dumping resources into them because it's still a gacha game and you have to everything is just dumping stuff into these people to give them experience points, level up everything about them, etc. And you're trying to create synergy between the weapons that they use and the elements that they bring to the fight, which all trigger off each other in pretty neat ways, and create a team that way that you can switch around with. And it's fun. Combat is fast. It's fun. It's thinky. It's involved. It's not like the level of Doom. Like that's a whole nother thing. But it's nibbling at it, right? Where you're like, okay, now I have to switch to this element to do this, and then I have to hit my magic thing because that's charged, and my ultimate isn't charged yet. But if I switch to this other character and use wind on it, it'll do like massive damage to this group because it'll spread the element around. Stuff like that.
How fast does it switch out?
There's a cooldown when you switch characters, but it's fast. It's like a second, right? So you can't just spam through your characters. You probably switch to a couple of attacks, and then you can probably switch to another one.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's fun.
Are they out? Like, what does it look like visually? Is like everyone just in a pile and then someone shifts
you
to
just
the front?
You just have one character on the screen at any given time, whichever one you have out. And when you switch it, it's just pop, and the other one's there. Like there's a little poof animation, and the other one.
So it's like Marvel versus Capcom. Like it's like a few seconds that it takes to switch.
It's an instant thing, but then that has to cool down, which takes. You can like almost mid combo switch to another character.
Okay.
You don't want to have one character out constantly. You want to be switching every few minutes or so. I'm sorry, every few seconds or so to keep those elements in play. Like that's kind of how the game is supposed to operate. The first area is like you're in an area where it's all wind element and you're learning about the wind god and this, that, and the other thing. And the story's not bad. It's actually like there's a dragon, which is a Chinese style dragon, who's kind of like getting gaslit by this cult. So he now thinks that like the humans are out to get him, even though they just sort of over the course of time got less involved with worshiping him. But now he's like, no, you guys, and this guy's like coming up and he's like, no, they did this and they did that and they did that. And you'll be like, no, we didn't do any of that. We were doing this for this reason. They're like, no, they're lying to you because look at it's all that nonsense. Right. Okay. And then you go on to the next world. And that was where I ran into the Chinese spear fighter girl, was for like a mini quest there. And I'm like, oh, cool. She's from this other place that I'll get to eventually. That's where the magic starts to happen. I walked into there and I started to hear like the area theme change. And I'm like, oh, this is very Chinese. And then I got to one of the coolest combat themes I've heard all year. It's freaking amazing. It is this high energy like full orchestra thing. It's extremely Chinese. It's using real traditional instruments, and it's freaking just intense. It's really good. And I'm like, all right, we're there. This is what I signed up for. And I went and saw the city, and the city is all very Chinese with like the swooping, the roofs and these layered pagoda type things and stuff like that. All the characters have very Chinese names. And I'm like, yeah, this is it. So now we're getting to that type of a fantasy thing. And the story in that area is very cool as well, which I'm in the middle of that right now. Nice. I'm enjoying it, if you couldn't tell. I really like it.
It's cool.
Yeah. What do you, if you don't mind asking, what are you playing it on?
PC.
PC, I'm guessing?
PC.
Okay. Yeah.
I like it because when you're using the archers, if you hold in the attack button, it does like a almost like a first person. It's over the shoulder, but I just find it way easier to aim that stuff with a mouse than with a keyboard. Oh, so, and I'm playing with my DPS as a archer, so I do that a lot. So it just feels better with a mouse and keyboard for me.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I could totally see that. I was just curious. I've heard, and I think I've seen like the frame rate and shit on PlayStation 4 is not like the best. Right. It gets a little choppy on that. That's why I was curious.
They just did a patch. I had some performance issues before. Hello, kitty. Mm-hmm. And they just released the 1.1 patch, and I'm not even sure what's in that yet because I haven't gotten that far in the story yet because I'm really taking my time with this. I did notice a big improvement on the performance issues side. Right. There's it's obviously a work in progress. Like I could get in there and there's flaws into it, but because I'm going slow and taking my time, the flaws don't bother me as much. Right. The people who are really putting money into it, putting money into it are like, where's the new stuff? Where's this? Where's that? And I'm like, just explore stuff, guys. Just earn stuff. Level up more characters. They're like, I already did. I put money in. And I'm like, yeah. Okay. They burned through it too fast.
Yeah, that's that would be my thing. Like I know myself. Like I that's why I stay away from it. Like I seen it. I watched I watched one of the Super Best Friends, old Super Best Friends guys, the Castle Super Beast guys, Pat play it. And basically he spent like 45 minutes just showing how bad the rolls were or whatever, and then he had good rolls. He was just like, yeah, he was just like, I'm going to put this amount of money in here because all you people on my stream paid this amount of money. So we're going to put this, or no, somebody gave him $40 and then he was like, okay, I will add 100 to it. So here we're going to roll. And he just sat there and rolled characters and shit. And he was like, okay, it's weird how, so every character has like a skill tree and shit, right? Like, some of the skill tree shit is actually locked behind you getting duplicates of characters. Like it's really weird how it works. So you have to, like, if you roll a 5-star character, right? You have all the stuff on the skill tree, but you have to roll another same 5-star character again to unlock another part of their skill
that
tree.
Exists in this game.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
That is.
Oh, we're talking
Genshin
about the same
Impact.
game. Okay, great.
Yes, I am describing Genshin Impact.
For a second, when you said Super Best Friends, I was thinking you were actually talking about something older that was similar, and I'm like, yes.
No. It was a pretty recent stream that he did. Yeah.
So I got my main DPS isn't even a 5-star pull. I got 2 5-star pulls. I haven't used the other 5-star yet. One of them was the vampire that I was talking about.
Okay.
The other one is a lightning character, but I've already got but my main DPS is a lightning powered archer, and I need a good archer, and the one that I got for free isn't great. So the one that they give you for free is not a great archer. So I'm kind of doing that for now. But you need that. The team you put together needs to have synergy, and it's not hard to put together one, but you also want a healer, you want a support, and you want 2 DPS. Like, there's no real tank, you know?
Right. Yeah.
So it's not hard to do that. You just have to kind of be aware of everything that's at play.
I like that people are sinking money into it because often when I play free-to-play games with, like, in-app stuff, like, I'm like, like no one's doing this. Like I'm kind of because I don't have my control at like the seeing how much money they get. Like that's kind of cool to know that people are dumping.
They made
money
a freaking
into it.
fortune. this game is extremely successful. I don't remember what the number was, but they were talking about millions of dollars in its first 3 weeks.
Yeah, they already covered the development costs of the game in the first 2 weeks or something like that. That went live.
That makes me happy. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where it's it's oh, nobody does that. No one's going to buy that thing. And then you see someone who buys it. You're like, I'm wrong. I guess I'm the only person annoyed by it. You know what I mean?
It's fine. The problem is with them, having the algorithms to actually figure out, kind of how to incentivize you to spend money. Marvel Strike Force was just evil with that. I ended up spending so much money on that goddamn game. And it was because it was okay, I'm not going to spend any more money. And then it was oh shit, but I just got this thing. I'm so close to leveling up Cap's final to get him to tier 13, and it's okay, let me get the that last bit of tier 13 gear. And it's
the favorite gotcha tactic is the limited time only.
So there's that too, right?
Yes, I know.
The good news is they did some tweaking to that in the 1.1 patch that makes it better. So what that limits is just grinding certain things certain ways, right? And and some things that you're going to want. So when you equip your character, you don't equip them with armor. You equip them with 5 artifacts. They're called, and it's weird. Okay. It's like a feather, a teacup, it's like a feather, a vessel, a hat, and a couple other things that they're just escaping me right now. If I had the game in front of me, it's pretty obvious. But then you, of course, you level those up too, right? To get the ones that you kind of really want that have the best synergies with your characters, you have to kind of grind for them in these instances, and those require a certain amount of energy. There's also bosses on the map that drop things that you need to level your characters past certain thresholds. They also cost a certain amount of this energy to open the chest that they drop when you kill them. That doesn't, and this is coming from people who are way more experienced with this than I am. They say that doesn't, compared to a lot of other free-to-play games, doesn't generate fast enough. And you're already putting money into the actual gacha system, so this should be handled a little differently, right?
Right.
The other part of that, and this is a concern I had with this, they didn't let you bank enough. So I'd go to bed at night, wake up with a full thing, and I'd have to log on in the morning, spend some of it, go to work, come home, then log in and play the game more. Otherwise, I wouldn't have enough to meet a daily requirement. It's kind of a weird thing. They fixed it though.
Okay.
Now you can bank.
Yeah,
more,
when it starts to feel like work, that's when I check out.
I almost did.
That's. Yeah.
Well, but I played. There's a D&D game that has that. It's not at all like this game, but it has that mechanic of getting that earning points or whatever by just doing nothing. It's literally called, I think, passive heroes or something hilarious like that. Idle heroes, idle champions.
I've heard of that.
And it has that same mechanic. And to me, it felt more like Farmville kind of stuff where it was it wasn't work. It was kind of oh, I can check this. I kind of liked that it didn't do enough on its own. And I could kind of check in and feel oh, I'm playing a little bit of my game and then moving on. So I get what you're saying, Julian, where it's like Harvest Moon is that way. It's this is too intense,
I got to the point where I was spending 3 hours a day on Marvel Strike Force throughout the day. A decent amount, just picking it up briefly during work. But then I would get home and it would be oh, I just spent a solid hour playing this thing when I could have been doing anything else.
But I meant that getting those credits and stuff thing. You know what I mean? Having to check in to get those free credits. Cause I kind of feel it's like how there's some people that like opening their spam. For whatever reason, people like checking shit off a list. I was getting that from this Idle Champions where it was it didn't feel like work for me to come in and play for 5 minutes so that I could set something that when I go to bed or I go to work and then I come back and I'm okay, it's fine. I actually liked it. I don't know. I was into it.
Yeah.
Did you ever play Sonic Adventure or Sonic Heroes?
Me? No.
Yeah.
I did not.
It reminded me of that because the changing of the characters, I want to see more quick changing of characters because that's the reason.
I did watch somebody stream that. That's when we have a team of 3 and you.
They just flip right away. And I don't know why, I still have to go into a menu to change characters in RPGs. And to that same extent, I get the flip side of it because I'm not playing Elder Scrolls Online because you apparently can't pause to change weapons because it's like live. So I don't want to get my ass kicked. Yeah. But I don't know why that's possible to change weapons in Skyrim, which are pretty elaborate. And it's like you're not seeing more stuff like this. So this is like cool to me to see because that's the one element that's good of Sonic Heroes.
Try it. It's free, right? As long as your computer can handle it. If not, play it on PS4, whatever. It's on.
Let me just pull out my PS4. Hold on.
Yeah, right.
Let me just.
It's actually on mobile.
Hold on. I tried it on mobile. I have a Galaxy S7 Edge, and it's not. So I can move around towns and do things. I would not want to do combat on a phone. I am way more comfortable with my mouse and keyboard doing the combat that game requires. That being said, some of the more micromanaging things, crafting or sending out other extra characters on expeditions, perfectly fine on a phone. And also, by modern standards, even though the phone's perfectly fine for what I'm using it for, it's a fairly old phone, so I imagine it would run better on if you got like the Galaxy S, whatever they're up to now.
Right.
It's probably
what's it called?
Genshin
Impact.
Let's see, Apple. Can we do it? Let's find out.
Should be on Apple.
Genshin, how it's spelled like Genshin, of course.
Genshin, yeah.
Yes, of course. Genshin Impact, there it is. Five Nights at Freddy's, not on the App Store in your in your desktop. It's on your phone. I wanted to get it on a bigger thing. I see Genshin Impact, Honkai Impact. Are you playing that?
No.
There's already the copycats.
Yep. I'm guessing. Yeah, there probably is. There usually is, man.
But yeah,
come out almost immediately.
There's a lot to unpack in that game too. Just because it's layers of stuff like they are with all these mobile games. Like it's almost, it almost reminds me of just like the layers of stuff that go into managing a character in Warframe. Except it's more approachable as far as managing all the different currencies and things like that. Like, I can understand what's going on in this. I still don't know what the heck is going on in Warframe.
I took one look at that one time. It was like, this is nonsense to me. I don't, I'm sure there's a rhyme and reason for everything happening there. And I'm sure if I sat down and wanted to get to know it, I know the community's really nice and they would let you know it. But I was like, I don't understand a thing I'm looking at.
The game is really good about letting you discover how to do various things in it and setting up scenarios where you learn it, right?
Right.
So here's, you find a treasure chest with a wind barrier around it, and, there's these little sparkling things. I'll pick them up. What? An upward draft just appeared. Huh. I'll jump into the upward draft and pull out my glider. And then you fly over the barrier and land on the treasure chest. Then later on, when you see one of those barriers, you know that, I have to approach that from the top. And likewise, when you see a bunch of those little, like, fluttery, sparkly things, you know that if you collect 3 of them, it makes an upward draft. And then there's other puzzles that those 2 pieces kind of work with, but differently. But the game taught you, without teaching you, how to do that. Right? And there's a lot of clever design that's just like that, where the game sets you up to discover how to play it rather than giving you a tutorial. Tutorials are still there. You can figure everything out without that for the most part.
Right.
Which is really smart.
It's nice that we're finally starting to see some games come out that are taking the really cool ideas from Breath of the Wild and expanding upon them, because that the Immortals Phoenix Rising is also like very much like we really liked Breath of the Wild. Yeah, that's one that I'm really waiting for reviews, because that looks right up my alley.
Did Breath of the Wild do that whole Zelda overwrought tutorial thing? Because that was the first question I had. Like, did they do that? Was because the way Angela, you're talking about like the seeing the thing and coming upon it. That sounds like old Zelda where you did have to figure shit out. But I don't. Does Breath of the Wild do like the, swing your sword?
No, they were pretty good about letting you get to things quicker. Like, there's definitely like an opening area where you're kind of on a leash, but once because you have to do, I think, like 3 or 4 things on this like plateau, and once you do that and you get your glider, like, it's just like, okay, now go.
I was going to say, I think it still over-instructs, but it's not nearly as bad about it as like Skyward Sword was. Holy crap.
Right.
Skyward Sword.
It's not even It's not even close. It was much
The
better.
most annoying thing about Breath of the Wild is that it stops you to tell you about every single item that you pick up every single time, no matter if you've already gotten it or not. And you pick up a lot of items in that game.
Yeah. And I mean, this game isn't glitchless either. One of my most frustrating things is, I like to pull the camera all the way back, right? And this game slowly moves it back forward as I'm playing, and I have to keep rolling it back. No, I want it back. No, I want it back. It's right on the scroll wheel, so it's not hard. I just flip it back every once in a while, but it frustrates me that it won't just stay there.
Yeah, but that's like a return to form. Like, I can't think of, like, that was going away for a while, like being able to like really change your camera.
It's not,
you know?
I'm just pulling it back. You can control like how close and how far away it is from your character, and that's about it. You know, you move the mouse and it moves the camera behind them, but that's like the same thing if you were using a thumbstick. Yeah. It's not really.
It looks beautiful. It looks gorgeous.
It is a gorgeous game. It sounds great. The soundtrack is great. Like I said, it really kicks off in the second area with really unique sounds and really great compositions. There's nothing wrong with the first one, and there's a lot of nods. Like in the opening credits, for example, there's like, first of all, this composer did like over 100 tracks for this thing already. It's insane.
Oh, wow.
She, I wish I could remember her name right now. That's another thing. Chinese is not a language I'm really good with pronouncing, like at all. So I'm probably going to butcher stuff, and I'm rather not. But she's really good about like making subtle borrowing. The green sleeves one was a little on the nose. That I made that an example on purpose. Most of her stuff is a little more subtle.
Yeah.
But like the intro, there's like 5 different things that can appear on the /loading screen. And it just uses the main theme from the game. But one of them, and I swear this is intentional, makes the back part of it stand out more, and you notice that it's borrowing from Final Fantasy, just the arpeggio thing. And I'm like, that's cute. I'm glad you did that.
Yeah.
Right? You know, it's not, if she didn't point it out in one version of that, you probably wouldn't even know it was there. But now I hear it kind of in the background. It's just like, okay, that's a nod. It's neat.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's something that I had kind of looked at because I was surprised that the people who were talking about it in the video game podcast that I listened to, because it did not seem like a game that some of these people would be interested in playing, and they were like super into it. But again, I think for me, it's like, if I'm going to get into this big open world Breath of the Wild style game, I'm waiting to see what Immortals looks like, and then I might decide, you know, what I want to do, because I don't have it in me to go through 2 of those in a short amount of time.
I don't.
Yeah, and there's a whole lot more I could unpack in the game, but I don't want to monopolize the discussion. I think we got to move on by this
Why?
point.
We never get Angelo.
Fair enough, but I've talked about it enough. It's going to come up again, I promise.
Oh, no worries, man.
Yeah. Well, Justin, what have you been up to?
Oh, what have I been up to? That's a good question. Well, I finished Watch Dogs Legion. I did everything there was to do in Watch Dogs Legion because I was bored.
Wait, hold on, wait. Isn't this like an endless wait? Now I'm convinced he's a Time Lord. Okay, isn't this supposed to be like an infinite game?
No. Okay. I'm using a little bit of hyperbole here. I didn't do everything there was to do in Watch Dogs Legion, but like I did the main quests and the side quests and a bunch of other dumb bullshit that I didn't care about.
He's a time traveler, right? It's not possible in the times he's talking about for him to do this stuff.
It is when it's all that he does.
I know.
Mike,
Yeah.
I don't think you understand.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't. It's amazing. I'm so amazed by it.
That game is it's not that long, really. It's kind of like Saints Row length, where it's
Okay.
like 20 hours or whatever. It's really not that long.
Yeah, so that's like one day for Justin.
Basically,
Got
yeah.
it.
It's the story. Mostly everything I said last week pretty much stands. Like that game is just it controls like dog shit sometimes. It's really frustrating. Like there's a certain type of mission that they like to do to you where they send you in and then they go, okay, while this thing downloads, now you must defend this area, but none of the stages are designed for you to defend the area. So like people come up from both sides of you and the gunplay is shit. So you're just going to die. And, that's a problem because after last podcast, I actually stopped where I was because I wasn't very far in. So I just was like, you know what I'm going to do to try to make this game fun? Because I was like kind of giving up on it. I turned permadeath on. So I was doing a permadeath run, which made it actually interesting because now I was like, okay, I got to get these dog shit people that I'm not afraid of them to die. And I got to send them on fucking suicide missions sometimes. And then, like, all my good people, they got to stay back. I got to save them for special occasions. And that was kind of fun. It made it kind of fun. The story sucks. I predicted I'm not going to spoil it, but I predicted the fucking thing of who the bad guy was within half of the game. After half of the game, I went, oh, it's them. That's so dumb. Fuck you. That's so dumb. It's like Baby's first Edgeworld story. It's just, the story gives you one choice to make in the entire thing. And I'm not kidding. Okay. So it was basically the story is like this in this part of the game. It was actually kind of interesting how they did it, but it was like, hey guys, I watched Ghost in the Shell. Like that was it. Like they were doing Ghost in the Shell. I was like, okay, this is kind of neat. And it gave me the choice to do a thing. And then I learned, because I was like, oh, I wonder what happens if you pick the other choice. And then I learned that literally nothing happens if you make the other choice. It means absolutely nothing. I was like, why even give you the choice then? Like, all that happens is somebody gets mad at you. And then later on, they call you on the phone and go, I'm sorry.
What?
And so, I'm not making that up. That is for real what happens. Like so they expect you to make one choice, right? It's very clear that they expected you to do this one thing. But they also gave you the choice to do a different thing, right? And I was like, oh, wouldn't it be really interesting if you pick the other thing? I wonder what happens if you do that. Cause I didn't do that. I was like, the game wants me to do this. I'll do this. That's fine. Because it seemed like the right thing to do to me. But I was like, I wonder what happens if you pick the other one. And then I watched it, and it literally is that. It is the person gets mad at you over the phone and then apologizes to you, like, as soon as you exit the building. And it's fucking dumb. But, like
that's railroading, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's like classic fantasy railroading right away. It's like that meme of like, would you see a path? Would you like to go one way to the same location or the other way to the same location?
It's not even real. It's just lazy. They're just like, why even give them the choice then? Just fucking no. You kill the person. Whatever. Fine. They're dead. Cool. I don't know. The story sucked. It wasn't much to write home about. I will say this though, the fact that all your characters are these nothing people off the street is kind of makes the story parts entertaining sometimes, because the final showdown with the main bad guy I had with a Russian dude who sounded like Nico Bellic, and that was amazing. Like he was like, oh, why would you betray? Like, I can't do that accent, obviously, but it was great. He sounded like Dracula talking to her, and it was amazing. That being said, I did end up having kind of fun with it because, and this is weird, but it's like the most jank-ass Hitman game ever sometimes, because like once you get like people who like have uniformed access to go walk into things, you're like walking around, it's doing like the Hitman thing where it's like, oh, they don't know I'm the secret hacker man, and I'll hack them and then I'll run up to them and choke them out or whatever. So it was all right, but it also has one of the worst fucking boss fights I've ever had. Ever. They wanted me to solve a puzzle while I fought this boss, while and throwing ads in every direction at me, shooting at me. Solve three puzzles, 3 of them. It was bad.
I'm gonna put this out there. I don't think that like real world open world games should have boss fights. Like I remember GTA 4 had like some boss fights, and I was like, why does this guy all of a sudden take like 10 times more hits from a gun than everybody else? Oh, because he's a boss. And it's like, that does not work for me in those specific types of settings.
I'll go a step further. I don't know why if I blow something, that's not fucking it in an open world game.
Yeah.
You fucking beefed it. If I don't die and I run away and blow a heist in GTA, that's it. No heisto. End of the thing. Start the game over if you want to do that again. Otherwise, I'm role playing. You don't get to like do a robbery until I do it. Then it's not really open world. You know?
I will say one thing about this game. I want to answer Julian's thing. The boss fight that I'm talking about, I will say this. Yes, it was a thing that required many bullets, but it was like this guy got in a big machine thing, right? And you had to kill the machine. But like one fun thing, like especially playing permadeath or whatever, is sometimes I would finish the mission, right? But then I would be on the way out, and then somebody would kill me, and then it would warp me back to my guy and be like, "Hey, they finished the mission. Great job!" And I was like, but they're dead. So sorry about that. It was weird, but that's Watch Dogs Legion. If you're interested in that game, wait for a sale because there's every possibility that you'll hate it.
I was curious, but I'm no longer interested.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. I played it because I found it entertaining. Like, I had a decent time with it, but like it's really jank in a lot of spots, and the story is just like whoever wrote it. God bless you. You tried. I don't know if you just got out of high school, if you wrote it in your creative writing class.
Wow,
it's not good. Yeah, sorry.
I don't know these games at all, so I have two questions based on just seeing hype about it. Can I recruit like millions of people? Like, can you actually amass like a huge army?
There's a limit on how many people you can recruit, but you can recruit anybody in the game. And now that is one of the things about the game that is really interesting. I'm actually glad you brought that up. I almost forgot about that. Those systems are actually really interesting with how that stuff works. So let's say I choke out a guy in a hideout. That guy hates my guts now because I did that. So later on, he might go and kidnap one of my guys, and then I have to go on a side quest to rescue the guy that got kidnapped, and so on and so forth. Like, if you hit a guy with your car in the street, that guy hates you now. So you have to go, like, he might not hate you full to the max. Like, some people hate you and you can never recruit them. Some people hate you just a little bit, and then you have to, like, go buy them a cake, or you don't buy them a cake, but you gotta like make them feel good about their lives or whatever. And like, hey, this guy's been trying to get evidence on this one thing. So if you go give him the evidence, he'll like you a little bit better. And then you can go do his mission to actually get him on your team. Those systems are actually like really neat. It's almost like the old Nemesis system, but like not, I don't know. There's a lot of wild shit going on there. That is one of the interesting parts in the game. And like, that's why I say, like, if you're interested in that stuff and seeing it, it is really cool how that stuff works. But like, yeah, the game itself is pretty rough, I think.
Second question is, what's the benefit to the old ladies?
Nothing.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And what does it
nothing.
matter if I can, that's bullshit. Surely, like, I should be able to get an old lady and she has better, like, conversational skills or something.
Yeah, there's no conversations to be had. Actually, they're terrible because you can't sprint with them or take cover. So you just have an old lady.
So, but surely if you're having all these, like, first of all, I also played Shadow of Mordor, not even worth bringing up on the show because I thought it was nothing to write home about. I didn't think
What system did you play on it?
Xbox 360.
That's why.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought the gameplay was okay. I thought the things that were hyped up, that's why I'm bringing it up, like what Justin's talking about with them remembering stuff. I didn't find
the
that
360 doesn't. It's like a far diluted version of it.
They had to strip out a lot of that to make it run on a system.
Well, that at least makes me feel less
power.
crazy because I thought it was just like an okay action game.
Yeah, you got a small fraction of what that game was supposed to be.
Bad things added to Lord of the Rings, but like surely if you're having these memory things right on a modern system, and like you're saying like, oh, this guy chokes me out and he remembers he doesn't like me, then surely like an old person should have the ability to ignore those things. Like it should be a max min character, right? Like glass cannon or glass not cannon, glass wisdom or something. I don't know.
There is actually glass cannon. That is an actual thing. They deal more damage and take more damage. No, they don't. They don't have anything like that. Occasionally, it's like randomly generated. It's total RNG. Like as you're walking down the street, when you like look at what stat things a dude has, like they'll tell you when there's like, oh, there's a really good dude over here. You want to look at them, and then it's kind of like that. And even like this person hates me now. They don't hate you. They don't hate that character. They hate your organization. They hate DedSec now or whatever. It's not, so that's how they get away with it.
But surely just the benefit should be if I have all old ladies, like we don't do action as well, but like we're like super lovable and like we're easier to recruit.
There's no charm or anything like that. I'm sorry. I know.
It doesn't make any sense. Why include old ladies? Just to kill old ladies?
Because it's funny. That's why.
It's not that funny.
It's funny the first time you do it, and that's probably about it.
It's funny in an E3 trailer, and that's it did its job, and that got people like talking about it. It's like, oh, that's funny. That's weird.
Yeah. That's quirky that I can actually do that. And yeah, you can play the game that way if you want to, and that'd be cool. Like, but I was actually going for more Charlie's Angels because I thought that was funny to me.
Funny.
Like, yeah, I was just like, I'm gonna have Charlie's Angels. They're all gonna be girls, and then I'm gonna call them up because the guy's British and he's a robot. His story's stupid too. I didn't like it. Yeah, that's Watch Dogs Legion.
Now, Justin, Yakuza Like a Dragon came out on Tuesday, so have you finished it?
I am about 30-something hours into it.
Time Lord! You are a Time Lord! It doesn't make any sense.
There's shenanigans afoot here. I don't know what's going on.
He's a Time Lord. There's no shenanigans.
I don't. I just played a lot of games.
Yeah.
I just I wake up, I turn the game on, and that is what I do all the day. I know like some of that number might be a little because I can't you can't stop the timer from going. So like I'll go out for like a cigarette for like half an hour and it's probably still going. So wherever I'm at in it, I think I'm on chapter 8. That game. So okay, I'll talk about Yakuza Like a Dragon a little bit. I don't know how much I'm going to get into it though. I will say this, and this is kind of really hurts me. I love the game. I do really like it. I love the story. I love the writing. Ichiban Kasuga is a awesome character. He's super, super likable. I really like him. I don't like the game nearly as much as I thought I was going to like it. I think the combat is really kind of one note and boring. It's really an interesting idea, right? So basically they were like, how do we turn Yakuza into a turn-based combat thing? And their answer was, well, your characters are always moving and the battles happen right where you land at. Like, so where you get on, whatever street you get in that fight on, that's where you're having it. Whatever terrain's there, that's what's going to happen, right? That's a cool idea in theory. You can't move your characters. They just move around all the time. Now that sounds like, okay, fine. You hit attack, they go over the obstacles, cool. But there's also stuff where it's like, okay, I want to hit that guy with that bike that I see right there, right? I wish I could walk over to that bike, but I have to pray that my guy is in the same line as the guy with the bike for him to hit them with the bike. Does that make sense? It's hard to explain what I'm talking about.
Makes sense and it sounds upsetting.
Yeah, it's all they needed to do was like you can move your character and then you press attack, and they didn't do that, and it's really weird to me. I don't know, and there's a lot of times where you're getting stuck on terrain, like a lot, to where it's a little bit of a problem. Now they did notice it was a bug because if you get stuck on something like your character's just running into a car for however many seconds, eventually you'll teleport out of it. You'll teleport to the guy. So they did realize it was a problem, but it's still a little jank. And like, I love the idea that they had where they were like, hey, would it be cool if we had like these actual real world kind of real world jobs? You're like a host or like a hostess or a Japanese idol or whatever. Those are your job classes. Wouldn't it be cool if that was like how you did magic? And yes, that is really cool. But the job systems are just kind of like, I don't know, this one can heal, and they're all kind of samey a little bit. Like, I'm waiting for the combat to get good, and I'm this far into the game, and it's not doing it. And it took like 20 hours for the job classes even became a thing.
Well, that's right in line with the whole Dragon Quest, like, homage, because in Dragon Quest games where they have the job system, it's usually like 20 hours before you get to use it.
Yeah, that's
on brand.
Wait, is that a thing? I'm playing a Dragon Quest right now. Is it going to just change into...
Well, not all of them have a job system,
Okay.
but the ones that do, they tend to be very deep into the game.
And that's fine. I wasn't like complaining about that. I'm just like, I don't know. They just all kind of feel the same. And like the progression's like super slow. Maybe is Dragon Quest like that? I'll admit, I haven't played a lot of Dragon
It kind of is. It kind of is. Like,
yeah,
there's examples of some that are worse than others. I think probably the worst is Dragon Quest VII. Where it's like 30 hours.
The one I'm playing.
Is it the one you're playing?
Gonna have to look.
Okay, I'll give you the warning then.
The Fury of Dracula, by the way, is the name of the...
That is the one. That's the board game. Yes.
Okay.
Fury of Dracula. It's very good. 7, if I remember correctly, it takes the length of a normal ass RPG to get to the point you unlock the job system, and then you get to play 2 more RPGs after that in the same game with that.
Oh,
job
thank God!
system.
It's not the one I'm playing. I almost bought this one.
Yeah, it's like, if I remember correctly, it's like a 90-hour game. It's crazy.
The 3DS version apparently streamlines a lot of that early stuff, though.
Well, that's good.
I've been told.
I would not be surprised if this was easily a 90-hour game. Now I'm doing the very Yakuza thing of go do all the side quests that pop up on the map every time, and then go do the main story, advance the chapter, check the map, go do all the side quests. Like, and again, I know, like, me being down in the combat sounds like I'm really down in the game. I'm not. I'm really having a good time with it. I really like the story. I love the characters. It's Yakuza in its like top form. I put it like this. I did a side quest and I unlocked a summon, and now I can summon a crayfish into battle to fight people.
That's amazing.
Is it a large crayfish or?
No, a regular crayfish.
Yes.
A regular crayfish.
I
know this is something
Like,
that I can determine just by Googling, but I really am having a hard time. Are you saying that like the characters are just like that it's a game like Fire Emblem, but instead of like moving and instead of it being on a grid, I'm just like randomly moving around?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
It looks like Yakuza Combat, where it's just like people brawling in the street, but instead of actually moving your character in real time and pressing like, square, triangle, you're actually like inputting attack or use an ability like an RPG. I played like the first like maybe
and it just
2 hours
looks
of it.
like a fight otherwise, but really you're just doing RPG stuff.
Part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was surprised that you can't move around, because it seems obvious that it's like, that seems like an obvious thing that you should be able to do. Like, I thought it was going to be more like Parasite Eve. But initially, like the first few fights I've been in, I was like, I fucking love this combat system.
Yeah, and I didn't hate it at first, and I was like, okay, I'm kind of just gonna wait for it to get good. But like, I'm like however many hours in, and most of the time, even on like bosses, I fought like a boss like into this big side story where it was a giant Roomba. I fought a giant Roomba. Again, the quirkiness and the zany bullshit that Yakuza has, this one is maybe the best one I've played for that reason. Like, it's so off the fucking rails.
That sounds amazing.
And the character seems more suited to that stuff, which I like.
Oh, he's great. He's the most likable character I think I've ever played as. Like, I just rooting for the guy
Yeah.
all the time. Like I really like it. It's just, but I get into a fight now and I'm like, okay, these guys are like half of my level. Press attack, 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 attack. Okay, attack. Great, done. And then even if like I fought a boss and I was like, okay, press attack, press attack, press attack, press attack, press attack, and they're dead. Cool. Moving on. And press attack. And yeah, there are magic abilities, and yeah, sometimes I gotta heal. It's kind of baby's first RPG, and I'm not, that's fine. I think a lot of people are going to be into that, but like, to me, I'm getting real bored real quick. Now, I love the mini games in it. I'm having a blast playing the fucking mini games. There's this like business management mini game that I'm super into right now. I fucking love that business management mini game. And I like, there's also go-kart racing at some point. Like they put like a full kart racer in the game.
Nice.
Why not? Fuck it. Which is and it's actually a pretty competent kart racer. I had a good time playing it. Again, I'm not having a bad time playing it. I'm just like, I guess I just expected a little bit more from it. I'm a little disappointed by it. They have some really good ideas here, but like, it's not really hitting. Now I may come on next time after I fully finished the game and been like, holy shit, I did all this wild stuff and it actually really got good. I could completely change my tune, but like right now where I'm at, and I feel like I'm deep enough to talk a pretty good chunk about the game. I'm really kind of bummed by how it's playing. Like it's just, it's fine. Again, I'm having a good time, but like I wanted more. If that's, I hope I'm not bumming anybody out because it's a good game. Like I really like it, but yeah, I wanted more from the combat, I think.
Interesting.
This will come up later, like when we talk about Persona and Final Fantasy, but I've never been this person that follows a series that isn't and like Persona and Final Fantasy are these examples of series that have like gone through different mechanics. And I can't imagine playing one of the other Yakuzas and I'm like, okay, GTA. And then like I want to play the next one and it's just totally different. Like I've never experienced that with a series where I'm on board and then the next game I buy is totally, it would be like, they would never do that in like a Madden, and then like the next game.
Well, it's football.
But that's what I'm saying. It's like, of course you can. You can have turn-based football. It's like they never would do that. And so it's so odd to me to just like, it's not odd. It's like, it's this really cool, it's a very dedicated to the auteur thing for the fans to be like, I just want to see what you put out. And like, you're just willing to buy the next one. Like, that's really cool. You know what I mean?
I love RPG. I love turn-based RPGs, obviously, and I love Yakuza. So that to me is a real awesome fit, and it is cool. Like it's surprising how well like that style fits. But I'm just like, I don't know. I just want more from turn-based combat. Like I get a little bored by it now. Like I still love those games, but like I really love a battle where I gotta think shit out. Like where I'm like, I gotta put some thought into what I'm gonna do next or I might die here. Like in this one, I'm just kind of like, I don't know, press attack again. It'll be fine. And it may be also, I might just like have found kind of a combination that just works way too well. And maybe I'm a little overpowered or something like that. And that's why it's boring to me. And then eventually I'll run into something where I got to really think it out. And again, I'm totally reserving that thing where I might come back and be like, okay, I was very wrong about the combat. I really had a good time with it. But like, it seems like it takes forever to fucking level up in this game. Like not just leveling, but like leveling jobs. Jobs, like it feels like once you hit job level 10, it just stops leveling. And I know that sounds like, oh, job level 10, that's pretty good. There's 99 fucking levels per job. 10 ain't shit. It's like, oh, I don't know, man. I love the game, and I'm definitely going to keep. Like, I can't wait to get done with this podcast because I'm going to fucking play the business management mini game. I can't fucking wait.
I'm never going to play a Yakuza game, and the best enjoyment I have is just hearing sentences like the karaoke mini game or the business. Like that's for me. I have the maximum amount of enjoyment from just hearing that exists.
You should take to like actually looking them up. You should just do that one time. Yeah. Just look up like the karaoke especially because that shit is hilarious. That shit is great.
I'll say this as maybe it takes this fresh perspective because I know you've played a lot more JRPGs than me. But if at 30 hours I'm bored, and like I want to keep going and I like it, that usually means like something big's going to happen at like hour 50 and like the whole game's going to change.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Like it might. I mean, I could be it seems like it's settling in for the long haul. Like I feel like I don't know where I'm at exactly in the game, and I haven't looked up how many chapters there are left to go.
There's usually about 14.
Yeah, so I'm on an 8.
So never mind. Enjoy your shitty game.
Yeah, I mean, it could be great. Like I'm enjoying the side quests. It's just and I know there's like a secret little dungeon. Like they kind of told me, they're like, hey, you can go back in this dungeon and crazy shit'll be here next time. And I was like, okay, well, I'll get to that later. But right now I want to shore up all this other stuff and get up to here and do all this shit. But business management minigame's been fun. I can't get it. That shit is addicting as hell. It's so dumb. And I I'm having a good time playing that stupid thing. But yeah, that's my thoughts on Yakuza Like a Dragon, honestly. Like I said, I'm loving it, but like I really wanted better from it. I know that might sound a bit unfair, but like that's how I feel right now.
It's funny because I was thinking that might be the game that gets me to finally kind of dip my toes into Yakuza, because I don't know, it just sounded like here's this. I didn't like Yakuza because, and I know, Julian, you have said 100 times that is not the case, but I'm so over GTA and everything GTA
it's not GTA.
Right.
It's not even close to GTA.
But it's one of those things where I have to kind of trick myself because I'm so programmed to think, oh, it just looks like GTA. It's just going to be another one of those open world GTA things, right? That I have to okay, Like a Dragon might trick me. And if I like this world enough, then maybe I'll try be able to trick myself into trying one of the other ones.
Yakuza is the Virtua Fighter RPG that Shenmue was supposed to be. But
dorkiest thing ever said. I love it.
Yeah.
Say it again. Honestly. No, I'm going to make him say that whole sentence again. Yakuza is
the Virtua Fighter RPG that Shenmue was supposed to be, but wasn't.
Wow.
But yeah, I would say this to you, Angelo. If you like turn-based stuff, if you have an interest in like giving these types of games a shot, and this would be one I would try. It's the combat's not offensively bad or anything. I know I'm kind of like I just am a little like bored by it, but like it's not bad at all. Like it is turn-based combat. It is totally fine.
And it's a great jumping on point story-wise because it's a brand new character.
It's a brand new character, and you get all the quirky bullshit that comes along with that series. You're not gonna feel overwhelmed. There's a wink and a nod here and there to the older games, but they're winks and nods that don't matter. Trust me, they don't tie in at all or anything like that. It would be a good jumping on point. I would if you're asking if I would recommend it to people, yeah, you should try this game. It's really good. It's cool.
Okay.
I love Yakuza games.
You had me at Crayfish Fighter thing. That
oh, dude, yeah. That the first time you summon a guy is amazing. So the way summons work is you call them. There's a thing called pound mates. That is actually what it is called.
Oh my.
You dial up the pound mate, and they come to help you in battle, and that's your summon. And it's a big dramatic animation where he's like swiping right and left on his thing, and they swipes up, and then all of a sudden the guy just falls from the sky. And there's also a summon where I summoned a man, a full-grown man in a diaper, and his mother, who is not his mother, she's way younger than he was. That was a thing, and he super cried at them. That was it's fucking nuts, man. It's really fucking nuts, dude. Like, it is worth a shot, like, just to see all the shit. Like, I am enjoying seeing all the shit.
Especially because it still is able to thread that line of hard-boiled crime drama and then also kind of heartfelt character stuff, but also zany wackiness, and somehow it all fits together perfectly and it doesn't feel out of place.
Every time Ichiban Kasuga says, "Welcome to the party," I fucking choke up so hard. Because like he is like a big Dragon Quest fan and he views his friends as his party members. Like, and whenever he says it, I'm like, oh my God. Oh, I fucking melt. I love that man. He's great. I like him way better than Kiryu. I love Kiryu. Don't get me wrong, but I like Ichiban a lot.
Yeah. Well, like, Kiryu isn't really, he's not supposed to be a character that's super likable, but you like him in spite of his personality, where already I can tell Ichiban is a character that you are supposed to like. I really, it's a very refreshing take after playing 3 of, the games in rapid succession.
One last thing before I go on this business minigame. I'm sorry to bring this up so many times because now I think it's funny. This business minigame, every time you buy a commercial, you get to see the commercial that you bought. So, and it's basic. They are the cheesiest shit with this guy with giant fucking hair. And he's like, Ichiban Senpai. Oh my God, it's amazing. Those commercials are fucking worth the price of admission alone. I died laughing at that shit.
I have one more question because it is open world, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, they're not open.
It's not a giant fucking map though. It is not like sprawling. It takes me an hour to get from one side of it to the other. No. It's not like that. It's like you sprint real fast across that.
Wasn't so much that, but that's good to know too. So with games like that are RPGs, they usually do some sort of level scaling. I'm going to bring up Genshin Impact again just one more time to give you an example, because it's an open world game where it's an RPG, so that, naturally you're just going to start stomping all over the entire planet unless they do some sort of...
Right.
And the way they do it is they actually let you control it. You get a certain type of experience points that once it gets to a certain point, you can choose to unlock another world level. I'm on world level 5 right now, and it makes everything go up a level.
Oh, cool.
World. Yeah.
Yeah, how does Yakuza handle that? I'm guessing is what you're asking.
Basically,
how do they like kind of gate you off or not gate you off? So that's an interesting question, because the way I think they should have done it is scaled everything to you all the time. Just because the heart of Yakuza to me is being able to kind of go wherever the hell you want from like the outset. Like, I've always found that fun. Like, hey, I can go check out these weird bars that are over here and not have any consequences or whatever. This one, there is some scaling going on. There are certain places where I got to, and I was like, very clearly, I am not supposed to be here. I'm in the wrong fucking neighborhood, and I need to go. Like, I've had to run from some fights a few times because I was like, these guys are like double my level, and they're kicking my ass. I gotta go. So they do that in certain areas of the map, and then eventually, like, when you're leveled up, they don't put like side quests there for the most part. They're usually in the spots where you can handle it in the beginning of the game. And then later on, once you can handle that stuff, now all the side quests are popping up everywhere. I'm thinking I'm at the point where I can just, I pretty much run around the map and nothing phases me anymore. But yeah, there is a little bit of level scaling going on in certain spots, and they definitely don't tell you about it. There's no like, these guys are bad over their head or whatever. There's no like giant skulls or anything like that I've noticed. There might be. My vision's bad. But like, yeah, sometimes you just get in a fight and you're like, oh shit, they're double my level. Well, fuck, I guess. And when you die in this game, you lose half your money, which isn't like the worst punishment in the world, but like when you are fucking loaded and you just lost half your money, that's bad. So
there's no bank like Dragon Quest now?
There is. There is actually a bank. Yeah, you can donate
so
your money
that's straight
to
up the Dragon Quest method too.
So I'm learning that there's a bank I can go to. Okay, this is making the game I'm playing a lot easier.
The cool thing about Dragon Quest is that when you die, you keep all of your experience. You just lose your half of the money that you have on hand. So if you're going through like a really tough dungeon, like eventually you're going to get strong enough to get through it, because you're not going to lose that progress of your leveling.
Right.
Angelo, you and I have the scariest similar like view of games, because as soon as they were like it's turn based, I was like, yeah, I'm into this one now. That's the only, I would not want to play the other ones.
Yeah, no, give it a shot. Like I I can understand. I definitely can see like the beat 'em up aspect of those games, like kind of turning people off. But like, yeah, if you like turn based, like you can sit there and kind of take as much time as you need. It's kind of really kind of relaxing. So they do have perfect guarding, which kind of reminds me of like you know like Mario, the Mario RPG stuff, where how it kind of like time button presses. You can do that in this game. Like you can, like if somebody attacks you, you can press B at the right time and it'll perfect guard. But it just reduces the damage a little bit, and it's not like make or break, I gotta perfect guard this thing or I'm gonna die type shit. It's just like, it's kind of there. It keeps you like active in the combat, which is nice. And there's like, you know, time button presses for like some of the skills and shit like that to kind of keep you going and more active when you're doing shit, which I appreciate. It reminds me of a lot of the Mario RPGs.
Oh, and I'm out. That was quick.
Not... No, I'm just saying it's just to keep you kind of interested in the but you can totally ignore it and it won't make any difference, I promise. But yeah, that's I talked a lot about Yakuza Like a Dragon. I really did not mean to. I was like, I'm gonna just say like a couple things and be done. But okay.
No, I knew what I was getting into when I asked.
Okay, I'm glad that you knew.
Yes. All right. Well, I think the last thing to do is to lower the cage and step into the ring.
What are you playing, Dingus?
For video game cage match. I haven't played anything, so I got nothing to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the greatest spectacle on earth. This will be one hellacious ride tonight. This is a 15-foot high steel cage, ladies and gentlemen. Who will triumph? Who will prevail? And who will realize their dream?
All right, Justin, we're going to turn things over to you because you picked this booking. I believe this was from San Andreas. Was that right?
Yeah.
You pick a lot of San Andreas' picks.
I don't remember. Apparently I do. But yeah, I wanted, who's in the ring? It's Final Fantasy X versus Persona 5.
Yes.
Yep. Oh, am I going?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, however you want to do it.
Throw me right under the bus, Julian. Right under it. Okay. All right. I'm probably the only one that's going to vote this way. I'm fine with it. I'm living that decision. Totally okay with it. Don't care. I'm heavily outnumbered. I'm going to vote for Persona 5 here because I have a bit of a confession to make. I don't really like Final Fantasy X that much. I think it's fine. It's probably one of my least favorite in the series, though.
Shit.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorites.
I mean,
it's like
I was going to say, you were a brave man to say that in front of
I know.
Julian.
I'm aware. I know. I played it. I've beaten it. I liked it enough. It's. I'm not saying it's a bad game. Mm-hmm. It's just I like a lot of the other Final Fantasies a lot better than it. I think I remember like my vivid memory of playing Final Fantasy X was in this actual very room, playing Final Fantasy X and being like, oh, there's no overworld map, is there? I like that about Final Fantasies because it makes the world seem very big and me very small. Oh, there's none of that. Okay.
Yeah.
Combat. Yeah, it's fun combat. Don't get me wrong. I had more fun playing Final Fantasy X-2's combat though, and storyline. I was like, I don't really like Tidus that much. I don't know. It's a good game. Don't get me wrong, but I had a lot more fun playing Persona 5, so I'm voting for that.
You are not alone. Wrong. I am totally on Persona 5's side.
Wow.
Yes. Persona 4 was dog shit. And the comparative not dogged shitness of Persona 5 makes me vote for it, because the ability to improve should be praised in this world. Persona 4 literally wanted to cut my eyes out. I didn't understand if I thought I bought a bootleg game. I had to go online and watch someone playing it. Definitely Persona 5. Awesome. Crazy opening, beautiful game, looks amazing. Fix your games. There is a reason that people didn't hear about this series until now. It's because they made the game way better. Okay? That's why. And I like that.
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm not alone. I'm at least 50-50. All right. I'm glad I'm not alone. I feel a little bit better about my choices.
Because Final Fantasy X, I don't know a ton about it, but it's a lot like other Final Fantasies in a lot of different ways. Persona 5 was a total reinvention of everything going on in those games in terms of like themes and everything they were doing. And like, while I said before that would annoy me with Yakuza, I think that when a series knows that they're out of steam and they fix it and they do something crazy different looking and just out of this world better, that's so cool to me. That's so cool to me. On the fifth one, you fix it.
I would like to reiterate to everyone here. I don't think 10 is a bad game at all. I liked it enough. I did have a good time with it. It's just like on my rankings, it's probably kind of low. I'm not gonna lie. But who wants to go after Mike Fallek and I have laid down the line in the sand for Persona 5?
Angelo, how about you?
I might end up being on the same team as you. I think I will be, but we'll see.
Yes!
Here. No. Okay. I was talking to Julian.
No!
So I have no experience with Persona 5, and that's because I own Persona 3 and Persona 4, and then I haven't played them because somebody informed me about some of the mechanics in that game that I think would just drive me absolutely insane. But this is a cage match. I'm getting more into like the personal side of things, but really the other thing too is of the post Sakaguchi Final Fantasies, I think 10 is probably the best one I've played. I shouldn't say that. I should say of the Nomura ones.
I will grant you that. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. I will agree with that.
But I also haven't played 10 2. And I, like you said, the combat might be better in 10 2. I thought the combat in 10 was clever.
It's fun.
It's very clever.
Oh, yeah, it's fun.
It fixed.
It lets you strategize a lot more than a lot of the other Final Fantasy games.
It fixed a problem I have where I'm bored with the random encounters in the other Final Fantasy games because it's just hold attack and murder the thing and let's move on with our lives. Yes. That doesn't happen in this game, right? It has other problems. It solved some other problems and created some of its own.
Right.
But it is. I don't know. Like, I feel bad judging against Persona 5, but I don't know, man. It's just...
This is a tough match. Yeah. This is a really tough match. It really is.
I feel like I think the familiarity I have with Final Fantasy
Can we call out the real villain here who was saying whoever booked this? Not me. I just picked the match. Whoever booked this, you're the real villain. This is on your head, okay?
Well, yeah. But this is what I wanted when I did Cage Match. It's like throw ridiculous things in a box and see what happens. That's what's fun. I want to like Persona 5, but I just don't know Persona 5. Persona 5 has style, it has swagger, but like 10 is a classic at this point.
It's very true.
It's almost like you get like a new flashy wrestler in the match who's got all these crazy moves, but the one who's been there for years is just like, I'm going to teach you to respect me a little bit. You know what I mean? It puts a little more hurt on him than maybe he has to just make sure he knows his place.
Stiff. Yep.
Exactly.
Snug. Yep.
Yeah. That's kind of how I see this one going.
I understand. All right, Julian, you're the person here. I don't know what I was trying to say.
The person.
Yeah. I am a person. Thank you.
He admits it.
Yeah. So, listeners will probably think that this was like a very easy decision for me, but it was actually extremely difficult because on one hand, you have one of my favorite Final Fantasy games with some of my favorite Final Fantasy characters. And on the other hand, you have my new role-playing game obsession that I haven't been able to stop playing until yesterday when I rage quit it forever. So I love these games both, like a ton. But it's video game Cage Match, and I've just got to bring it down to the numbers. It's straight down to the numbers, folks. So, in Persona 5, like, if you get, like, a 400 hit point attack, you're doing big damage. And, like, you know, I think the character's hit points max out at 999. Final Fantasy X, even before you do limit breaks, you're maxing out at 9,999, and that's before you even factor in the Bahamut summon, which can go up to 99,999. So you bust out one Bahamut, and you've wiped out the entire group of the Phantom Thieves in one shot. I just don't think that they can compare with that. Like, it's just... the numbers are against them.
That's a solid argument. That's a solid argument.
Let me ask you a question, though, RE numbers. Time limit, right? So those characters are doing that in a certain amount of time. Final Fantasy, you got grinding and everything going on. So can you do that same amount of damage? But can you do that same amount of damage in like one day? That's the question.
I don't really follow you, like, because they're both grindy games. Like, you're not going to start out. I'm going off of like if they were fully leveled up on both sides. Like, the numbers just aren't in Persona 5's favor, especially if you factor in the limit breaking.
That doesn't factor in my loophole, which I thought you would fall at. So that's different now.
What is going on?
Yeah. So think about that.
I will. I'll think about.
That's a great point.
I'll think about that when I'm editing.
We'll all think about that, Mike. We'll all think about that.
All right, so it's tied up right now, but as always, the Nerds Without Pants are not the be-all and end-all of video game cage match, because our lovely listeners, in addition to booking the matches, are also our referees. I'm going to head on over to Facebook again, because Benjamin Sayers has, he says, "Oh, I almost forgot, I haven't played very long into Final Fantasy X or Persona 5, but because I'm a semi-weeb, I'm going to go with Persona 5. Sorry, FF10, there's more of you than Persona games, and they will keep cranking you guys out, even if some of the games aren't the best. Persona could fall off one day."
Right.
I could see that, although I do think that after Persona 5, they're in good shape. They're, like, I don't think they have to worry for a while.
It's almost like the antithesis of what I was saying, where he's like, no, this is the new hungry guy, and he just won't go down, like that kind of thing.
Very true. Persona 5 very scrappy. Although, company-wise, Atlas is allergic to money, so you never know. They might just stop making Persona games because fuck you.
Well, and also there's the fact that, like, we're probably not getting Persona 6 for like 10 years, because that's almost how long it was between Persona 4 and 5.
I feel like it will be like the end of this generation if you're lucky, or the beginning of the next one before you see another Persona game.
Because they skipped an entire generation, the longest generation by like, if people remember.
Yep.
Right, that was a port. I almost reached for a copy of Persona 4, and I was like, wait a second. Oh, right, that was it's on Vita, too.
Yeah.
Yep, Golden, Persona 4 Golden is the way to go. All right, well, now over on pixabit.com.
Ooh, I have these up, too. We can all help.
I'm very proud of you.
Thank
I'm
you.
so proud, Mike. You're doing a great job. Don't let anybody tell you differently.
Who's telling me differently?
Nobody in this room. Yeah. Well, other people are.
Yeah.
They're out there. They're I know. I think the same thing sometimes. But anyway, Pixabit.com is a website where you can go talk about video games. This person talked about video games. Their name's San Andreas. They had this to say about this cage match. They said Final Fantasy X for the win here. Persona 5 is good, but Final Fantasy X is a classic. It's the first game I got for PlayStation 2. It was visually stunning in its day. It also had the laughing scene.
Laughing scene for life.
Yeah. I don't really care about that scene. I just don't. But yeah, no, I get it. I know when I voted for that, I was like, I'm probably going to be the only one who votes for this, and that's fine.
It's tied up again. It's a competitive match.
I'm surprised, honestly.
Angelo, you want to take this one from Superstep?
Yeah. Superstep says, "Ooh, these are a couple of JRPGs I've actually been interested in and wanted to like, and I may like Persona 5. I just haven't played it yet. I still remember how blown away I was by Final Fantasy X's cutscenes, so I'll go with that. Also, if I understand the storyline well enough, I think I like a lot of the themes in it. I never got too far, but I'm always up for fighting a cult again. I'm sorry, I'm always up for fighting a cult again if I'm remembering these themes right."
I'm trying to follow who he voted for.
Final Fantasy X.
He voted for Final Fantasy X. I have to apologize. Because it's 2020, my new pair of glasses that I've been wearing right up until about 3 weeks ago literally exploded one day when I put them on. I'm not making that up.
No, it's
I put them on
mood.
just like you normally would. Yeah. And this whole section right here just exploded and the lens flew out. And I was like, okay, that's a thing that happened.
I've had that exact same thing happen at one point. Not this year, but I've had it happen in the past before where your glasses will just explode for no reason. Yeah, it's a thing.
What?
I'm wearing an old pair, which has a crack all the way down one lens. and I'm struggling to read some of this stuff. But so every once in a while, I might screw something up there. Sorry about that.
I know. Oh, you're talking to a guy who can hardly see. Trust me, I get it.
Yeah.
I just kind of like have rigged my whole setup here to where I have everything very up close on my phone and on a different format from Pixelbit. So sometimes my biggest fear is that I forgot to copy and paste something to my little format here, and then I forget to read it. So yeah.
Yeah.
Well, worry not, because now is the time for Michael to read. Daftman says, again, this comment was made November 9th, 3:14 p.m. Go to work. Cage match. Here are two great JRPGs I'd love to play, but the merits of my screen is tiny too. The merits of the game don't matter at all that much for this match. My conscience wields the years of not playing Final Fantasy X like a deadly scythe, eviscerating my soul. There is no other choice for me. Wait. Hold on. What did he vote for? My conscience wields the years of not playing Final Fantasy X like a deadly scythe, eviscerating my soul. Which means Persona? Because...
No, I think he's picking Final Fantasy. I think his guilt over not playing Final Fantasy makes him compelled to pick it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe that's what he's
saying. The term, there is no other choice for me, has been the most confusing thing I've read in a while.
All right, next up we have Extrian, and he says, while I'm absolutely loving Persona 5, I have to go with Final Fantasy X. As much as I'm loving the Persona cast, Lulu is one of my favorite characters in games. See what you did there, Extrian. I see what you did there.
Lulu is good.
She is.
I admit.
Yeah.
After that, we have buddy Casey Curran. He has this to say about video games on thepixelbit.com. He says this about this cage match. That's why I love the long intro. I'm nailing it today. Justin, you're so good. He says, Skull tries to use electric attacks, but the Final Fantasy X crew are adept at dodging them thanks to getting the Platinum Trophy. Skull then falls flat on his face, and Titus laughs uncontrollably. Yeah, you could go either way on it. The rest of the Final Fantasy X crew. See, that's why nobody knows how to pronounce the guy's name.
It's canonically Titus.
It's Christopher Titus.
I swear in the commercial for the game he said Titus.
I've heard it so many different ways.
The creator of the character said it's Titus, and then every time that they say it in like voice acting since then, it has been Titus.
Okay,
fair enough.
I believe it. Still looks like it could be Titus.
It should be Titus because of the title theme of the game, like the the waves and stuff. But it.
Damn it, let the joke die, Julian. Skull then falls flat on his face, and Titus laughs uncontrollably. The rest of the Final Fantasy X crew then notice that the rest of the Phantom Thieves left to steal the treasure from Seymour Guado's palace. Everybody wins.
Okay, so it's a tie?
Tie.
I think so.
How I read that, yes.
I think so.
Okay, all right.
Oh, and I'm so, this is so perfect for Angelo to read bookies, because we have our very own Angelo bot. Here to,
What are you making me do?
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're making me do. Okay. Computer, give me the odds on Final Fantasy X versus Persona 5. I have to do a high-pitched voice. Okay. How am I going to do this? Why? I don't know.
This is amazing!
You want me to do it?
No, keep making him flounder. It's the best part.
Why, certainly, Master Bookie.
That's it.
Is that a high-pitched voice?
Yeah, that's it. That's the one.
That's the one. You nailed it.
Persona 5 transfers Final Fantasy X in almost 2-to-1 ratio. And Mama is certainly looking handsome today.
And high-pitched voice. Why, thank you, computer. Everything is right and good in the world. Okay, I'll be honest with you guys. That wasn't really my computer. No shit. That wasn't really my computer. I know, unbelievable. In fact, I missed last week's episode because my third computer, count them, the third one, just died on me. Oh no. Yeah, it's 2020, all right.
Yep.
It is.
I mean, this was the first one that's actually dead, but I feel more cursed than Julian and his Switch at this point. So I'm
or any console, really.
Yeah. So I'm going to add failure to failure, give my vote to the losing side. It's just appropriate. So he wants it to go to whoever's behind.
Yeah, so that's going to go to Persona.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
All right. Thank you, Angelo. That was exactly what I wanted.
That was the best.
That was perfect.
Nailed it.
This is why we need 3 hours to really get everyone into the mindset to have that one joke.
You got to get 2 a.m. trying to do a high pitched voice, Angelo.
Amazing.
That's what you need.
That's right.
It's the best thing I've ever heard.
All right, we're going to head over to Twitter now, and we have, starting off, Xavier Krieger, who is on Twitter at Cadus Bane, and he says, disclaimer, Persona 5 is my top game of the decade and among my top games of all time. Having said that, Persona 5 would wipe the floor with Final Fantasy X. Blah blah summons, they fight God, Auron is cool, whatever. By the end of the game, not only are you commanding a legion of angels and demons, but you have the ability to reach inside people and basically mind control them into doing what you want them to do. And even if 10 calls in 10-2 for help, the Persona dancing games will come in to outdance Yuna in a wonderful J-pop performance. I would pay to play that game.
Mm-hmm.
That would be good.
Yeah.
That would be good. All right. Well, after that, we have our buddy John Marinkovich. I feel like he needs some sort of special announcement, but I'll work on it. I'll workshop it. I'll get back to you, John.
Try like 9 readings right now. We'll see which one we like.
Okay. No. It's too much work. I'm too tired for that right now. I'll try it in the shower. That's where I come up with my best readings and my best idea. Good acoustics in there, you know. He says this for Cage Match. He says, I don't know, man. Okay, please don't massacre me for admitting this, but I haven't played any Final Fantasy. I don't know why. It's always been on my list of shit to accomplish, but I've just never gotten around to it. That being said, it's getting my vote. I watched Blaine play a little, and it reminded me of KOTOR, and I'll always pick anything that reminds me of KOTOR.
Yeah. I would also say that 10 is my pick for anybody's first Final Fantasy game.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's the easiest one to jump into.
I could see that. Yeah, for sure.
It's modern enough where some of those other ones are a little.
Yeah, they look a lot really dated.
If you didn't grow up with them, they're going to be an acquired taste for you, I think.
Yeah.
And it's actually completely turn-based, so it doesn't have the active time battle, like forcing you to make quick decisions if you're not used to doing that. Yeah. So it's a really good way to ease into the systems. And it also, the characters, it doesn't have a job system, but they are based on Final Fantasy job archetypes. So you get a really good crash course of like everything that Final Fantasy is. In a more streamlined game than some of the older ones. All right, next up we have Blaine Faya, and he is on Twitter at Blaine Faya. And he says, Final Fantasy fucking 10 all day long. So far it is my favorite Final Fantasy game and is easily top 5 RPGs for me. That said, Persona 5 seems right up my alley and I can't wait to play it. And when I do, I'll get back to you and maybe change my selection. But right now, Final Fantasy 10 wins easily for me. I mean, it has Lulu, guys. Come on.
That is a sound argument. Can't fault you at all for that.
Would Lulu make a good professional wrestler?
No, she'd be an awesome manager.
Yes.
Yeah, she'd be good at that.
I'm only realizing now through hearing all these comments that this is a really tough choice. This is like a very good booking.
Yeah. Even me who it seems that obvious I would pick Final Fantasy 10. Like it really I was like, I don't know. I love Persona 5 so much that it might be Persona 5, but then I was like, no, but the numbers are bigger in Final Fantasy X.
I'm wavering, even in my vote as I'm hearing these. Like, I'm going back and forth.
I admittedly, I struggled too. Like, I was like, I don't know, man. Final Fantasy X, I did like that game a lot, but then, I don't know. It's probably just because I finished Persona 5, so my bias is showing a little bit on that. I won't even lie. But anyway, we have our buddy Philip. He is at PK Becker on Twitter.com, which is a website that you can use to sell things on the internet. Wait, that's not right. Whatever.
You can, in theory.
He says, Cage Match, Final Fantasy X, a blitzball straight to the nuts of Persona 5, down for the count. It's very rude.
I forget the name of that kick he was trying to do, but that's a good move.
The Jecht shot.
There it is, Jecht shot.
Oh, yeah, the Jecht shot. Oh,
yeah.
Because they're two games that, like, even if you don't play them, like, I remember Final Fantasy X, even though I didn't play it. I know Persona 5, even though I haven't played it yet. Like, it's culturally impactful.
They're two games that, like, you see them and you, like, immediately know what they are. Like, they're just both visually very interesting.
Yeah.
Like, there's something about it, you know? It's cool.
Next up, we have our buddy Jeffka, who is on Twitter at Jestoff. And he says, look, I like Persona 5, but I just beat Final Fantasy X, and it has stuck with me for a bit. I put it above 7, but below 6 and 9, which is my favorite. That is the correct ranking. The story about the corruption of faith and the bond between father and son really hit me. Even as a religious, agnostic person, the story was good. The characters were the real meat of my enjoyment, though. I know Tidus is divisive, but I actually really liked him. He seemed believable, nuanced, kind of selfish sometimes, but was always doing his best. Waka is great, and the tragedy he goes through makes for a satisfying arc. Orin seemed like an edgy Amaranth type character at first, but really endeared himself to me over time. I could keep going. Finally, the final battle between the party and Braska's final Aeon was simply epic. I never thought metal would be in a Final Fantasy game, but given the circumstances, story, and setting, damn, it worked so good. Persona 5 is great, and probably objectively better, but Final Fantasy X gets my vote for the absolute blast it gave me that Persona 5 just couldn't deliver. Yeah. Plus, Final Fantasy X has shoe puffs. Instant win.
Right.
Shoe puff?
Yep.
All right, and then last but not least, over on Twitter.com, which is a website that you can use to clean clothes.
That one is
Show
true.
up. Yeah, that is true. We have our buddy Esteban Islas. He is at expired on the Twitter.com, and he says this about this cage match, and he says, I actually played both of these games. Now, this may be an unfair pick because I'm actually playing through Persona 5 currently, and I have been enjoying it so much. Nearing the end game of it, and it's all I've been thinking about. Sorry, Final Fantasy X. I didn't know what I had back then, but it wasn't enough to hold me throughout to the end.
Very good.
End. Yes.
Yeah. All right, so that is a cage match. Whoa. It was a really good back and forth fight.
Wow, that is so, I don't know who won. This was tense. Was it Final Fantasy?
Final Fantasy X won, but only by a few. What I'm figuring is that Final Fantasy X knocked out Joker, and then the entire team of Persona 5 lost automatically. So that's where I come down on this one.
Fucking Final Fantasy X threw up a physical barrier, and then you forgot about it and accidentally attacked into it. I killed myself a few times doing that. Oh, God. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Yep. All right. Well, thank you, everybody who submitted. That was actually
so
really
emotionally invested in the result.
It was fun.
That was fun.
That was very fun. And again, we're not going to be announcing the next stage select or the next cage match just yet, because we'll be recording another episode like next week, and that'll be coming out, like I said, right before Thanksgiving to kind of give you guys something to listen to on, the long weekend. And also that gives me a chance to actually like sit down and maybe play my PlayStation 5, for a dedicated amount of time. But yeah, so we'll go ahead and start wrapping things up. Mike, before we get into like Twitter and stuff like that, I'll just go ahead and say it for you because I know you hate doing the promotion and stuff. Listeners, you need to go check out #Cult Podcast. Mike is doing some really amazing stuff over there. It's a fascinating dive into a really weird world, and it definitely goes places. I'm not fully caught up, but I've really been enjoying what I've been listening to, and I can't recommend it enough. And that's not just because Mike's our friend. Like it's a legit, really good show.
Thank you.
So definitely go check that out. And you can find us all on the Twitter. Angelo?
Oh, I'm at a roguish ham.
And Mike, you can find at Big Little Weasel.
Thank you. Thank you for saying it for me.
And Justin?
You can find me on Twitter.com.
Feel like a diplomat. Like, I don't know how, like somehow for some stupid reason, I don't know if there's not a word for it in my language. Like, I could just say it. You were going to do it anyway. It's like a weird power move. I'm happy to say it if you want me to. Big Little Weasel, like Lil Wayne. You got a Big Little Weasel. Like, it feels like such a fuck you. Like, I'll do it if you want me to. Just
I know you don't like doing it. I was just trying to do you a solid.
It's nice, though. It's hilarious.
Oh, you can find me at Justin Hamm, not Mike. You can find me at Twitter.com, which is a website that socks are made. You can find me at Tyrone_Swift, or you can find my other podcast at Clickbait Update.
Yes. And you can find me on Twitter at Julian_Titus. You can find the show at NWPcast. Keep tuned into the show, and, we'll let you know when we want submissions for the next stage select and video game cage match. As always, our theme song, Relax, and interstitial tracks, Moody Grooves and To the Max, come to us from Megan McDuffie. Just search for Megan McDuffie. You'll find all sorts of amazing things that she's working on. And yeah, that's going to do it for this episode. Angelo and Mike, thank you so much for being on. This was a lot of fun, as I thought it would be. So thank you guys for coming.
Yeah.
Finally.
I'm going to speed run that goose game.
This was a very fun episode.
Yeah, I enjoyed it a lot.
Indeed.
Hopefully listeners did as well.
Of course they did.
So for myself, Justin, and a special thanks to Mike and Angelo, thanks for listening. Keep it pantsless, internet, and wash your goddamn hands.
Please.
Bye.
Bye.
Wayne.
What's the problem, Katie?
It happened again.
What did?
Gus left a Mr. Big on the floor this morning.
No, he never.
We dropped a Hershey bar in the living room just last Tuesday. Although upon closer inspection, it did look more like a Hershey's Mint.
Well, I'd sooner believe that was you, Squirrely Dan. So watch how you speak on his name,
Good buddy. He left a Twix on the floor just yesterday.
And what made it a Twix as opposed to a Big Turk, dude?
Well, there are two of them. They're identical and they're side by each.
Over and out.
How would you ask somebody if you wanted just one of their Twixes?
Well, just what you said.
Can I have one of your Twixes?
No, it'd be, could I have a Twick?
In any event, it's starting to look like Willy Wonka's emptying his pockets around your house, good buddy.
Now, yous realize the weight of these allegations, these accusations.
Can confirm.
And yous realize the consequences at hand should your claim be false.
Claims is, and can confirms.
I'm going to give yous one more chance to retract. No questions asked. Before this conversation becomes a confrontation.
Oh, we wouldn't be bringing it to you if it weren't worth being brought in, but...
Bring it on.
Oh, it has been brought in.
I'm just kidding around. He's a 10-year-old boy now. He's made me proud for a goddamn decade. He's been a real good bull. He's been such a bull. But he's a senior now. He's on the home stretch. I'm going to let him enjoy it. Snoozing on the furniture, lots of human food. Leash is so long now, she's limp. And he's earned it.
So you're just gonna let him drop baby Ruths all over the house?
As opposed to what, Katie?
Just give him a real good stern talking to.
Oh yeah, and how's that gonna shake down? He's probably half fucking deaf. Aren't you a fucking geezer?
The same way it shook down for the last decade before you stopped disciplining him just because he's old.
Okay, Katie. Katie, okay. I'm going in. Wish me luck. All right. Was that you leaving crispy crunchers all over the floor? Because that's a bad dog. Don't you do that again. That's bad. Lickety split.
Oh, that's a wee bit aggressive.
Oh, is that what I'm being, Derry?
What is your pal you're talking to over there? Fairly accusatory. I'd say give him the benefit of the doubt.
I wouldn't.
Well, you didn't even ask him if he did it there. You just assumed. I think you're better than that.
Okay, Derry. Derry, okay. I'm going back in. Wish me luck. All right. Was that you leaving Jersey Milks on the floor? Because that's bad. If that was you, that was bad. Don't you do that again. Yeah, because that's bad.
You're not taking this seriously.
Oh, is that what I'm not doing, Katie?
No, you're joking around and he knows it. That's a bad boy. You're just a bad boy.
Hey, he knows that I'm joking, but he doesn't know that you're joking. Don't say bad unless you mean bad.
I'm sorry, Gus.
That's okay. He's a good boy. He's such a bull.
Why don't you just try using your real voice? It may permeate better.
Okay, Katie. Katie, okay. I'm going back in. Wish me luck. Hey, bud. I noticed you've been leaving caramels all over the floor. You know what's going to happen? Someone's going to step on one tonight and take a header. Someone's going to pull a full gainer down the stairs. Or at the very least, a half gainer. So what you want to do is do that outside like a good boy. Please and thanks.
I think we're almost there.
Oh, is that we almost are, Squirrely Dan?
Well, Professor Tricia says that when you're bringing the complaints to someone, they'll be more receptive to altering their behavior if you make it your problem. Make it personal, rather than placing the blames on them.
What are you fucking getting on about over there?
May I?
Okay, Dan. Dan, okay. Go on in. Good luck.
Gus, how are you now? Now, we've all noticed the coffee crisps around the house, and that's completely natural and nothing for you to be embarrassed about. But I am quite worried I'm going to slip on one and take a full gainer, or please look at me when I'm talking, Gus. Now, while I know that is my problem, I know you don't want this to happen any more than I do, so I'm hoping we can work together to find a resolution to this problem. But besides that, we want you to know we think you're doing a terrific job around here, and we don't want to bother you any more than we need to, so you have yourselves a great day.
I'm not going to make you sit through that butt-fuckery, bud. Way you go. You're a good boy. Way you go. Way you go.
Look, I know he's just snoozing on the furniture all day, but you take him out for routine number 2s. 10-4?
You try taking him out, Katie. If you don't want to. You could say, hey, Gus, you want to rock one? And if you could talk, you'd say, I've had to rock one for a good 7-8 hours. Don't worry about that right now. I'm going to grab another quick 20-25 shut-eye here. We'll circle back on the conversation later. But how about some good itchings and a scratchings in the meantime?
Whew! Smells like Mr. Wonka's just emptied his pockets in the other room.
Fuck. Well, everybody up. Help me look.